It's 5 to 8. Across Jersey, thousands of voters have had their say. The campaigning is over, the polls are about to close, and the counting is soon to begin. Live on BBC Radio Jersey, the BBC iPlayer and BBC Sounds, this is Election Night. Hello and a very good evening to you. Welcome to Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer and of course on the BBC News website. This is the only place where you'll get to see and hear the election results as they're declared. Over the next few hours we're going to find out together who you've chosen to represent us in the State's Assembly for the next 4 years. Now, the last time Jersey went to the polls, things looked a little bit different. We were just emerging from the COVID pandemic. Blue Islands were still flying high. Condor ruled the waves. Oh, and we were about to build a brand new hospital. Maybe things don't look that different after all. But fast forward, and the political landscape has changed. We've had 2 chief ministers, and many people are asking, what's the difference between a political party and a political movement? Well, we'll dig into that a little bit later on. And whoever forms the next government, well, they're going to face some really huge challenges. The cost of living, a housing crisis, pressures on tourism and farming, and of course, we live in an ever-changing and uncertain world. Over the past few weeks, we've spoken to all 92 candidates standing in this election. We've travelled to every parish and district, hearing directly from you about what matters most. And tonight, our reporters are stationed at every count across the island, from Grouville to St Juan, from the senatorial count to the final deputy declaration. As soon as the results are declared, you'll have them here first.
In just a short while, at parish halls and community centres across the island, counting gets underway. Will sitting constable Kevin Lewis have done enough to secure his re-election here in St Saviour, or will it go to the likes of Susie Webb or Dave Curtis? Louise Doublé, Malcolm Ferry and Raluca Kovacs from Reform Jersey are the sitting deputies, but have they done enough to secure their re-election over Chris Leck or Robert Parker? As counting commences, we'll bring you every development from every count throughout the night.
And here in the BBC Newsroom, our team is poised, ready to gather and deliver the results as they happen. And for live analysis and reaction, I'll be joining our commentators Patrick Lynch and Susanna Rolls in the studio with Matthew to make sense of the results and what they mean for the island. And as the night unfolds, we'll have interviews with the candidates as the race for Jersey's future comes to an end.
So, what should we be looking for tonight? Well, turnout is likely to be an early indicator as to whether or not people have been engaging with the electoral process. What about automatic voter registration and Sunday voting? Have they made a real difference? Or, as has been the case in the past, are voters still staying away? And perhaps the biggest question of all, will we move towards party politics, or will the independent candidate still hold sway in the State's Assembly? However it unfolds, we'll bring you everything, every result and every reaction as it happens. From parish halls to polling stations, the focus is shifting from voters casting their ballots to the counters beginning their work. For candidates, weeks of campaigning now come down to this moment. We are now just seconds away from 8 o'clock. Right now, across Jersey, ballot boxes are being sealed for the final time, and the candidates are bracing themselves for your verdict. Stay with us. It's 8 o'clock. Hello, good evening, and welcome to Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, the BBC News website, and the BBC Jersey Facebook page. I'm Matthew Price, and I'll be with you until we get the final results in the early hours of tomorrow morning. The people of Jersey have made their decision. The counting now begins, and I'll be joined by two specialists to guide us through the evening as we get the results. They are Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Susanna, here we go then. An evening ahead of us. What do you anticipate from this campaign?
Well, I think this has been a really interesting election. I mean, we always think elections are interesting. That's why we're commentators. It has been different because obviously the reintroduction of senators, different numbers as before, and something that people had kind of not had to do before with the same type of electoral districts. And it has been a slightly divisive campaign. You know, some issues against kind of slightly different candidates that have kind of picking kind of things at each other, more divisive than we've had them before. And I think it has also been a slightly superficial campaign where we haven't focused on the issues really at hand.
Spiky and superficial. Patrick Lynch, what do you make of it?
I wouldn't disagree with much of what Susanna said. I think it's been very divisive in parts. I think some races have been a bit cleaner than others, but it has certainly been divisive. And I don't think some of the issues that really need to be teased out and more importantly the solutions to those issues have really been addressed. It's been a lot of dancing around the edges. But just today, just kind of going around some of the parishes, the interesting thing for me has been, I think a lot of us expected turnout to be about the same or maybe even down, but certainly anecdotally it seemed to be bigger queues at polling stations. So that's a big difference to what I thought what I expected us to be talking about this evening.
Well, we've got a great deal to talk about between now and the close of this programme. It's really good to have your company. Stay with us here on the BBC. Whether you're watching or listening, it's lovely to have your company. And we have reporters at all 14 counts. We're going to get the 12 senatorial polls, the 12 constable results, and of course, the results from the deputies in the 9 districts. And throughout the evening, we'll have regular updates of the latest news. We're joined by Laura Price. Hello, Laura.
Hi Matthew. Polls are closing in the island's general election. 49 seats up for grabs, including 9 senators elected by the whole island, 29 deputies and 12 parish constables. For the first results are expected in the next couple of hours. And for the first time, we've seen automatic voter registration with almost 85,000 people eligible to vote. And it's the first time that voting has happened on a Sunday. The role of senator is returning after a gap of 4 years. We have reporters at 14 counts where candidates will learn their fate, and later this evening and into the early hours of tomorrow we'll be here to bring them to you. And for your election night weather, mainly cloudy with a chance of the odd light shower with wind south to southwest, light force 2 or 3, increasing light force 3 to moderate force 4 later, with a minimum temperature of 12 degrees. That's the latest, Matthew. You're up to date.
Thank you very much indeed. That's Laura there with the latest. And of course, throughout the evening, we'll bring you up to date with all that you can expect from the election campaign. As you can see alongside me, I've got our panel of experts, but also Amar Ibrahim. Amar, of course, our political reporter. Amar, it's been a very long 5 weeks, hasn't it?
It has, Matthew, and it feels sort of, you know, there are plenty of subplots tonight to get into. I think the 3 that sort of stick out for me, we've got the most competitive constable race in St Helier for decades. You've got 5 candidates running there, but by all accounts the feeling is it's a bit of a 3-horse race between the 3 sitting States members, Inna Gardner, Rob Ward and David Wall. And, you know, from people I've spoken to, politicians, charities, organisations, the feeling is whatever happens, we will lose at least 2 good States members tonight, because the feeling is those politicians have all got political successes they can point to. So a very competitive race in our capital. Obviously Rob Ward, the Reform Jersey candidate. Now if he were to lose, that would be a huge blow for Reform Jersey. They obviously see St Helier as their key stronghold, and you know, from talking to their candidates and members, the feeling was they had to go for this constable role, especially with the number of deputies being reduced by 1 in every district because of the reintroduction of senators. So they had to go for this. They have to have a strong voice in St Helier, but they are on edge about this. They've told me that they feel that Sam Mezek, their leader, will probably, hopefully get in as senator, is what they're saying. But they are very worried about Rob Ward, and they are on edge about that race.
Because it's a really strong field. I mean, there are 5 candidates there, and as you say, 3 of them are sitting states members, each with a record, and they've all been campaigning in different ways, haven't they?
Yeah, you would say Deputy Ina Gardner has probably had the most prolific campaign. She has been everywhere since April. See posters all over the streets of St Helier. She's run a big social media campaign as well. She was a former education minister in Christina Moore's government. She has been quite a vocal backbencher. She's had some successes as the chair of the Public Accounts Committee. She had her challenges as well. Obviously, under her watch, we had those teachers' strikes that caused a huge amount of inconvenience for parents. But she is seen as, by her states members, as quite a competent, respected politician. David Waugh, a businessman, a successful businessman, been very vocal on local issues and has put himself at the heart of them. And I think that puts him in a good position. The Havre de Parlido, he was a politician synonymous with a lot of strong community feeling around that. And Rob Ward, an experienced states member, served in Lyndon Farnham's government as Minister for Education and Lifelong Learning. Very well respected, well known in the community. I think at times struggled with the media scrutiny that comes with being a minister. I think he was much more relaxed when he was in opposition. But I think as a minister, there were times where education was under scrutiny, particularly special educational needs. He was at times, you could see, a bit uncomfortable, but generally I think the feeling was that he had a solid performance as a minister. So all 3 coming into this in a good position. But a lot of people I speak to, the feeling is Ina Gardner is the favourite.
4 years ago, though, Mark Le Chevalier came in a strong second. It was obviously, it's a 2-horse race against Simon Crowcroft, who's been incumbent for more than 20 years. I mean, is he an also-ran in all of this then?
Well, you're right to point out that he did have that good race against Simon Crowcroft. He hasn't been probably as part of the conversation as much as he hoped, but you don't know. Voting's such a personal thing, Matthew. People do often keep their cards close to their chest. So just because we've heard the sitting members discuss so much and they're dominating the conversation doesn't mean there couldn't be a dark horse. Of course, there is Alvin Aaron. I think he has very much painted himself as kind of the unconventional candidate.
Almost anti-establishment.
Very anti-establishment. He's been big on removing GST off food, not the only candidate to suggest something like that. But it'll be interesting to see how that tactic has worked for him, because he has come across very different to everybody else in that race.
So a really difficult race to call, and a significant race, because there'll be new leadership at the town hall. As you say, our capital is really important. I've just looked at the latest figures. We got the figures this morning for those who are registered to vote, and it's really interesting. In St Helier, 30,509 people registered to vote. That's a significant number of people. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it's a big race to sort of represent almost around a third of the island's population.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it's time that we had a look at what's going on around the island. We have got reporters at all of the electoral counts. There are obviously the 12 parishes where we're going to get the senatorial results and the results of the constables and some of the districts. But of course, St Helier is split into 3 districts, and we can join the first of our reporters today. Elisa Canyas is in St Helier North. Hello, Elisa. Tell us what you can see today.
Hi, Matthew. Hello, Matthew. Well, it's really buzzing up here. There's been a steady stream of people coming through the whole time I've been around. There have been candidates outside. It's been really buzzing. I was chatting to one of the volunteers here, and he was telling me that he's been working at the last 2 elections in Jersey, and he feels like there's been a significant increase in footfall through. He predicted somewhere around 50% increase. He's also describing how there was a grandparent coming with their grandchildren that were voting for the first time. There was a gentleman that came in a wheelchair with his carer, and they were excited to vote. So there's been a real mishmash of ages and all sorts of people from the community getting involved.
Do you think, Elisa, there's been a lot of interest in this particular poll? We've been talking about the St Helier constable race, but also it's a very interesting race there for deputies as well. Has there been a big turnout?
Yeah, it seems to be. It seems to be that it's been very popular. There have been a few of the candidates outside. When the voting closed at 8 o'clock, I had a quick look, and Ina Gardner and Victoria Lee were cheering and high-fiving, saying that they'd been here since the very beginning of today, and they were here till the end, and that they're planning on being here a lot longer into the night as the counting goes on. Actually, a minibus went down to First Tower earlier on, which is the other St Helier North polling station. So they're going to pick up those volunteers, bring them back here, and they expect to have about 40 volunteers here, along with honorees. So a real community experience.
Well, I've got you there. Any indication as to when we might get a deputy result from you?
No, it's expected to be quite late into the night, I think.
Elisa, thank you very much indeed. Elisa Canyas there in St Helier North, where there are just shy of 10,000 voters. And Mar, that's interesting to get that intel, isn't it, from the ground there?
Yeah, it's something I noticed today. You know, I went to St Helier North earlier. I also went to the town hall where St Helier South count is happening, and you did see queues outside the polling stations. When I was in the queue at St Helier North, I was in the middle of two people who knew each other, and they were having a conversation. They were saying it's so nice to have the polling day on a Sunday because it meant they could be more flexible for when they came, and it made it more accessible for everyone. So obviously we don't have the turnout figures yet. We know that the early voting figures were quite promising, but it does seem the mood today is that there have been queues at all the polling stations. I'd say there's a sense of optimism about the turnout.
Right, so that's Deverne School, which has been one of the polling stations in St Helier North, and that's where Elisa Canyas is going to be based for us this evening. We're going to get the deputies result there from St Helier North, but the ballot for constable and for senator, it'll be counted and then taken to the town hall. So that's where you're going to be later on, isn't it? It's going to be a late finish, I suspect, Amar.
Yeah, so, you know, we discussed there the constable race. We expect, you know, what I'm hearing is that the senators could count in St Helier could come in around 11, but that's sort of best case scenario. The constables could be quite quickly after that, 11:30, but the deputies not till 2 a.m. Obviously at the town hall it's account for St Helier South. Quite a competitive race. I think you've got 9 candidates there going for 3 seats, and you've really got that battle there with two value Jersey candidates and 3 Reform Jersey.
Yes, I remember that election call. It got rather cosy on this bench here, didn't it?
Yeah.
And of course, Rouge-Brion School is where we've got the count for St Helier Central as well.
Yeah.
There was another polling station at Springfield for that. So
yeah, and again there you've got, and I think this is one of the other things. You know, we talked about the constable race, but the other thing to watch out for tonight, the other subplot, is Reform Jersey, one of the longest and most established political parties, well, the biggest political party in Jersey, against Value Jersey, this sort of insurgent new political movement. They're very clear, they're not a party. And
when is a party not a party? When it's a movement?
Their launch party definitely felt like a party, Matthew. There was music, there was drinks, but they have had an air of mystery around them. They are, if you like, I think it's fair to say they're the disruptors of the campaign. There's been a lot of talk about what they are in terms of policies. They've kind of really championed this cheaper supermarket, and to their credit, that's become a big part of the conversation, whether you agree with it or not. If you were to look at policies that have been discussed, cheap supermarkets is one of the most dominant ideas that's been discussed. But Reform Jersey feel that there's been a bit of a divisive campaign against them, which they put largely the blame at the door of Value Jersey. And, you know, that means when I've been talked to Reform, they're a bit unsure, Value a bit on edge, if you like. They didn't expect this. And Value Jersey say they're unsure about how their candidates will do. They've got, you know, Samantha Gleave, sort of the face of them, if you like, their main.
She's their PR spokesperson, isn't she?
In St Helier South, running alongside Judy Martin there. They've got Cameron Monroe and Claire Detan in St Helier Central. Victoria Lee's running in St Helier North. She insists she's not Value Jersey, but she was at their launch event.
She was in all the pictures, wasn't she?
She was, and this is another area of confusion around them, is who is actually a Value Jersey candidate. You've kind of got 3 camps. You've got people who were part of it in the begin with and say, I have nothing to do with them now. You've got people who are still boldly wearing the Value Jersey badge. And you've got this middle ground of candidates who say, you know, like your Cameron Monroes, if you like, who say, well, I'm not Value Jersey, but I endorse a lot of what they say. So that's the second big subplot tonight, Reform v Value Jersey. But I think the people who've benefited from this are a lot of the sitting government who aren't Reform Jersey, because we've not heard too much scrutiny online of Health Minister Tom Binney, Chief Minister Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, all the conversation's been around Reform Jersey and Value Jersey. And actually, we've not discussed much of how the last government did when you look at the social media groups where political discussion is prominent.
This is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer. If you want to see what's going on and hear all the results as they unfold, go to Live and Latest on the iPlayer there. You just scroll down the main menu and we're there. You scroll along and you see a picture of me. I'm sorry about that. And then you click on that and you'll be able to follow the proceedings through the evening. We're on the BBC Radio Jersey social media as well. We're on the BBC Jersey Facebook page and, of course, on the BBC News website. Just search for bbc.co.uk/Jersey. Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, joining me throughout the evening, and he's also going to be joining Tim Pryor, who's at the Town Hall for us this evening. And Tim, I think you've got an eye on St Helier South, haven't you? That's right.
Yeah, that's right, Matthew. Very good evening from the Town Hall, where the word is that the turnout has been excellent. Certainly big, long queues for large parts of today here down Seal Street, for those of you that know the heart of St Helier well. So expecting good numbers when it comes to the vote counting here, which could indeed take an awful long time being St Helier. We know that we've got the senator votes going on out in the other, or the counts going on in the other parts of St Helier, and then that will be collated here for the announcements a little bit later on. The senators late or likely to come in first here, we're told, shortly followed by the constable vote. It's a big day for St Helier constable-wise, because Simon Crowcroft has been the constable of St Helier for, quarter of a century. 2001, he was first elected to be the constable of St Helier. So there'll be adults living in town, living in this parish, grown men, grown women that can't actually remember a time when Simon Crowcroft was not the constable of St Helier. And we've got 5 candidates tonight: Alvin Aaron, Ina Gardner, Mark Le Chevalier, Rob Ward, David Warr, of course, a few ex-ministers in there as well that maybe have taken a little bit of a risk there to put themselves forward for constable.
Tim, is it any indication on turnout at the moment? Because we've had reports all day, albeit anecdotally, about big queues.
Yeah, we know there's been big queues here. We don't have a figure for you yet, Matthew, but speaking to the jurat here was saying that the queues coming out of the town hall around the corner down Seal Street. So we don't always have that, do we, at the town hall? So that bodes well for good levels of turnout. I was at St Helier North earlier on. Wasn't quite so busy first thing there when I was voting, but perhaps busier than the last time round as well. So I think anecdotally, and that's the word that we can probably use at the moment, it feels like there's been a good turnout, whether that's because it's a Sunday, whether that's because people are looking for change and want to have their say, whether it's people, are feeling like they've not got much money, cost of living crisis, and that they want to have their say this time round. But anecdotally, feels like a good turnout here at the Town Hall today.
Tim Pryor, thank you very much indeed. Tim Pryor at St Helier Town Hall for us this evening, and he'll be there into the early hours. We're going to get the senatorial vote for St Helier. That will be crucial, of course, because of the severe, the significant numbers that are involved. If you look at the total number on the electoral roll in St Helier, it's 30,569, of which 10,489 people are in St Helier Central, another 10,396 in St Helier South, which is where Tim is, and St Helier North, 9,684. So, a third of the island's population voting in St Helier, and that could really have a big influence on the senatorial poll. I think it's time we got some analysis from our 2 specialists who are joining us this evening, our political analyst, Susanna Rolls, and also, of course, Patrick Lynch, who is the Chief Executive of Caritas Jersey. Patrick, what do you make of what you've heard so far?
I think it's going to be very intriguing, because I think we were all pretty much thinking that turnout would be voting numbers would be about the same or less than 4 years ago and 8 years ago. But everything we're hearing, and it is anecdotal, as Tim has said there, it looks like the turnout is going to be up. And without polling and stuff that we don't have here, we don't know how that's going to affect things. You can look at what the numbers were last time, but who will increase turnout help, who will it affect? So it's very intriguing, and until we get the first set of results, it's going to be something that it's going to be hard to put a finger on, really.
Do you think polling would help a general election in Jersey?
I think for people like us who take an interest in it, it would.
You mean an anorak like you?
An anorak, thank you. But what I think it would help is probably the candidates, because then you could see from 1 year to the next what you're looking at. Even the most experienced politicians who I've spoken to in this campaign, it is a bit, finger in the air. They can see how they've done. For instance, the senators' 12 hustings plus the election call here and the youth hustings. They can say, well, I think I did okay in that, or I mightn't have been as good in that one. But really, the numbers, even despite the one in St Helier on Wednesday night, which was the biggest, the numbers are minuscule compared to those numbers you said there of 30,000 people in St Helier. How many people have been present at them? How many people have watched them online? I would hazard a guess that it's a very small number, so it's very hard to get a handle on how people are intending to vote. And also, as Amar was saying earlier, the party and the movement, their interaction is what we've been hearing. But how does that affect sitting members, etc.? Because those people haven't really been challenged that much, I would have said. So it's hard to get an angle on it. If you had polling, 5 weeks ago we started and you saw somebody for senator was top of the pile and then suddenly they'd lost a few percentage points, you would have a gauge on where things were. So it would help a bit, but very hard with all those independents to get a proper gauge.
Susanna, what's your feeling?
Well, I think Vote.je, shout out to them, because they have done an amazing job of making, you couldn't miss there's an election. You'd have to be pretty asleep because there's posters everywhere. You had the booklets delivered to every household. And I think their efforts this election have obviously paid out. I have to say that I've seen kind of the support that they were giving people in the actual polling stations if you weren't on the electoral roll, all of that kind of stuff, and those people who had to be turned back because they didn't have ID with them and so on, they were really helpful, really supportive. So I think they've done an amazing job. But like Patrick says, I think polling would be great. So it would actually help us, but it will also help the candidates to steer their campaign in the right direction.
It's all anecdotal. Do you think turnout is going to be up?
Everyone that I've spoken to has said that there's been more people at polling stations than they've seen before. But that is very difficult to kind of quantify. You're there throughout the day. You can kind of see more people than you're used to, but that doesn't necessarily translate into votes. And obviously there's more people on the electoral roll now, so turnout might be higher in numbers but lower in percentage.
It's exactly the same number of people who voted last time turned out today.
Correct.
The actual turnout would be down because all of us are now registered. And of course, additional people have, to the credit of Vote.je, been added to the roll today. I saw somebody in my polling station being added today. They weren't on the list, but they proved who they were, and they were added. It was also interesting, somebody came up from St Helier because they lived in St Helier and had lived in St Helier for 5 or 6 years, but they had previously lived in St Peter and they were still on the electoral roll in St Peter. Now, there's ifs and whys and maybe it's about that, but they could go and cast their vote.
I saw that happening to one of my family members, and actually they were registered in St Helier and they got transferred back to St Mary. So, that was really quite efficient of them to have done that straight away. So I was quite impressed with that. And I also think that the kind of thing that you don't have to register by a certain date, you're already automatically registered, puts you in a position that perhaps you will vote after all. In previous elections, if you missed that cut-off date, you might have not have made it into the electoral roll, so you might have gone, it doesn't matter now. Yeah. But I think it probably has increased turnout.
And let's be honest, everybody could wake up this morning and say, hey, it's election day, I feel like voting. And you could go and do it now because you're on the roll whether you like it or not.
Absolutely.
At the very beginning of our programme, we heard from Frankie Golding, who's in St Saviour. Now, St Saviour is another interesting location to be because, of course, we've got a very hotly contested three-way contest for Constable there with the incumbent Kevin Lewis facing challenges from Dave Curtis and Susie Webb. So let's find out what's happening in St Saviour now and catch up with Frankie Golding. Frankie, what's the latest where you are?
Hi, Matthew. It's a slightly drizzly St Saviour evening today. I'm slightly envious of my journalist colleagues who are inside their various parish halls and community centres across the island. I'm just outside St Saviour's Parish Hall here. Yeah, very jealous that I've not had a lovely sunset location. But I tell you what, the atmosphere here is really positive. There's around 17 volunteers here to volunteer for the count. And people haven't just been voting here. Residents have also been coming to vote at Mofont and Georgetown, all for St Saviour. You mentioned there's a hotly contested constable election. You mentioned Kevin Lewis there. He's seeking re-election after over 20 years representing St Saviour as both a deputy and a constable. He's up against Dave Curtis with a similar tenure in the honorary police, and Susie Webb, who's been involved in parish volunteering for decades. For your deputies, people in St Saviour can choose between the sitting representatives. Those are Louise Doublé, Malcolm Ferry, and Reform's Raluca Kovacs, as well as newcomers Chris Leck and Robert Parker, who's a supporter of Value Jersey. Now, Matthew, I know what you really want to know. So far, I've seen 3 dogs, 6 shiny rosettes, and while I'm outside now, I have been assured there is a well-stocked snacks cabinet just inside for me, waiting for me to go in. I hope you've got enough snacks there on the sofa.
Frankie, before I go, what I want to ask is, what's your snack of choice? It's the most important question. But secondly, I noticed the lights have just gone on behind you. Does that mean it's going to be a late nighter there?
Oh, I really hope not. I chatted to lots of the volunteers here and our lovely Jura, and they are hoping we'll be out here by 3, fingers and toes crossed. And my snack of choice, Matthew, I've got some pink lemonade with me, which I'm quite excited for. But I've also bought brownies, salads, those M&S Picky boxes. I've bought them for everyone. So I'm hoping that kind of wins me a bit of favour with the volunteers.
Are you going to schmooze your Durat? That's what you're going to do, isn't it? I just know
that is my plan. I've actually just seen her come out to get me, which means that it is time, hopefully, for me to go inside and take in the sweet warmth as it's getting a bit nippy out here.
Frankie Golding in St Saviour, thank you very much indeed. There we are. You're getting a flavour of how the evening's going to pan out. 3 o'clock. We're hearing from St Saviour. It could be a long night or an early morning. We're here live on BBC Radio Jersey on the BBC iPlayer. If you want, you can actually see what we all look like, and to follow the progress from each of our accounts, we're going to be there live on the radio and in vision. Just search for live and latest on the BBC iPlayer. Scroll along, find a picture of me and click on that, and you'll be able to follow all that's going on in vision. We're also on the BBC Facebook page, and you can see us on the BBC News website and here as well. Right, we haven't been out west yet, have we? Should we go to the west now? As far west as you can get before you fall into the sea and head off to Sark. Let's go to St Juan, and where we can join our reporter, Courtney Sargent. Good evening, Courtney.
Good evening, Matthew. Yep, I'm here in St Juan, where it is currently very quiet. About 5 minutes ago, the ballot boxes were sealed just after the doors closed, and the last few voters who put their names in their boxes had said yes, but it's now gone completely quiet. There's no one here, but I can assure you that they are working very hard upstairs where the count is going underway. And it's going to be done in 3 sections. So first of all, we'll have the senators, then the deputy, and the senators, then constables, then deputy. So not to be confused, you can come back to me and we'll have one vote, then go back, and then the other, and then the other. But also when it comes to the deputies, we'll also have the votes from St Mary and St Peter. So they're going to be counted in their respective parishes. Then the numbers will be sent here and then read out on the stage, which is at the moment empty. But later on this evening, it will have all the people. I've spoken to a few of the candidates who are waiting nervously, but at the moment, all quiet on the Western Front.
Courtney, you're standing in front of a stage. I know you love a song and dance. Are you going to give us 5 minutes, perhaps a tap dance or something, maybe?
It's going to be quite a long evening, so maybe as the night goes on, I'll work a little something and give you maybe a 1-2, maybe a, there we go, a little spin.
Amazing.
If you will, there you go.
Perfect. Lost on the radio, but wonderful on the live stream. Thank you very much. Courtney, before we lose you there, I just want to ask you about that constable's vote, because, of course, Richard Honeycomb, one of 2 candidates to elude me on this election call sofa. We had 92 candidates at the beginning of this campaign. We've still got 92 candidates at the moment because nobody's been elected. 90 of them came and sat with me, but Richard Honeycomb was one of the 2 who didn't. Have you seen him? Is he alive and well?
I have not seen him yet, but I have been told by Adam that you might buy me a drink if I manage to get an interview with him. So fingers crossed there. He has probably the best name in all of politics, but at the moment, I've not seen him yet.
All right,
but if he's here, we will get you, don't you worry.
If there is a drink in it for you, if you can interview Richard Honeycomb, because that'll be the first time in 4 years that he's spoken on BBC Radio Jersey. So thank you very much indeed. He only spoke on 14 occasions in the last States Assembly. Let's put that into some sort of context, shall we? Let's talk to Amar Ibrahim, who's our political reporter, and with me this evening here on the red sofa, unlike Richard Honeycomb or indeed Marcus Troy. Amar, come on, 90 out of 92. I didn't do too badly, did I?
No, you got through nearly all of them, and Richard Honeycomb is elusive. I, in my 2.5 years as political reporter, have never interviewed him. So it's not just you who struggles to pin him down. But, you know, to be devil's advocate here, Matthew, you know, there is a lot. It is unusual when you see some members in the States Assembly who've not spoken at all. Richard Honeycomb's not the only one. I can think of several others who hardly speak. Other constables as well. You know, the retiring constable of St. Lawrence, Deirdre Masborian, she barely spoke either, but that doesn't mean they're not very respected in their parishes. And, you know, I think as a constable in particular, if you don't speak much in the States, you can get away with it if you're very active in your parish. Also, Philip Lesueur, also the retiring as the Constable of Trinity, he barely said a word in the States Assembly. But we know, you know, on planning committees, he's very vocal and, again, very active in his parish. So I think constables can seem to get away with it if they're active enough in their parish. I think deputies, there are more questions to be asked as to why they're not speaking, but politicians who don't speak often, they have been quizzed on it and they say, you know, some politicians are far too much on the other extreme. They talk too much in the States, and there are some regular offenders, Matthew.
We could all name some, couldn't we? Absolutely.
I mean, as you know, Matthew, at every state sitting, I'm sat in our newsroom watching it. I sit through the speeches, and there are definitely some politicians who, when they speak, I know it's a chance for me to have a bit of a comfort break because their speech is going to go on for a very long time. So I think quality over quantity is the important thing, but yes, there is a point where if you're a sitting states member and you're not speaking at all, I think it does raise questions because you are there to be a voice of the people you're representing quite literally, and if you're not saying anything at all, that does raise questions if you're doing that effectively.
3,246 people are on the electoral roll in St. Juan. Potentially each one of those could vote for Richard Honeycomb or for none of the above. If none of the above beats him, what happens?
Well, then there would have to be a by-election, another election, if you like. They'd have to have the whole thing again. So no one would be elected in that case, and then another election would have to be held. So yeah, there might be people who have thought that, you know, a couple of weeks ago that if it's uncontested in my parish, what's the point of voting? But I think there has been concerted efforts to get out the message that another option is you can vote none of the above if someone in your parish or your district is running uncontested. We know that 6 of the 12 constable elections are uncontested. We heard from Frankie Golding earlier, St Saviour, one of the most competitive ones after St Helier with 3 candidates there. But, you know, St one of 6 places where you know, it's uncontested.
But you look at some of the other places, and we're going to go to St John in just a moment. I mean, St Peter and in St Martin, where sitting constables have fought campaigns against none of the above. You know, Richard Vibert and Karen Shenton-Stone have been out campaigning.
Yeah, I think it shows that, you know, none of the above. It does sort of... It is a good sort of fail-safe, if you like, for the democratic process, because it means those constables in those parishes, they can't just have a easy ride through to election campaign. They've got to go out and be campaigning, because I think none of the above, it's quite a powerful protest vote, even more so than just voting for another candidate. And, you know, even if you get a couple of hundred people voting none of the above in your parish, that's not a very good look.
Well, let's go to St John, because there Andy Géant is the sitting constable. He won that 5 years ago in a by-election. He won it again at the last general election, both uncontested. And this third election, he's also uncontested. But let's get a flavour of what's going on in St John now from our reporter, Edie Roberts.
Hi, I'm here in the heart of St John at the parish hall, where they have officially begun their voting counts. There are approximately 3,123 residents, and we don't have yet an estimate of how many people have voted. But speaking to everyone here, it seems to have been a steady flow. I've also been told, although they aren't sure, they believe it's been a higher turnout than previous years. And this was before voting was then promptly shut on time. Outside the parish hall was Andy Jeon, who is seeking re-election for Constable of St John. If re-elected, he says he will prioritise parish responsibilities. And of course, there is a number of volunteers here who have brought cakes, sandwiches, teas and coffees. And I'm told that the senator vote will be announced first, probably in a couple of hours' time, followed then by the constable vote.
Edie, thank you very much indeed. Our reporter Edie Roberts there in St John Parish Hall. So we've begun to get a flavour of how the evening's going to unfold. We've caught up with Elisa Canyas at Deverne Primary School in St Helier North. We've also spoken to Tim Pryor. He's at the Town Hall, which is St Helier South. Then, of course, we heard from Frankie Golding in St Saviour, where there's quite an interesting night panning out there. She said 3 o'clock before we get the final result of the deputies there. And we've just been to St John. So there we are. We've had a flavour of what's going on so far. Let's bring back Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch here on BBC Radio Jersey and live on the BBC News website and BBC iPlayer. It's Election Night with me, Matthew Price. Right, Susanna, what do you get from what we've seen so far from our reporters out and about?
Well, obviously we know it's going to be a long night. We could expect that. I'm on the lookout for St Mary's results, because I think once we have a flavour of what comes out of St Mary's being the smallest parish, you at least know where things are likely to fall and whether the predictions we've all kind of been working on, whether they are kind of correct or not. And, that turnout figure, is it in fact higher? And will that mean that then there's more votes to count, therefore it takes longer than they expect?
So St Mary is significant because it's the smallest electorate. I mean, it's tiny, isn't it? It's almost unviable. 1,500 or thereabouts. It's tiny. So we should get the senatorial result from there pretty quickly.
We should hope so. And, it brings back that whole conversation about the constables that don't necessarily participate and don't speak in the States. We've had a constable in St Mary elected on 400 votes at the last election. It's a very, very small base. And actually you do have to ask those questions as, what is the kind of democratic legitimacy for somebody to be elected on 400 votes and sit in the States and have a voting count as any other state's member.
To St Mary's credit, it is a three-way fight for constable. David Johnson, the incumbent, he said, I might not stand again if somebody younger than me stands. So Ivor Barrett, who's about 18 months younger than him, stands, and he's in his late 70s. And then Mark Anthony Baker comes along, and he's my age, so he's 61. I mean, none of them are in the first flush of youth, are they?
No, I mean, obviously there's always jokes about St Mary's being a slightly kind of more, an older parish. But
one foot in the grave, as it is.
And you do have to kind of ask the question as to why are we not being able to attract younger people into those roles of constables. And I think it's got a lot to do with the fact that a constable role is normally somebody who comes through the parish system, procureurs, sometimes there would have been chef de police, those kind of roles. And I don't think we're getting a lot of younger people into those roles. St John's probably being the one parish that's bucking the trend a little bit on that. Andy Jehan has done an amazing job of really kind of galvanising his community. And, I was in the Royal Court a couple of years back, and, there was a kind of a string of people being elected for various different positions in St John's. So, we do need to do more to attract younger people to those parish roles, to make a kind of participate in their community, so that then they can feel empowered to go for those roles of constables later on.
Patrick, what do you make of what you've seen so far from around the parishes?
Well, I think it's very interesting on the constables to start with, because I think Susanna's absolutely right. A lot of constable elections, it's people who've come through the system, whether the honorary police or procureurs. But that's the different thing with St Helier, where St Helier has 3 sitting deputies who haven't got a history in the town hall, and I think a fourth candidate who hasn't either. I know Mark de Chevalier has been on the Roads Committee, and that's a very But the thing that just occurred to me as we were discussing that was the fact that there are 30,000 people in St Helier on the electoral roll who will be represented by one person, and there'll be one person representing 1,500, 2,000 people in St Mary. And that goes back to that democratic deficit and whether...
So Cecil Clothier had the answer to all of this 25 years ago, though, didn't he?
He did, and we've been around, and I think, as you've said before, the last words in his report were, "Don't cherry pick my report," and that's exactly what we've done. And now we've got a kind of a mix-up, bits of his and bits of the past, and it is difficult. But I do know why people in St Helier do feel like they are disadvantaged by this system.
How would you manage to balance that? If we're wedded to each parish having a constable, how do you balance the fact that, one constable in St Mary with 1,500 voters has the same power in the States Assembly as one constable in St Helier with 30,000 voters?
Well, it's very hard to do so whilst we've got the constables in, but I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. One thing that just occurs to me, because we talked here tonight about having 14 counts taking place. So that's obviously the 12 parishes, but with the 3, St Helier North, South and Central having their individual counts. Could it be actually a suggestion that if you're going to keep the constables, that there may be a constable for North, Central and South to bring more representation?
15 constables?
14, yes.
14,
yes. Well, it's one thing, but I think that goes back to the discussion about deputies and senators as well, because that was one of the ideas to give St Helier a bit more representation when you had just the deputies, but now we've gone back to senators, so that's taken that away a bit as well.
In America, this would be called gerrymandering, wouldn't it?
It could possibly be so, yes.
You're listening to Election Call on BBC Radio Jersey, and we're live on the BBC iPlayer as well and the BBC News website. We've been talking about St Helier. Let's round off our counts in St Helier. Let's go to Rouge-Brion School, St Helier Central, and Ray Vivian. What's the atmosphere there with you tonight? Ray, can you tell us what's happening at Rouge-Brion for us this evening? We'll come back to Ray in just a moment or two. We saw them briefly. We'll catch up with them very, very shortly indeed. Susanna, this idea of equal representation, easier said than done then, isn't it?
Well, I think we had it pretty well sussed out at the previous election. The previous system was better than this one. It's creating, a slight imbalance in the system. You have the constituency of Greville and St Martin. It only elects 2 in there, and it either it's got to be done by numbers, or it's got to be done by zones. And I think we're in that situation where we're kind of now almost doing it a bit of both. Yeah. And I'm not sure that's correct. And the conversation of the constables in the chamber is one that, I think it's in practice is one thing. The reality of our system and our kind of the traditions we're wedded to means that it's impossible to kind of divide that equally.
It's not going to change any time soon. And Patrick, you have said on this sofa in Election Call that we shouldn't really change things now for the next 2 election cycles.
Well, I think so. Much as, like Susanna, I'm not a fan of the system we've got of this election, but if you change it again, it just creates more confusion. And I think the worldwide standard is that if you are going to change electoral systems, that you keep whatever the one you have for 2 electoral cycles. And that's why I think with this one, with the rushing in of the senators, it should really have waited till the next cycle, but we're obviously where we are, and I would suggest we keep this one, much as I'm not a great fan of it, for the next cycle as well.
The first mention of Frank Walker's favourite phrase. I remember when he was Chief Minister. First he was the President of Policy and Resources, then he became our very first Chief Minister. He always used to say, well, we are where we are, Matthew. And then I had nowhere else to go after that, really. Let's bring in Amar Ibrahim. Amar, our political reporter here, of course. What have you made of what we've seen so far and the flavour that we're getting from the different parishes that we've been visiting?
Well, I think one thing nearly every reporter has said is that the outlook for turnout is quite promising. So I think that's sort of the big positive to take so far. I know you have just sort of been discussing constables there. One thing we had Iron Election producer Adam, when we were sort of going around the island for quite a few weeks, in every parish we went to, there's a strong feeling that they don't want their constables to be ministers. And obviously we saw in this political term, you had Constable Andy Jeon as Infrastructure Minister, and you had Constable Peter Vibert as... Richard Vibert,
in
sorry.
St Peter, yeah.
In St Peter, Richard Vibert as Minister for Children. And it was quite an interesting discussion that came up. And, Constable Jehan said this time he won't take on a ministerial role, I believe, if he is elected. He said at that time, because of what happened with the vote of no confidence in Christina Moore's government, he felt a bit of a responsibility.
He was her campaign manager when she got elected as Chief Minister. So,
yes,
yeah.
Well, I mean, one of the most dramatic friendship breakups I think we've seen in Jersey politics there. But I think it is interesting with constables, this discussion of, should they solely focus on their parish, or if they are in the States, which they are, should they be allowed to serve? Should it be okay for them to serve as ministers if the opportunity?
Or even Chief Minister. You could be Constable and Chief Minister.
Of course, and Chief Minister. And, going back to, Patrick raised a point about the change to senators and all that talk of, representation. And that was such a big part of that debate. And I remember there was this moment where Alex Curtis, who is running for deputy in St Clement tonight, he did this whole speech explaining how voter equity was going to be disrupted by reintroducing senators. Now, Matthew, I'd like to think I can articulate a lot of arguments politicians make back to you, but that one was very complex, but he made it so simple, but no other politician could explain voter equity in the way he could. And then you had Reform Jersey bringing a proposition to get rid of constables because they said that would be fairer if you're bringing back senators. So this gets a really messy argument about representation, and it's so technical and so above everyone's heads that I think Patrick is right there. If you are going to change the system again, it has to be in quite a few years.
But let's talk about changing the system, because they had 3 goes in this last assembly to bring the senators back. Finally, Elaine Miller brought it back, but there were sort of 2 stalled attempts, and then it was third time lucky, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I think it was just one vote in it. A very, very
almost a ring binder moment, wasn't there?
Yeah, and it was quite surreal in some ways. Deputy Elaine Miller. It's been quite an impressive, this was her first term. She was Social Security Minister and then Treasury Minister, quite admired by her colleagues, but she's someone who's always very much about evidence and numbers. But with this,
she's a lawyer by profession.
But her justification for bringing this was a few people on the doors said it was important. Now, some will say that's very valid, but I think others in the States felt that wasn't a good enough reason to bring it. There was a feeling it was went against the advice of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association of when you change electoral system, it was a bit too close to the bone. It was seen by Elaine Miller and others who championed it that it would improve democracy because you're bringing back the election-wide mandate. Hold
that thought. There's lots more to talk on that one. I want to talk some more about that in just a moment. That's Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter. We're going out about around the parishes. Now, this next location is going to be interesting. We're going to see a new constable in Trinity. Philip Le Sueur is stepping down. 2 candidates have come forward to try to succeed him. We're also going to get the declaration for St John, St Lawrence and Trinity deputies coming from this particular patch. And as Chris Craddock can explain, it's going to be an interesting evening. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Matthew. Yes, as you have been talking about, this will be where the fate of Kirsten Morel will be decided. He has been the centre of the discussions for the deputies vote at Trinity. So we know that, he is the Economic and Development Minister. He was the person in charge of the decision around the ferries and awarding the contract to DFDS. And if you look on social media and what Kirsten Morel's been posting, he's been getting a lot of negative feedback on that decision. Now, will that affect him? Vote, he hasn't gone for a position, so it might be that in the parishes of Trinity, St Lawrence and St John, he's done enough to convince those voters here that he is a very worthy candidate for their vote. But he's up against Hilary June, who is also returning and standing again for deputy of this district. And there's 2 new candidates going through and putting their votes for their feet forward for their position. So you've got Philip Romerell, who of course is very well known in Jersey's business sector, and you've got Peter McLinden even, who many will know from his radio show on Channel 103. So 2 quite big names within the community sphere in the islands, and then you've got a returning statesman and Deputy Hilary June going up against Kirsten Morel as well. So four candidates for 3 seats. it could be tricky for the former minister.
Yeah, let's wait and see. And what about that Constable poll? Because Philip Le Sueur is stepping down. He has the distinction of being the only member of the Alliance Party to be elected at the last election. The Alliance-led government was what the opposition always said about John Le Fondre and his team, and they lost spectacularly 4 years ago. Philip Le Sueur came through, he won, and as soon as he got back into the States, he resigned from the party. Who's going to succeed him there?
So it's a contested Constable vote here. You've got Steve Deluge going up against Andy Howe, and Andy Howe was actually a deputy here before, and now she's going for Constable. Also was a former health assistant minister, and I believe, as you and Mar have been discussing about Constable roles within the States Assembly, it'll be very interesting to see if Andy Howe is elected as Constable of Trinity, whether she'll take up that position again as Assistant Health Minister. She was recently praised by the Health Minister Tom Binney for her role in bringing forward changes within the health service. So a very interesting battle going on there, and also very interesting about what the future could hold for the Constable, for the next Constable, for the new Constable of Trinity.
Thank you very much indeed. We know there's going to be a new Constable in Trinity, Chris Craddock there, but also that very interesting play out for deputy there, St John, St Lawrence and Trinity, one of the districts, 9 districts, going to elect 3 out of 4 candidates there. Amar Ibrahim, do you think Kirsten Morell's done enough to hold on in there?
It's very, very hard to predict, but my feeling is he will probably just about be okay. I've spoken to some of his fellow politicians. He is still very well respected in the States Assembly by a lot of his political colleagues, and they say he's very good at hustings. He is very impressive when he speaks. He can make his argument very well. We know, it's well documented, that at times he has lost his temper with political colleagues, and they say, he can switch quite quickly. When it comes to ferries, that has sort of been the millstone around his neck. It has sort of never left him. Now, at the time, he made quite a convincing case as to why he didn't want to go with Condor. He outlined the issues with their finances, the issues with their reliability. And that was obviously a really low point for inter-island relations. But I still think at that time, the Council of Ministers felt his decision made sense. They backed him, they supported him. But DFDS have had a really bumpy ride. They're a company with a big international reputation. I don't think we anticipated that they would struggle as much in a place like Jersey when they operate in so many different parts of the world. And it seems that every delayed ferry, every cancelled ferry, every inter-island route that doesn't come off...
It's all Kirsten Morell's fault.
It's all Kirsten Morell's fault. And you have seen a huge change in his demeanour. He is very spiky with the media. He is very prickly.
Rude, some would say.
Yes, he is quite rude. Now, of course, it's important to say he does get a lot of grief on social media, and ferries has been one of the biggest political stories of the term. So it's in the media a lot. So you can to some degree understand his frustration because he feels that he has been made to carry the can. I know privately he feels that he's not had enough support from fellow council and ministers. But I think, given his experience, given his confidence in the way he speaks, given the way he still, I think, quite well articulates that this decision could pay off in the long term. Even the Chief Minister predicted DFDS might have a bumpy ride to begin with. So I think as long as he can convince people, if he's been able to convince people in St Lawrence, Trinity and St John there that, the ferries will pay off and it wasn't just all on him, then I think he should just about be okay. And in the States, he plays quite an important role. He was, of course, a key part of Christina Moore's government, but then also a big part of Lyndon Farnham's government. And they're not that many people. There's Tom Binney and Elaine Miller who fall into that, but obviously Tom Binney brought down Christina Moore's government. So in that sense, he's got quite wide respect in the States Assembly. But right now, it's not about the respect he has in the States. It's the respect he has amongst people in that district.
You say respect in the States, yet he was still pulled up for his treatment of a fellow States member, wasn't he, and reprimanded for it?
Yes, absolutely. And that was a real a low point for him and something he acknowledged. But I think also the fact that he's been able to bounce back from that, I don't think many States members probably would be able to. And I think, there was a sense that once Christina Moore's government was brought down, other than Elaine Miller, there was no one who really got a good ministerial position in Lyndon Farnham's government, but Kirsten Morell was trusted with a big brief. So I think, yes, he has certainly had his very bad moments. I don't think there's any politician really who's had as kind of a roller coaster of a political term as Kirsten Morell.
Could he be a useful scapegoat then for this?
Well, I think he has, to a large degree. He would say he has been made the scapegoat. You had his assistant minister, Deputy Moz Scott, on, who is stepping down from the States Assembly. We know that she's made very clear she did not approve of his decision. She did not support what he was doing. But so I think, to a large extent, he has been left out to dry. The sitting chief minister, Deputy Lyndon Farnham, he's been credited with bringing people together. He's managed to get members of Reform Jersey and Tom Binney around the same table, and Ian Gores. That's no mean feat. But one thing he has been criticised is he's let his ministers really take the flak for a lot of things. You saw it with Lindsay Feltham and the Jersey Employment Trust. It seems that, Deputy Farnham did step away a lot of times when bad press came on and let the ministers handle it.
Well, we'll come on to that, no doubt, with our guests, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch, in just a moment or two. Election call live tonight with the results as they come in. Still no results yet. We're nearly an hour since the polls closed. It's coming up to 5 to 9. Let's find out what it was like out during the vote today. The polls opened at 8 o'clock this morning. They closed 55 minutes ago. Anecdotally, we're hearing quite a good turnout. Our reporter Gemma Daubney has been out and about around the island, gauging the flavour and the attitude of people going to vote.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Vote every time. I think it's really important, and very happy to be here. It's everyone's very friendly, and it's simple and straightforward. So why wouldn't you?
There is no point to have an opinion and a view unless you participate on it and voting for the person, the candidate that you think shares the same views with you.
I've certainly, in my family, it's always been kind of I suppose, instilled that it's important to take an active interest in local politics, and so I have always been encouraged to do that, and so we'll be encouraging my children when the time comes as well, and hoping to see lots of young people out having their say.
I suppose it was easy with the automatic voter registration. That was a big thing, I think, because you didn't have to sort of organise yourself and you could sort of turn up on the day. That, and I suppose with my age group, it's the first time voting, so it's sort of exciting in that sense.
It was mostly the candidates that align with my personal views, making sure the youth are getting everything they can do in Jersey, and making sure equality is one of their top priorities.
I want to see people on a community working as a team and a community and thinking about the future for younger generations and not just thinking about the present now and then. That makes sense.
Looking for changes what Jersey needs, we know our issues, housing and health, and so just looking for candidates which can do something to improve those aspects.
I have a child now, so I'm a little bit more interested in sort of what people have talked about in community spaces and for families and things like that. So whereas before it was generally just the environment, but this time around a bit more focus on families.
What about Sunday voting? Is that something that you've enjoyed this year? Do you think it's impacted your decision to vote?
No, it did make it a little bit easier, I think, because we've all seem to have free time on a Sunday, don't we? So enjoyed the experience, and what a turnout. It's been great, isn't it? Far better than I expected.
It's been good, I think. Obviously the turnout today, we came earlier and it was absolutely mobbed, so it's good to see actually people getting out.
I didn't mind either way. I'd be here no matter what day of the week it was. I definitely think I was a bit more likely to forget with it being on a Sunday. We have 2 young children and it's been a bit of a carnage day, but we've also escaped bath time by coming to vote, so that was worth it.
Gemma Daubney out and about around the parishes today, getting a flavour of what it was like to go and vote. Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, is with me here on BBC Radio Jersey and on the BBC iPlayer as we bring you Election Night live. What's the feeling when you were out and about today? What did it feel like?
There was quite a nice optimism, I think, and it felt like, I think what makes Jersey so special is when you go to any event that attracts a lot of people, you really get reminded of that community spirit. And I think, I could see the volunteers at the different polling stations were quite surprised. They were at St Helier North. One of the volunteers said, "God, this queue is never ending," and there was that real feeling, and again, we don't have the turnout figures yet, so we are only judging by what we've seen at polling stations, but as you saw in Gemma's report there as well, it is looking, this early signs are positive. I think votes.je and I think also candidates as well have realised that turnout is one of the big challenges in Jersey, and I think there's been a huge effort to kind of improve the democratic culture. And over the last few weeks I've been speaking a lot with Chris Pitch, who works professor at Nottingham University Business School and has studied Jersey politics a lot, and he told me what's really important is to create a better democratic culture in Jersey. And I think even if the turnout isn't quite what we hope from seeing the queues at the polling stations, I think we can say there's been a better democratic culture. I was speaking to members of the Jersey Youth Assembly, I was speaking to young people out in St Helier and St Clement, and they told me that, you know, people have been coming into their schools from the Statesgraph and talking to them, doing mock elections, and that's a big reason they're voting. But also social media, you're seeing politicians get more savvy with TikTok. So I think all those things and the Sunday voting have all chipped in a bit to see longer queues at the polling stations.
That's really quite interesting. And do you think, you know, the conversations that we've been having on this red sofa have also contributed?
Didn't want to take any credit from the work you've done, Matthew, or the work we've done at BBC Jersey, but I think, you know, to be able to in this multimedia age to stream the election calls, we've been doing some social media explainers. I think other media, to their credit, have also been doing that. I think the media have also realised sort of the challenge of political apathy and the complexity of Jersey's political system, especially with the addition of the senators again. So I think all media have made quite a conscious effort really to explain the different complexities of Jersey politics, and obviously election call, where you've spoken to every candidate bar Richard Honeycomb and Marcus Troy, I think has been a great way for people to get a sense of what their candidates are standing for beyond the hustings.
Well, we're going to be speaking to Carl Walker, who's the newly appointed editor of the Jersey Evening Post, in the next hour. He'll be joining us here on the Red Sofa and see what he thinks about the media landscape and how it's covered the election. This is Election Night Live on 88.8 FM, on BBC Sounds, on the BBC iPlayer, the BBC News website and the BBC Jersey Facebook page. It's 9 o'clock. Well, let's get an update on the latest news headlines this election night from Laura Price. Hello, Laura.
Hi, Matthew. Polls have now closed in Jersey's general election and counting is underway. It's the first time there's been an election on a Sunday. 49 seats up for grabs with 92 candidates standing. People have cast their votes between 8 o'clock this morning and 8 p.m. this evening, with pre-poll voting and postal voting last week. Almost 85,000 people are eligible to vote in this election. The first results are expected in the next few hours and we'll bring you those as they come in. And your election night weather, if you're out and about this evening waiting for results, mainly cloudy with a chance of the odd light shower at times, with wind south to southwest, light force 2 or 3, increasing light force 3 to moderate force 4 later, and a minimum temperature tonight of 12 degrees. That's the latest, Matthew. I'll have more for you later on.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura. And of course, Laura's got an early alarm call. She'll be on BBC Radio Jersey with breakfast and all the results and analysis that you need tomorrow between 6 and 10. Make sure you join her. Right, we have reporters at 14 counts right around the island. We've had a flavour of some of them so far. Let's go to St Brelard now and to Rhys Thomas. Hello, Rhys.
Hi, I'm Matthew. Yes, I'm at Communicare. This is somewhere I don't think I've been since I was a kid at nursery in the mid-2000s. Sometimes in politics in Jersey, things don't change too quickly, and that's certainly the case here, because back in 2005, the race for constable, it was Mike Jackson versus Steve Pallett. Fast forward 21 years, I've grown up a little bit, but the race is still Mike Jackson versus Steve Pallett. The final voters here were running in to have their say right up to polls closing at 8 o'clock. The queue then was rather small, but I'm told earlier in the day, as we've been hearing in other constituencies too, the queue was snaking right out the door with people waiting to have their say. Behind me, you can probably see a couple long tables, an army's worth, 34 volunteers ready to do all the counting, sandwiches, tea and biscuits all at the ready. There is a bit of a delay tonight because we're still waiting on the ballots to arrive from the other polling station in this district, expecting those imminently. The count's going to begin with just the ballots here at Communicare. First, though, making an already long night fairly long already. As for deputies, only 4 candidates standing for 3 seats. That doesn't sound too interesting on the surface, but it's been a bit of a battleground between Value Jersey and Reform Jersey. We heard some hostility between the candidates on our own election call programme, you'll remember, Matthew, as well as in the hustings too. Aligning himself with Value Jersey, Gabriel Raimondo, the 18-year-old hoping to become Jersey's youngest ever politician. Reform Jersey's John Young and Monty Tadyer, alongside the independent Jonathan Renniff, make up the other two as well. They've just poured some of the ballots out on the table beside me, as you can probably just see in the background. And just last thing to mention, in the Senator's race, I've seen Helen Miles here. She's, of course, an outgoing St Brelard deputy, hoping to do well in her home district. So plenty of stories to follow here in St Brelard, Matthew, and I'll keep you all up to date along the way.
Reese, I've just seen a man behind you eating a sandwich. It looked pretty tasty. Is the level of snacks pretty good there? I mean, we're hearing they're pretty nice in St Saviour at the moment.
It's pretty good. Well, I mean, there's a waft of tunas sort of overtaken the room. So that's definitely one of the options. There's ham and cheese sandwiches too, some crisps, some water, and I've even been offered some sweets. I've got my own in the car, so I'll probably come and add them to the collection as well.
Reese, thank you very much indeed. Reese Thomas there in St Brelard for us. As I say, there are 14 counts this evening. We'll get the 12 parish constables, the 12 senatorial counts. How that works is each parish declares, we tot up the figures, and then you have an overall winner. And the first 9 in that poll are elected as senator, and the other 8 fall by the wayside. That's still to come. Still no results as yet, but my guests this evening are Susanna Rolls, political analyst, and Patrick Lynch, Chief Executive of Caritas Jersey. Let's talk a little bit about St Brelard, because Patrick, you were in St Brelard this morning. Come on, it's gone now. The polls are shut. We can't influence anybody. What are you hearing?
Well, I've heard that Gabriel Raimondo seems to have been polling very well. That's the anecdotal evidence from people who were there. His group seem quite confident, and all indications are that he will take a seat.
That's really interesting, because again we've seen the redistribution of seats with the creation of senators. Helen Miles deciding to leave the district to try her luck with an island-wide mandate. Jonathan Renniff looking to be re-elected. Monty Tadyer again for Reform Jersey, and they brought in John Young as another Reform candidate, a former planning minister, of course, and a former statesman where he stood as an independent, a former St Brelard deputy in the days. Yeah. He was down at St Aubin. He was representing that bit of St Brelard when it was a separate constituency. Do you think he's not cut through then?
Well, all the information I'd received is that Gabriel Raimondo is polling very well. It wasn't differentiating between the other 3, but as Jonathan and Monty are the sitting deputies, you would think, if that is the case, that John Young would be the one most at risk.
Gabriel Raimondo, you're, in another life, you're chair of governors of Victoria College. A former Victoria College student. Up until the 28th of May, he was only 17 years of age. He's now 18, eligible for election. What do you make of all of this?
Well, I think St Brelard is an interesting district to look at. You know, I think Jonathan Renniff there is possibly the safest of all the deputies. Monty Tadyer's win last time was pretty marginal. He only won it by 47 votes. So it doesn't feel to me like Reform have got the stronghold that they think they do to field 2 candidates in that particular constituency. And I think Gabriel has kind of really come through as almost the protest vote, because you really had 2 Reform candidates. If you're against Reform, you have 3 deputies to choose from. Who are you going to vote for if you want to vote against Reform in that sense? So I think that then means that he cuts through in a way that actually he might not have cut through if it was a more diverse field, or if, for instance, he had stood against Helen Miles, Moz Scott, etc., that stood last time. So I think it benefited him as a kind of young newcomer to be in a field that there aren't that many candidates to choose from.
But do you think he's got what it takes to be a states member?
I think he's run a really interesting campaign, and he's managed to stay fairly calm in the face of the things that were constantly being thrown at him, in the sense of his posters being defaced and destroyed and etc.
He had a picture of his dog on his poster, didn't he?
He did. Dogs at polling stations and dog and candidate posters always help. And Lyndon Farnham is one of those people that always has pictures of him with his dog, because he knows
and his grandchildren. I notice he's been politicising his grandchildren this time around.
All the children with the rosettes, the whole lot. Absolutely. I don't know. I think we will have to wait and see what kind of states member he comes up to be. And we mustn't forget that Sam Mezek was only 23 years old, fresh out of university when he was elected, and he's still going. So, you know, you might have somebody young, but that actually make sensible decisions. We'll just have to wait.
I wish I could pull down 60 grand a year when I was 18.
Well, that is the other question that we've always kind of talked about, the pay of states members. There are some states members that we probably could suggest that they wouldn't be earning that amount of money in the private sector if they weren't states members. So, and then
there are other states members who could be earning a lot more. I mean, Moss Scott sat here and said that she was going to go back into law because she'd put her career on hold and taken a substantial cut in income to serve our community. Patrick Lynch, I mean, this idea of being 18 and being a states member, I mean, OK, it's nice to have the youth perspective, but to get in on a protest vote, it doesn't shows a paucity of selection, of choice, doesn't it?
Well, I think in St Brelade's it's been a very different election, as we've touched on. Last time you had Moss Scott, who's retired. You had Helen Miles, who's running for senator. You had Steve Pallett, who's now running for constable, who was just behind Monty Tadier in 5th place. So it was a much more competitive race there. But I think you've also got to look at the 4 politicians in question, and Gabriel Raimondo is the only really right of centre politician, because obviously you've got the 2 Reform candidates plus Jonathan Renouf, who you'd probably say is left of centre or centre, and so if people are looking,
but the centre in Jersey is to the right anyway, isn't it?
Indeed, but he was something different in terms of political perspective there. But the interesting thing, you talk about the salaries and stuff, I think at the St Brelade's hustings he advocated for younger people having half the minimum wage or half the salary of older people.
That's very nice of him to give half of his salary back then.
So it may be that he takes 30,000, leaves the other 30,000. But we'll see.
At 18, 30 grand is not bad either.
It's not bad either, no.
Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey and on the BBC iPlayer with Matthew Price and my guests. We have reporters at all of the counts. We haven't been east for a while. Let's go through the tunnel, through the mist and the fog, and emerge into St Clement, where we can catch up with Rosanna Leconte.
Hi Matthew, I'm here outside St Clement Parish Hall, where the polls have been busy all day. There were queues out the front door. People were driving to the car park, struggling to find a parking space. And I've been speaking to the volunteers here, and apparently it was like that all day. They described it as a footfall off the charts. So perhaps an early indication of whether or not Sunday voting has been successful in improving voter turnout. Only time will tell on that one. And now, St Clement is the smallest parish by land area on the island, but it is quite population dense. Particularly, there's been some growth in the last decade with the development of some big housing estates, including homes for first-time buyers and social housing. There's also 2 primary schools in this parish and 1 secondary school, and there are plenty of sports facilities. So it might be small, but St Clement certainly has lots to offer. So tonight we will be finding out who will be taking care of it for the next 4 years. Now, there are 7 candidates going for 3 deputy seats, so it's quite contested. Now, that is down from 4 seats in the previous political term, and out of those 4, Sir Philip Balash is retiring. He is stepping down from politics after a career in States Assembly spanning 5 decades. And then the other 3, Deputy Alex Curtis, Deputy Barbara Ward and Deputy Karen Wilson, are all seeking re-election. Now, there are also 4 other candidates for deputy this year. There's Lindsay Ash, who has previously served as deputy of St Clement, and then we've also got some fresh faces in the mix. We've got Noah Jervis, Mick Robbins and Joanne van der Merwemaan. They are all new to the candidacy this year. Noah Jervis and Mick Robbins are representing Reform Jersey, and all the other candidates are representing themselves as independent candidates. Now, it's quite a different story for the candidacy for Constable. There is only 1 candidate running, and that is Marcus Troy, the current serving Constable of St Clement. He is seeking re-election, and he is an independent candidate running unopposed. So it will be quite an interesting result tonight with 4 roles and 8 candidates. Half of them will be upset at the end of the night. The count is on.
Rosanna, thank you very much indeed. Rosanna Leconte there outside St Clement Parish Hall. We have reporters at 14 counts this evening, bringing you up to date with the results as they come in. We're expecting, of course, each of the parishes to declare their senatorial results first, then their constable's results, followed by the results for deputy. Of course, the deputies are being elected in 9 districts, so some parish halls will count their votes and then transfer those numbers to the holding hall, if you like, where there's a central hub where that deputy result will be declared. I'm joined on the sofa this evening by Amar Ibrahim, by Susanna Rolls and by Patrick Lynch, my guests who will give us insight as the evening unfolds. But let's just pause for a moment and consider this election in the round. It was hoped, wasn't it, that moving polling to Sunday would increase voter engagement, and anecdotally that may well have happened. We'll have to wait and see. But in the meantime, we did have the unhappy label placed upon us here in Jersey that we have some of the lowest voter engagement anywhere in Western Europe. So what does that mean? Are we apathetic when it comes to going to the polls? Here's our political reporter, Amar Ibrahim.
I've been there 38 years and every time I voted, right, nothing changes.
Nothing changes?
Nothing changes.
There's a problem with Jersey's elections. Not many people vote. Over the last 30 years, turnout has averaged 44%, one of the lowest in the world.
Will anything change for the worse if I don't vote? Probably not.
No one listens anyway, so it's like, what's the point?
In Jersey, you can vote from the age of 16, but turnout among 16 to 35-year-olds is particularly low. At the last election, it was 17%.
Just don't know very much about it, so I don't really think I should vote if I don't really know anything about it, to be honest.
Yeah, and what about you? Will you vote?
I don't think I'm not sure yet, but haven't really had time to look over the people that I would be voting for, so I'll probably end up not voting.
Some feel the solution lies in the classroom, with more emphasis on educating young people about politics.
I think that candidates and people involved in the election should come to places like schools a lot more often, where children and young people are, or even at the moment libraries. I have heard of some people coming to libraries and talking about the election, but that's where everyone is at the minute because of exams and things. So it's just really getting out into the community and talking to young people face to face.
You don't remember that fine? You did. They did.
Members of Jersey's Youth Assembly feel that political engagement with young people has improved.
I don't have any reference to any previous elections, but I think there has been an increase in engagement with young people, maybe because of who's running. There's people who are quite popular with the youth or not popular, and so that sort of, it brings attention.
I think voter turnout will increase, but an issue is a lot of young people. I mean, I'm going to university this year, but I'm staying for the election. I'm going in September, but I think a lot of people would choose not to vote because a lot of issues wouldn't be solved for them. You know, they're moving to the UK for uni, and that would turn them off from voting as they wouldn't see any results.
So I think the problem is that a lot of young people don't feel like their voices are represented by politicians, and they don't think that politicians' policies address their issues in Jersey, for example. So I think that politicians maybe targeting more of a youthful audience means that people feel seen.
This time, politicians have tried to do something to get more people to the polls. Sunday voting. The hope is that having the voting day on a weekend will drive up turnout amongst students, working people and families. Think it'll make a difference?
I think it will, yeah. Who knows? I hope so.
Sundays are usually a day for rest, so will people get out? I don't know.
There are many issues for the next set of politicians to address, but getting people to believe that politics can make their life better is arguably one of their biggest challenges. Amar Ibrahim, BBC Channel Islands News, Jersey.
Election Night live on the BBC, on television, on radio and online with me, Matthew Price. I mentioned earlier that the media has an important role to play in Jersey's elections. Let's bring in the newly appointed editor of the Jersey Evening Post, Carl Walker. Good evening to you, Carl. How's the election been for you and your team at the JEP?
Hi, Matthew. Nice to hear from you. Yeah, it's been a really interesting campaign. Obviously, trying to do that bit that we've all been trying and covering all of the hustings meetings, trying to be as impartial as possible, but also trying to probe and ask those important questions that we feel readers and listeners and viewers and islanders want to know.
And that's important, isn't it? Because where you've got a system with so many independent candidates, trying to nail jelly to the wall is pretty tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, it has been tricky. And as we know, this has been quite, as Patrick and Susanna have been saying there, and Ibrahim, it's been a divisive campaign. It has been controversial. Now, is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? It's not the style of election campaigning that we're used to in Jersey, that we've seen over the years. However, as anecdotally it seems to be suggesting, are we seeing a bigger turnout? Has it fueled, maybe has it motivated people, spurred them into action that they wanted to vote because they are against a certain candidate or they're for a certain candidate? So I think the proof will be in the pudding as we see those results starting to roll in, especially in the urban parishes.
I think that will be really significant. Wearing your other hat as chair of the Consumer Council, I mean, the big issue has been this idea of a cut price supermarket. Will it fly?
It's difficult. It's difficult. Some of the campaigning, I have to say, some of the reasons or the excuses for that cut price supermarket, that bottom dollar, have been a bit misleading. It's not always just down, the impression sometimes has been that the government is blocking one of these supermarkets coming in. That's not the case, really. It's the model, it's that business model that they have to try and get round, because different tax systems, different wages, different rents, all of those things. They're using some of the Scottish Islands as examples that the cheaper supermarkets can survive there, but of course they are then grant funded or subsidised, and certainly the ferries are. It's a different model. It's not quite apples with apples.
It's really interesting, isn't it, how things suddenly get spun in social media. I remember on one of the election calls reading out a statement from Lidl UK, which is basically a PR puff, and suddenly it says BBC Radio Jersey is promoting the fact that they're interested in coming to Jersey. All they said was that we'll keep our options open.
Exactly. I think I can remember doing stories years ago when I was at the JP about Wetherspoons maybe coming over. These sorts of places, even Primark, they don't say no. They say, oh yeah, we're keeping our options open. It's good PR for them. It's good business. And then obviously now we've seen political parties jump on that. So it's one to watch, and it's going to be interesting to see whether the electorate has bought into that, or whether they've seen more questions than answers with the whole Value Jersey movement. That's been something that we've been trying to focus on this last week or two with within the JP newsroom as well.
What's really interesting, Carl, is that this election relies on the media to share what's been going on. Tell me what you've got planned at the JEP, because we're going to be able to buy the paper tomorrow, aren't we?
That's right. Well, we've pushed what they call the off-stone, or the time that we go to print. We've pushed that as late as we possibly can. So that's going to be well into the early hours, hopefully around 4 a.m. So we'll be producing that sort of 4 a.m. election special. And then we still have many thousands of people that look to our e-edition. So that's the edition that people will be used to looking at on an iPad or a phone or whatever it is, where you can physically turn the pages. We'll keep going and produce that when those last results come in, and make sure we get that reaction to those results. And on top of that, we've got the usual websites. We've got with both the Bailiwick Express and the JEP and the app, and of course we're glued to the iPlayer, watching you guys in the corner as well.
Thank you, Carl. I mean, the thing I want to ask you is, I haven't been able to find Marcus Troy or Richard Honeycomb. Have you had better luck?
Well, no, I can't see them in here, so we'll have to keep looking somewhere else. Try half the par.
Carl, thank you very much indeed. Carl Walker there, the newly appointed editor of the Jersey Evening Post, and we wish them well with their coverage, and you can pick up your copy of the paper tomorrow, of course. And he's also, of course, known as Consumer Carl. He's the chair of the Consumer Council here in Jersey. Well, the smallest parish in Jersey in terms of population numbers is St Mary. We are anticipating a declaration from St Mary in the next half hour or so. So the first senatorial vote will be really interesting, because traditionally the trend in senatorial voting is pretty evenly spread across the island, with the exception perhaps of St Helier. Our reporter Emma Jane Blackman is in St Mary, and we'll be going to her very, very shortly. But in the meantime, let's just bring in Amar Ibrahim there. Very interesting what Carl was saying there about the cut price supermarket, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's been so much discussion around this since it was sort of, I guess, dropped by Value Jersey as their solution, if you like, or one of their flagship solutions to the cost of living. And I think a lot of the discussion centred around, we've had people like Samantha Gleave say, of course, it's not going to be as cheap as a Lidl or an Aldi in the UK, but it will still be cheaper than the other supermarkets here. And she's argued that, there are lots of other parts of their business model that lead to cheaper products. But I'm not sure, there's still huge scepticism around it. And you heard Carl there discussing it. And that statement you mentioned from Lidl, it was very much we're looking into it. It seems we're still unclear. It doesn't seem there's been that real concrete interest where it makes you think that these supermarkets think it's feasible. And so that, I think, is why this policy has sort of been scrutinised so much, because there is this feeling amongst many people that it's not really possible. And we had Philip Lesueur, the outgoing Constable of Trinity.
Chair of Planning,
and he's saying there hadn't been any kind of significant application or any application at all. Lidl did say to us, when we put an email to them, that Jersey's a place they're interested in. But as Carl said there, that's what supermarkets say.
Yes, it really is. But all credit to Value Jersey. They ran that line from the very beginning of the campaign, and it persisted all through 5 weeks, didn't it?
And I think, other politicians have come up with, other candidates have come up with policies to address the cost of living. But policies aren't always that, they're not always that grabby, Matthew. Sometimes policies are quite dry, even if they're effective. But something like cheap supermarkets, it's just cut through because people can really visualise it. And while Value Jersey, they've been in the spotlight about what they are, there's a bit of murkiness with Lee Madden stepping down from the Chamber of Commerce because of his donation to that political movement. But I think what could work in Value Jersey's favour is people might would have looked at that ballot paper today and thought, actually, those candidates might bring me a cheap supermarket.
But you couldn't see Value Jersey anywhere on the ballot paper, though, could you?
And that is arguably a big flaw in their strategy, because while it seems like the signs are encouraging about turnout, we know a lot of people aren't that engaged in depth to really have studied Value Jersey. There'll be a lot of people who simply don't know who they are. So that policy being associated with Value Jersey, but those candidates not making it clear on the ballot paper that they're associated with that movement, that could backfire.
All right, let's go to St Mary now. It's the smallish parish in terms of the numbers on the electoral roll, so therefore we expect the count for senators to be very soon. Our reporter there this evening for us is Emma-Jane Blackman. Emma-Jane.
The community. This hall looks very different from the last time I was here at a children's birthday party filled with bouncy castles. Tonight the vote is underway behind me here now, and they are just cross-checking those papers. So I feel we could be in for a count quite soon, but of course you never know with these things. They take as long as they're going to take. Of course, already there are 3 candidates here for constable. We've got the sitting constable, David Johnson, and we've got Mark Anthony Baker and Ivor Barrett. 2 of them are behind me here now, just watching the count happen, and everyone's smiling here. There is a great sense of community. As I saw voters coming in earlier today, it was familiar faces to those that are working here this evening, and a little catch up about the family, and it's just that real community feel. My understanding is there's been about 800 voters that have walked these halls today, and we shall see how they have voted very, very soon.
Emma-Jane, thank you very much indeed. Emma-Jane Blackman there in St Mary. This is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, and of course on the BBC News website, as well as on our social media. Wherever you're following us, do keep up to date. We'll bring you each result as they come in. We're anticipating the first of the senatorial results from St Mary and Emma-Jane and the team very shortly indeed. Let's talk a bit about how this election has played out for members of our community. Let's bring in now Claudia Alves, who is a member of our Portuguese community. Claudia, good evening. Welcome to the Election Night studio. This election campaign, we're always told that our Portuguese community aren't as engaged in the electoral process as others. Is that true, do you think?
It's 100% true. This campaign, during these elections, I've tried to make the Portuguese community more engaged with the process. I've been doing some videos online, and I actually own a supermarket myself. And I have been in the shop today and seen people walk in and out, and I've been asking everybody, have you voted? Will you vote? And very much so, the answer is no. It won't make a difference. It's not for me. I don't think our community understands as much how much the politics affect our community as well, and they think that it's at a distance.
And why is that? Because, you know, the Portuguese community has been such a significant part of our island life for more than 50 years now. So why do you think they don't feel part of island political culture?
I think the politics in Jersey are just very much different than what they are back home. And the structure we have back home is 3 or 4 main parties, and we vote for those parties as a general. And I don't think the Portuguese community, and myself included, we don't understand what the votes are about. What is a senator? What is a deputy? What is a constable? And it's just very hazy in terms of understanding. So because we don't understand it, we kind of step away from being involved in the process.
That's really interesting, because Vote JE have been working really hard to try to include you. All of the literature has been in Portuguese as well as in English and in Polish and other languages. I mean, do you think they could have done more?
No, I don't think it's about doing more from their point of view, because as much as you want to communicate out what is going on to the Portuguese community, we're very much set in our ways as a community in general. And not having that many Portuguese representatives in the States as well means that, excuse the expression, we don't really care. And I think that's wrong. We should care. We should care because it does make a difference. Whatever happens in politics affects the whole island, including the Portuguese community. And it feels like the community, they understand that it's more of the same, so that their vote doesn't really make a difference.
That's a real shame, because there are some significant candidates with Portuguese heritage who have been standing in this election.
There are, and one of the Portuguese candidates that's been standing for the past 2 mandates, she's been very much followed.
This is your namesake?
Well, yes.
Karina Alves.
Karina Alves.
Are you related?
No, we're not.
For clarity there.
No, Alves is just like a Smith as such.
It's a Smith. It's a Portuguese Smith.
It is a Portuguese Smith. So I have seen a lot of people that are wanting to vote for Karina, and they would go to the polling stations because of Karina. And that is a testament to what our community is. We kind of fight for our own. And there are other politicians that are from Portuguese background.
Carla Jardim springs to mind.
Yes, exactly. She is another Portuguese member. And I can't remember, Beatriz Poré, I think is how you say her name. She's also of Portuguese heritage, but because her name is not very Portuguesey, if that makes sense.
No, she's got a good Jersey name, doesn't she?
Does. People don't know that she's Portuguese as well, so there's a bit of disconnect there. But
yes. Do we want to wear that badge all of the time? We're all in this together, aren't we? We're all Jersey, ultimately.
We are all Jersey, and I think that is something that the Portuguese community needs to understand a little bit more. And I have heard people, the feedback that I hear is like, what have they done for us? What has this politician done for us? But it's not about us, it's about a whole. And sometimes we need to step outside our little bubble and think it's not just about what our community struggles are, it's about the island struggles. And I think that message needs to come across with the future generations. The older generations are set in their ways. The younger people coming into the island and being born here, they will be in a different mindset.
Hold that thought. I want to bring in Susanna Rolls in a moment, who also has Portuguese heritage. But first, I think it's time we caught up with another of our reporters who's out and about for us. We're going to go east again to the parish of Grouville. Of course, it's a beautiful parish. The Bay of Grouville, one of the finest bays in this island. And the parish hall is where we can find our reporter, Caitlin Klein.
Hi Matthew, yes, I'm in Grouville Parish Hall. I'm actually in the foyer outside the room where 12 volunteers will be counting the votes throughout the night. You might be forgiven thinking I'm in a changing room with the Hicks on the wall, but I was trying to find a quiet place to talk to you. Outside the window, I can actually see plenty of trees and Gorey Castle. And as I mentioned, those 12 volunteers are inside counting away the votes. I've seen plenty of cereal bars, teas, coffees to keep them going. We think it's going to be a long night. I've been told senators will probably get a result for that around 11 p.m. Then next will be the constable. There's only one candidate standing for re-election, and it's the constable Mark Labby. He is unopposed. He's also standing as an independent. After that will be the results of the deputies. There's 3 candidates, all independent as well, who've also all served in government already. That's Rose Binney, Carolyn Labby and Scott Wickenden. That result will probably take a little bit longer though, probably the early hours of the morning, as we're waiting for St Martin to also send over their votes. Going to keep myself entertained, Matthew. There's around 4,200 people on the electoral roll for Grouville. No word yet on voter turnout, but as I was waiting, I've seen plenty of people trickling in, including lots of families. And one man even came in as the poll doors were closing behind him. So I'm imagining, that there's a lot of voter turnout. I've heard from people in there, there's more than they expected. So it'll be interesting to see how many people just came down to vote here. Back to you, Matthew.
Thank you very much indeed there to Caitlin Klein, who's in Grooville in a little corner there. But I think I just caught a glimpse of Gorey Castle behind her there. So getting a flavour of being out and about around the island. Election Night Live with me, Matthew Price, and the team, the entire BBC team pulling together to bring you the results as they happen. You'll see and hear them first here on the BBC. And if you're listening on the radio and you want to see what's going on, you can find us on the BBC News website or indeed on the BBC iPlayer. Just drill down on the front page, live and local, find a picture of me, click on it, it'll soon disappear, and then you'll get a picture of my guests instead. Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch, who are our political analysts for this evening. And also we're talking to Claudia Alves from the Portuguese community. Susanna Rolls, Claudia had some interesting things to say there, and of course you've got Portuguese heritage, haven't you?
Absolutely, born and bred. I agree 100% with what Claudia has just said. The Portuguese community, or the immigrant communities, when they are in the kind of host countries, they have historical low turnout, even for the Portuguese elections. So we know that there's a lot of work there to be done by community leaders, and I would really call on the support of our honorary consul to actually make sure that our community gets engaged with all of this. I don't think that this is something that Vote.je can do. They've always struggled to really reach out and into our community because it is a fairly closed community. So we do need to do a little bit of education and also a little bit of persuasion. It's a twofold job. But turnout in Portugal, for example, at the latest election was only 58%. From the heights of 90-something% after the revolution. So it has been on the decline, and there's a general dissolution with kind of voters are generally disenfranchised. But I think if we could turn our community to really re-engage and understand, like Claudia said, that actually what happens in terms of in our States Assembly affects our community because it affects our cost of living, it affects workers' rights, etc., etc. The people will start, and education, people will start to pay attention. But it does need to be led by our community leaders.
Claudia, how does that resonate with you?
I was nodding a lot. I agree with everything that you said, 100%. Our leaders do need to step up and just guide the community a little bit better in terms of explaining what the voting process is like, what the roles are in each of the states' roles, the senators, what are deputies and constables. So I 100% agree.
And it's more than just language, isn't it? That isn't necessarily the barrier, because particularly some of the students now we see in our schools, they're multilingual, aren't they?
Oh yes, language is just one aspect, because the older generation that have been here even for 20 years still struggle with English, but that is not the way that they communicate. We communicate with each other in Portuguese ourselves. So we can speak in our own language and explain what these elections are. So that's not the barrier.
So how do we overcome this? It can't come from the English-speaking community. It's got to come up from within your own community, hasn't it?
Well, that's what I've tried to do, but I did join in very late in these elections. I've interviewed a few of the politicians, and I've posted some videos online on Facebook, just to showcase what they are representing, what are the roles that they are standing for, and explaining to the Portuguese community what they can do for us. So we've had, I think it was 5 interviews in total. I spoke to Ina Gardiner, Rob Ward, and
St Helier Constable candidates.
Yes, St Helier Constable candidates, and a few of the deputies as well. Karina Alves was one of the girls one of the people that I interviewed, which interestingly enough, she got maybe around 10,000 views. Ina was around 5,000 views, those videos, and we had Nick Lecornu and Andy Sinclair for People First, and they had roughly around 2,000 to 3,000 views each. So the views that my followers were watching, the videos that my followers were watching, Karina Alves was #1 because people resonate, and she spoke Portuguese during the interview as well, which meant people could understand better. So it is very much the Portuguese community listens to their own community.
That's really interesting. Susanna?
Indeed. I mean, one of the things that has always kind of stuck with me is the fact that the Portuguese community don't tend to consume the same media as British people or Jersey people on Jersey. They still listen to the radio of Portugal. They watch TV programs from Portugal. And of course, you know, the Jersey election doesn't feature there. So, you know, you do have
I'm willing to sign up, you know that.
Absolutely. But you do need to kind of reach the diaspora in a slightly different way. And I also think, and Claudia mentioned this, you know, the way that we vote in Portugal is for political parties, is not for individuals. And there's been also a little bit of an attempt to kind of frame Reform Jersey as part of the kind of equating that with the Socialist Party in Portugal, which is one of those parties that's constantly on or off. It tends to swing between the Social Party and the Social Democrat Party. To kind of give people a little bit more of an understanding of where people are politically, but it has to go beyond that. We actually have to start engaging with the community on the level of understanding what they actually want and then try to support them in matching candidates to their needs. But that's a community leader's job, really.
Let me bring in Patrick Lynch. Patrick, in your day job as Chief Executive of Caritas, you work very closely with members of the Portuguese community. Is this your lived experience too?
Absolutely, and actually what we were talking about there about consuming media, we used to have a cafe on our site at St Thomas's, and it was run by a Portuguese gentleman, and that actually had Portuguese TV on there. So that's the thing. They're not consuming election coverage. I think that's great what Claudia is doing now, doing these videos, and I think that's probably the way forward into future elections, and not just for the Portuguese Madeiran community, but for the other communities here, Polish, Romanian, and now more and more as the changing demographics for African communities, for Asian communities as well. We need to get them involved as much as possible. Susanna mentioned earlier, but I think we do have to give a big shout out to Vote.je, the Statescraft, for the work they've done. But the one thing we've been saying from a Caritas perspective is they seem to have started to understand we need literature in Portuguese and Polish and Romanian, but now we need to also cater for the other communities as well, such as the African communities. So Swahili is what we need to have the information in, and then also Filipino, so Filipino Spanish, and other languages as well. But this changing demographics, we have to cater for all of them and make the election process open to all of them.
Claudia, 4 years from now, do you think we'll be in a better position? I mean, if, for example, you know, Carla and Beatriz and Karina are elected tonight, I mean, that's three very strong voices potentially in the States Assembly.
Absolutely, and I think that more people should come forward. And let me just say something different here. There is a little bit of a roadblock for other people of the Portuguese community to run for election. I myself, I've had so many people say, Claudia, when are you going to run for election?
I was going to ask you that, actually. When are you going to run for election?
I am not. I do not have a British passport, so I cannot run for election.
We could change the law.
It's the same with Irish as well.
Yeah. Yes, I do think that is something that I was actually speaking to Karina Alves about this today. Interestingly, somebody that is born in a British Isle that can come to Jersey 6 months and they can run for a position for the States, whereas I've been here for 16 years and I can't. And I'm much more involved with the community, I'm much more involved in the island. I know a little bit more about the island than somebody that has got a British nationality that's just come here 6 months ago. So I think there is a bit of a disconnect as to why that rule exists, and we need to change that, and it's up to our politicians that get elected now to make that change.
So if they change the law, will you stand?
Oh. I don't think I'm very good at accepting the criticism that these politicians have to deal with on a daily basis, so I'll have to consider that very carefully.
Stay there, we'll come back to you in just a moment or two. Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey and on the BBC iPlayer. Let's go to St John and get a flavour of what's happening there. One of the smaller parishes, so we might get an indication soon of perhaps when we might see the senatorial result declared. And our reporter in St John is Edie Roberts.
Hi Matthew, yes, I am here at St John's Parish Hall where the count for senator is now well underway. The atmosphere here is lively and upbeat, with all closely following the process and the progress of the count. There's a steady buzz of conversation around the hall as ballot papers continue to be processed and verified. One topic that has almost generated as much discussion as the election itself is the impressive selection of refreshments on offer. Plenty of cakes and sandwiches are being consumed by those spending long hours at the count, and the count itself appears to be progressing smoothly. Officials have indicated that the process is moving along well, and I have been told that if the current pace continues and no recount is required, the count for senator could potentially be completed within the next hour. But for now, all eyes are remaining on the counting tables as candidates and their teams await the final results.
Thank you very much indeed to Edie Roberts in St John. So who's going to go first, St Mary or St John? 4 years ago, St Peter came through quite early on as well. We'll just have to wait and see. We're going to get 12 senatorial declarations, one from each of the parishes, 12 constable declarations, and then there will be 9 declarations for deputy in each of the 9 districts. My guest this hour has been Claudia Alves. Claudia, are you hopeful for the next 4 years for the States Assembly?
Well, it all depends on the results of these elections. I hope that we get good candidates that are going to have the best interests of the island at heart and are going to make the best decisions going forward.
Right, well, thank you very much indeed for joining us this evening. And 4 years from now, who knows, we might be seeing you standing for election if they change the law to allow those who don't hold a British passport.
We'll see.
So we'll have to wait and see. Thank you. Claudia Alves there. Right, well, I'm joined this evening by my guests, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. They're here to give us their political insight into the developing story as the results start to come in. We have reporters stationed at each of the 14 counts, and also alongside me, our political reporter, Amar Ibrahim, who will also be giving us his insight into what's been going on during the campaign, and also he'll be able to analyse the results. He's also been taking a look at some of the big issues that have come to the fore over the last 5 weeks. As you know, over those 5 weeks, we've done 23 hours worth of election call programmes where we spoke to 90 of the 92 candidates, and each put forward their case as to why they should be elected tonight. We also decided to ask you to put the questions to them, and in doing so, we found out about the issues that really matter to you. And I would argue that perhaps the biggest issue that came through in this election campaign was the cost of living in Jersey. It is substantially more expensive to live here than in London and in most developed parts of Europe. And that's a real challenge for everybody, whether they're working or not. So let's now pause and reflect on that with our political reporter, Amar Ibrahim.
The main thing on everyone's minds is cost of living. We need to be able to live here, and there needs to be a reason for us to stay for a future. If we don't see we have a future, then there's no point in us staying.
Jersey is an expensive place to live, and the cost of living is one of the biggest issues at this election. But what does that actually mean? It's the cost of everyday life, things like buying or renting a home, or the price of the food in your shopping trolley, or energy prices. And then there's also the cost of childcare. A lot of those things cost more in Jersey than they do in other places.
Nursery fees are almost the same as a mortgage, so you've got double mortgages when you're trying to, be in full-time employment and also raising a child at the same time.
It's an island, it's a rich island, and you've got people going to the food bank. That should not be happening in a place like Jersey.
What's really terrifying is the cost of housing. When you've got children, where are they going to live? Everything's so expensive to buy.
For my future, I'm scared I won't be able to live here and we'll have to move away, and it definitely needs to be addressed.
Housing's the big one. Prices are almost double the UK average. Then there's the cost of food and day-to-day shopping. Because we're an island, we import a lot of things, and that pushes prices up. But what about what people earn? Wages have gone up, but many people feel they've not kept pace with inflation. Young families are one demographic that have been hit hard. Rose Lamotte has 2 children and a third on the way, and the family rely on her partner's income.
And we're finding that the wage is just not increasing like it says it is. So money is actually becoming less valuable when you go out and you look at all these consumer costs. And the supermarket, our bill has gone up considerably. If it wasn't for the fact I do Olio, I scrimp and save, I make everything from scratch, we would have doubled our budget probably. Getting on the property ladder, oh my word, I don't even know if that's going to be a possible option for us.
The Children's Commissioner says she's very concerned about the levels of child poverty on the island.
This is something that, people are very uncomfortable with the term, and they talk about low income and low income households. We know that a quarter of all children in the last household survey were living in households on low income, and that should be a very, very big red flag for any society.
A quarter of children in Jersey are living in households that would fall under household poverty.
Would fall under what the government terms low income, but which in real terms translates into poverty.
Businesses are also feeling the heat. This fish and chip shop in St Helier says the cost of ingredients is skyrocketing.
I've never seen anything like this. This is catastrophic. Think about it. You know, our margins aren't huge. They're not huge margins. And for us, fish, we sell a lot of fish. For fish to go up 200%. So what in real terms I was paying 4 years ago, £150 for a case of fish. Now I'm paying 400. So this is not sustainable. So we can't put our prices up because then people can't afford to buy our food. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
And BBC Jersey's Election Roadshow heard how the cost of living is hitting one of Jersey's most established communities, with some now looking to go back to Madeira for a more affordable and better quality of life.
Back in the 90s, I think, and even further than that, to the 70s, 80s, 90s, coming to Jersey and the UK was a symbol of empowerment for people. They were able to earn money that they couldn't do back home. But in Madeira, I know that there's been an increase of job availability, which means that people now see a future back home, which they didn't see a few years ago, and they don't see a future in Jersey. So that is the shift. People feel like Madeira has more to offer and Jersey doesn't.
The cost of living is hitting individuals, families, communities and businesses. At its worst, it's plunging people into poverty, and many islanders want the next set of politicians to come up with solutions. Amar Ibrahim, BBC Channel Islands News, Jersey.
And there we are. Look then at one of the big issues that really has dominated this election campaign. We've touched on it briefly with the cost of living and the idea of a supermarket that could bring in lower prices into the island. Amar Ibrahim is with me on the Election Night Live sofa. Amar, we've talked a little bit about Value Jersey, saying, you know, little is going to be the panacea that's going to solve the cost of living crisis. It's not as straightforward as that, is it?
No, and we've had other solutions too. I mean, Carl, who you had on earlier, I interviewed him in his capacity as head of the Consumer Council. He talked about, you know, fuel duty could be something that the next government could look at, especially with everything sort of going on in the Middle East. They could look at lowering fuel duty. That could be something that could help people. We know, and Patrick will be able to talk about this better than I can. We know their calls for the living wage. That's something that's seen that could make a big difference to people. We know the outgoing government, they always talked about lowering fees and duties as well. I've had some candidates talk about maybe doing a bit of a time limited freeze on social security contributions for some people. So there are other policies out there. You know, Reform Jersey will say that you know, they've got a lot of things in their manifesto. Sort of Lyndon Farnham's people in his government will say that they did things around GPs appointments as well. So Value Jersey aren't the only ones who've come up with a solution. Others have come up with solutions as well. But I think that there are two things why supermarkets have dominated the conversation. A, because it's something everyone can kind of relate to. It's very sort of accessible in that sense. But B, it's also a policy that's got a lot of weaknesses, is what some politicians would argue. And that's why it's been discussed to such an extent. But I think a big theme of this whole campaign, Matthew, has been, you know, hearing from people like you heard in my report there, people like Rose, people who are really struggling. The Children's Commissioner saying people, you know, a quarter of children are living in poverty in Jersey. That shocked me when I heard it. And so you've got all of this strong sort of comments about how bad the crisis is. But people are crying out for solutions more from candidates. And the perception, even though some candidates are coming up with solutions, the perception is that people aren't hearing solutions. And we know in politics, Matthew, perception is everything.
Indeed it is. Well, 9 districts, and you've been to all 9 of them on our election roadshows. And was it the cost of living that cut through predominantly?
It was, you know, the issue that underpins this election. I think it's defined the campaign so far. I think it's the foundation on which every kind of discussion happens. And I'd say the way that it presented itself, you know, we had various voices there, but the way it presented itself a lot was young people, sort of talking people in their teens into their mid-30s, telling me they wanted to stay in Jersey. They really wanted to stay on the island. They see everything it has to offer. They see, what a special and unique place it is, but they just don't feel they can. And that is a huge challenge for the next government to solve. And I think it's the most ominous way the cost of living crisis is presenting itself for us is in that concept of the bean drain, where young people are looking to go elsewhere simply because they can't afford to be here.
You mentioned Patrick Lynch. We'll come to Patrick Lynch in just a moment or two. He's Chief Executive of Caritas and joins us as our political analyst this evening alongside Susanna Rolls. We've been out and about. We've got reporters at all 14 counts. I'm being told that St Helier Central is where we're going to head next, which is Rouge-Brion School, and we can catch up with Ray Vivian. Evening, Ray.
Good evening, Matthew. That is right. I am here outside Rouge-Brion School. Usually this place is abuzz with the noise of children, but today it's been busy with noise of people of all ages, young and old, have come down to this polling station to get out and vote, make their voices heard and vote for the candidates standing in St Helier Central. 8 candidates on the ballot paper, 4 seats up for grabs for deputy. As you can see, the sun beginning to set here, but it will still be quite a while until we get the results for deputy. We think that'll be into the early hours of the morning, but I'll be here until then. And when we have that count, I'll be able to bring that for you live.
Very much indeed to Ray Vivian. There's an air of resignation in their voice there, I think, about I'm going to be here until the wee small hours. We know the feeling well. We'll be here until the final result is declared on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, the BBC News website, and of course on our Facebook feed. Nice to have your company. I'm Matthew Price, and this is Election Night Live on the BBC here in Jersey. Well, we've been talking about the cost of living. We have a man who understands the cost of living, and that's Patrick Lynch. Patrick, your day job, you're dealing with people day in, day out as Chief Executive of Caritas Jersey. What do you do for a living?
Well, Caritas, we run various projects, but a lot of them are around the cost of living. So we have a social inclusion project, which deals with trying to empower people, but also look at the reasons why they're struggling to be empowered, which is often around the cost of living. We've got a homelessness project, and that is to try and avoid people actually becoming homeless. And then, as you've indicated, we run the Jersey Living Wage campaign, which aims to give everyone a living wage, which aims that they can actually get to the end of the month on their salaries and not have to resort to food banks and other assistance.
You also have an association with the St Vincent de Paul Food Bank as well, don't you?
Absolutely, they're right next door to us. So we have seen the exponential growth in food bank usage over the 4 years since the last election, and that's something which we've been asking. As Amar was saying, they're trying to see what solutions candidates will put in place for after the election, and we've been disappointed that, well, the supermarket idea is the idea that's people have been talking about. One thing I would note is that in the senatorial hustings they have given it short shrift, but at the same time they haven't come up with ideas that'll actually change things in the short and then the medium to long term. So what we've been trying to say is we obviously want the move of the minimum wage to parity with the living wage, but we're realistic.
What's the gap in that at the moment?
It's £1.51. So the living wage is £15.10 in Jersey, and the new minimum wage is £13.59. So that extra £1.51, if you take that on a 40-hour week or even an 80-hour week for 2 parents in a family, that's the difference probably between them having to go to the food bank and not. But as I said, we're realistic. That is not something you can just change overnight. So that's why we're asking for that, as we did at the last election, to raise it in an incremental fashion to parity over the lifetime, over the 4 years of the next assembly. But that's why then in the question I asked at St Peter's senatorial hustings, what can you do in the first 6 to 9 months? Because one of our clients who came in 2 or 3 weeks ago said, this is all great, this idea of this supermarket, but it won't put food on my table this autumn, winter, and it won't heat my flat. So that was the question of what will they do? And like Carl Walker, who you mentioned, we are a fan of reducing duty on fuel, because in a Jersey-specific context, that is something that will help people who are cleaners, builders, care workers who are moving around the island, whereas that policy, say on mainland UK, would actually disproportionately help people who are more affluent already.
Does it worry you that you've seen your partners establish a Western food bank? So poverty isn't just confined to St Helier, is it?
No, this is something we all said, the food banks and the other charities working in this space had kind of noticed. When you looked at the people who were attending the food banks, they tended to be, as the three main food banks are in St Helier, that they came from the urban parishes, so St Helier, St Saviour and St Clements. And then we looked at the logic of it. If you don't have money for food, you're unlikely to have money to get into town, so you couldn't reach the place where the food banks are. So that was St Vincent de Paul looked at, well, where can we look at, and with the help of the rector and the constable, that was established in St Peter, where there is, I think I'm right in saying, outside of the urban parishes, the most amount of social housing on the island. And so that's something now, again, which is gaining traction. And I know that the team at St Vincent de Paul are looking at, do we need to have other outreaches elsewhere? One idea I've heard them mention is Communicare in St Brelad, where one of the counts is, but then obviously that's all Western. There are other parishes in the north and the east, and they may need it too. But there's a lot of work involved in all of that, and a lot of cost as well. So
that's right, and that's where the church in St Peter and the parochial support from the parish has been so important to establish that.
Absolutely, yeah, they've been very helpful.
Susanna, I mean, you're based in St Mary, and again, people in St Mary are looking to St Peter to help with that respect as well.
Well, this used to be the stuff that used to be picked up by the parishes, right? Parishes used to know where the kind of pockets of poverty were and who needed support. And of course, when all those systems got centralised and benefits started being managed in a central way, that kind of connection to the parishes has been lost. And I think that that's a great shame, because they're the ones that are in a position to actually really target support as it's needed. And of course, if people can't travel from where they are to one of the food banks, it should fall on the parish to actually make that support. So I think there's definitely something that needs to be looked at in that. I also think that all this kind of framing of this supermarket as being the kind of the thing that's going to help with cost of living is an electoral trick. This is just electioneering, right? It could be this, it could be something else. It doesn't really matter. They just latched onto one thing and they made it a topic of the election.
So electoral smoke and mirrors, is that what you're saying?
Oh, absolutely. It's a tactic. If you frame it through that, then you move the conversation to your policies, and therefore everybody else that isn't on your policy is either trying to kind of debate you on that and trying to knock your policy down, or they're actually trying to support you with it, and kind of division lines are drawn there. Actually, what we need to do is to have a much more cohesive approach to how we're going to tackle poverty, how we're going to tackle child poverty in particular, and what we're actually doing in a kind of a wealthy island to grow our economy so that poverty, it's not so prevalent.
I'm being told that 15 to 20 minutes and we could have our first declaration of a senatorial result in St Mary. And of course, once we get that first declaration, we'll have an indication of how the island is beginning to vote. We do see some differences in trends, particularly if there's a strong local candidate. I'm thinking of Helen Miles maybe in St Brelad, where she has been a deputy previously, or Elaine Miller in Trinity, where she has a home. They might poll better in their home parishes than they do elsewhere. But generally, we get a flavour of how the evening might pan out. But then again, it's such a small electorate in St Mary. Does it mean anything at all? You'll have to stay with us. This is Election Night Live on the BBC. It's 10 o'clock. Right, and you're listening to BBC Radio Jersey and watching on the BBC iPlayer, and that means that you can follow all the election results from the Jersey 2026 general election live here on the BBC as they happen. We're at 14 different counts around the island, and we'll catch up with our reporters in the next hour. But let's just pause and take stock and bring you up to date with the latest news this hour with Laura Price. Laura.
Thanks, Matthew. A political commentator says this election could see a higher turnout than in previous years. Susanna Rolls says numbers are hard to quantify, but with more people now eligible to vote, turnout could be higher in numbers, but with a lower percentage. The editor of the Jersey Evening Post, Carl Walker, has reflected that view, saying that the controversial nature of the campaigning may have led to a higher turnout. Anecdotally, there's been reports of queues at polling stations across the island throughout the day. For the first time, we've seen automatic voter registration, with almost 85,000 people eligible to vote. And it's the first time that voting has happened on a Sunday. And your election night weather, if you are out and about this evening waiting for a result, mainly cloudy with a chance of the odd light shower at times, with wind south to southwest, light force 2 or 3, increasing light force 3 to moderate force 4 later, and a minimum temperature tonight of 12 degrees. That's the latest, Matthew. I'll have more for you later on.
Thank you very much indeed, Laura, and that's an update as to what's happening so far this evening on Election Night Live with me, Matthew Price. I'm joined by our political reporter, Aman Ibrahim. Alongside me, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. They'll bring you the very latest as we get it. Now, let's find out what it's been like to be an election candidate. 92 people put themselves forward for the 49 seats in the States Assembly. So there are going to be some very happy people this evening and into tomorrow morning, and some less happy, shall we say. They may even be disappointed. We asked some of the candidates to keep a diary for us as they've been on the election trail. Let's get a flavour of what they've been experiencing.
Hi Jude, what are you doing here?
I've just got to put another couple of posters up because the nice people at infrastructure keep saying I've put them too low. And we're coming to the end of the campaign, and I think hopefully all of you have got one of me. You've got one of me, two of me and three of me now. And absolutely the best part of any campaign is knocking the doors, even for the people who have just not been very happy to see me. But there's lots of people who have remembered me, and I take it all in my stride.
Friday was a lovely morning. I had time to spend with the Jersey Post CEO and his team. We walked around behind the scenes of how, and I had the experience of looking around how Jersey Post actually works.
Good morning. Today is Wednesday and I'm in Trinity and at one of my favourite places. As you can see, I'm at Acorn, not only for its reuse and recycling, but it's also the home of the Jersey Employment Trust, and a close member of my family is part of their training team. I'm down at Green Island, one of my favourite places. When we first got married, we lived in St Clement, and our boys were brought up here for the first few years of their life, and we've spent an awful lot of time on this beach.
Just about to head out again on another day of what looks like being very record temperatures. And of course there's a couple of hazards that come with campaigning in this kind of weather. You sometimes knock on someone's door and people come to the door with very few clothes on.
You know, election campaign is a grueling thing, and I'm not quite sure whether that's the heat or whether it's the realisation that with only 10 days to go until the campaign finishes, that I'm not going to get to every door, I'm not going to make every video I wanted to make and do all the other things I wanted to do. So I guess it's normal to have a period when you're just feeling a bit flat. You know, a short while ago, one of my sons asked me, Dad, what happens if you don't get elected? I said to him, well, you know, I guess I'll do my photography, I'll do some cycling, I'll go travelling, maybe write a bit. And he paused for a moment and said, wait, you mean live your best life? And so I guess that's what I'm consoling myself with, is the thought if I don't get elected, is that life goes on and there will be other things to do, and actually they'll be quite good. But having said that, I still hope I will get elected.
Jonathan Renouf ending that report. We caught up with some of the candidates on the election trail and asked them for their feelings as they were standing for re-election or seeking a mandate for the very first time. Really interesting to hear there from Dr. Jonathan Renouf, who's seeking to be re-elected in St Brelard. And our reporter Rhys Thomas is in St Brelard. We'll be catching up with him very shortly. But we anticipate the first of the senatorial results in the next 10 to 15 minutes from St Mary. Now, somebody who's a veteran of evenings like this is the former editor of the Jersey Evening Post, a man who's been on the local media scene now for more years than he and I probably care to remember, James Fillial. Good evening, James.
Good evening.
Really nice to see you.
Thanks.
What have you made of the election campaign so far?
Well, I think there's been a few words mentioned so far which I 100% agree with. One of them, Susanna said it was superficial. I think that's absolutely how it's been, and I think the other word is febrile as well. So a lot of the emotion that's come out, a lot of the vindictiveness, a lot of the kind of cutting between the candidates has been, well, it's not something we've really seen before. So we focused a lot in that area, and we've not really gone under the skin. We've not got deeply into the issues. How much we talked about visions for Jersey, how much we talked about health funding and how much we want to pay for healthcare in the future. Have we really got under the skin of government spending and how we would reduce that going forward, and which services don't we want anymore? Have we really got to the bottom of the cost of living issues? So there's been a lot which we haven't really spoken about, but we have spoken a lot at this top level. If that's affected turnout, then that's in that sense a good thing, but we haven't really got to the issues.
So are we in the media at fault? I mean, you've worked on the telly, you've worked on radio, you've worked in papers. I mean, could we have done more, do you think?
No, I don't think the media could have done any more at all. The media do wall-to-wall coverage every election. First election I covered was 1999, so it goes, go back through a lot of elections, and the media every time do wall-to-wall coverage. Vote.je do a load as well. So I don't think it's a question of the way that the media have acted. I think it's just the way this campaign has developed and some of the stuff which has come out through it.
Does that mean that political organisations like Value Jersey have sort of skewed the narrative a little?
Well, potentially. I think there's a lot that's going to come out still around Value Jersey, I think, in the next few months. We've got a lot of declarations to go. We've got some transparency which needs to come through in the next couple of months. So I think a lot more is going to come up around Value Jersey and exactly what's been going on over the next couple of months. So I think that'll be quite interesting to see that.
You said you've been covering elections since 1999, so you've seen so many iterations. Do you remember the Centre Party and the JDA, and how many have we seen come and go, the Alliance Party?
And what effect has it all had? So it's a really interesting question as to, Jersey's got this weird hybrid system at the moment where we've got one really established political party, Reform Jersey, very well organised, very on message.
Quite well funded,
but they go about their business well. Whatever you think of their politics, they go about their business very well. And people who are trying to oppose Reform Jersey, they sometimes don't quite appreciate that. They oppose them on a personal level rather than on a policy level. And that's perhaps a little bit misguided when you see how that actually plays out in public, because if they address the policies rather than the personalities, maybe they have a bit more effect.
Now, that's a real issue, isn't it, for people? Because, some of the campaigns have been quite prickly. Let's go to St Brelard. I mean, the one big spat we had on this red sofa on election call was between the candidates in St Brelard. Why is that animosity? Because that's not really been a characteristic of Jersey campaigns in the past.
No, it really hasn't, but I think it comes back to Reform Jersey have rented space in people's heads. And I think that people have attacked them on a personality level, and that's really triggered a lot of the emotion in the election. And I think I was pointing to the trade-off between Value Jersey and Reform Jersey as being one of the real facets of the election. But what that's done is it's deflected us from really getting deep into the issues which I think really matter and which I think people really wanted to talk about. But we'll see that when we get to the turnout numbers. So at the moment we're all predicting the turnout's going to be better than we thought it was going to be, hopefully, but I think some of that comes from these observations about the queues in the polling stations. So I was down at St Clement about 12:30 and then again about 4:30. The queue was out the door, and when I voted it probably took half an hour to get from getting the slips to actually voting. So is that because of the number of people that were voting, or was that because it was quite a complex process to vote? There were 3 forms to fill in. One of them was quite long, the senatorial one. You had to think about it for a while. So the whole voting process probably took me 7 or 8 minutes, even though I knew pretty much what I was going to do when I got into the polling booth. So the process took quite a while. So just because there's a queue, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of people. It might be that the process was taking a while, but we'll see that when we get the numbers.
We had to take picture ID, didn't we? And if we weren't on the electoral roll, there's a chance that we could be included at the very last minute, which is very interesting, but also a credit to vote.je for trying to include everybody who wants to vote. And then there was those, breakdowns in alphabetical order. I mean, we were queuing in St Peter, and then suddenly he said, oh, anybody with S to P or whatever, suddenly we got bumped to the top of the line and we were in and out in 5 minutes.
So as well, it's no criticism of the parish halls or the polling stations, no. It was very well organised, but still just moving people through the system took quite a long time. So it as ever, it's going to come down to those numbers. And I think we've got to look at the total number of voters rather than the percentage, because with all the automatic voter registration, the percentage might be skewed by the fact that more people on the electoral roll. So let's have a look at the actual numbers and we'll see. But look, we've got to get more than 41%. You know, I've described it in JEP Leaders before as a national disgrace. You know, that's what it is. You know, if we can't beat that astronomically low number, then there's something really wrong. You mentioned all the political parties, Matthew, which have come through, but they've not pushed up the vote. They've not pushed up turnout.
No, it's really interesting. Obviously, you could say that at the JEP when you were at the JEP because you could have that voice through the leader. We can't say that at the BBC, but we do have a public duty to encourage people to consider voting. And that's easier said than done, isn't it?
But you can't do any more than you do. All of the media, they do, as I say, they do wall-to-wall coverage every election time. So the fact that people aren't voting, it's not a factor of people not knowing there's an election or not knowing how to vote or what to do. I don't think it's not that. It's this this democratic deficit in terms of the culture that people don't think it matters and they don't think it has an actual effect, which causes the problem. When of course it does.
And how do you feel as somebody, who, Jersey is your home, and 44% turnout of Western Europe?
It's a disgrace. It's a national disgrace. You know, we all should be ashamed of it. We should all do everything we can to get people to vote, whoever you vote for, wherever you put that X in the box.
Look, Jonathan Renouf was talking about not winning, well, potentially not winning, and what he would do and live his best life. What are you planning to do now that you're no longer running the JEP?
Well, take the summer off, have a break, see what comes up next.
Lucky thing.
Yeah. See what comes up next. Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
Open-minded.
And that's really good. I mean, to have a new focus and a new challenge. Do you fancy political engagement in any way?
I missed the boat for this election, right?
Yeah.
So.
Well, you never know, by-election. If none of the above win in St Clement, which is entirely possible.
Well, who knows? Well, that will be interesting, though, right? Whether that any of that.
Have you seen your constable? Did you see Marcus Troy? Because we didn't see him at all.
I did actually. He was, he was on the door of the. Even though he presumably will get in, he was still on the door of the polling station, so he was around. Yeah.
Right. So no political ambitions just yet, then.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, James Fillial, lovely to see you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us today. James Fillial there, former editor of the Jersey Evening Post, former news editor here at the BBC, one of the nicest news editors I've ever worked with, I have to say. Full declaration here of what's going on. Good to see him this evening and to get his insight into what's going on in this election campaign. And I'm sure he'll be glued to the results as they come in, not least because we're hoping to have the very first of those results from St Mary very shortly. Let's bring in Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Listening to James there, what did you make of what he had to say?
Well, I think he's right, actually. It's not that people are not engaging with the election because, they don't know there's an election going on. I think they're not engaging because there is a democratic deficit. And I think the superficiality of the political discourse at the moment has got nothing to do with the public, with voters, or with vote.ge, lack of engagement, that kind of stuff. It's got to do with the politicians, because it's in their interest to keep things fairly superficial, to not talk about that vision for Jersey, to kind of leave things up in the open, because then they're not held to account on any of the things that they promised they were going to do. What this then creates is this kind of apathy, not just in terms of the voters that then decide, well, actually, what's the point in voting? But there's just this general apathy of the trust in the political system, where they're supposed to be governing us, and really what they're doing is just holding kind of a seat warm.
They're managing us rather than governing us, are they?
Yeah. I think so. And, we have had the last three chief ministers have talked about cutting public expenditure. None of them have done it. Yeah. We keep having the same discussions. And I think there's an element of there not being a burning platform in Jersey that is sufficiently alight for people to actually take note that they have to act today.
What do you mean by burning platform? I'm intrigued.
We still have a sufficient revenue coming in, right? And although we are in a deficit this year in terms of our budget, things haven't been dramatically burning politicians' feet to the fire, to the sense that they have to actually act and make cuts. So they've kind of just swayed a little bit and kind of nodded a little bit to cuts and nodded a little bit to what's coming, but they haven't had to make those cuts. Our bins still get collected. The roads we can kind of talk about how disgraceful some of our roads are, but in general, you can get by. Kids still go to school. There are schools for kids to go to. Everything seems to kind of run fairly on rails for the majority of people in Jersey, including our politicians. They're not the ones going to food banks. They're not the ones that can't make ends meet.
Really interesting. I'm hearing that we might actually get our first declaration, and believe it or not, it's not going to be a senatorial declaration. We might actually get the Constable of St Mary.
Ooh, I'm interested in that.
What do you make of that then, Patrick?
I think what James is saying and others have said is very key here, because of the supermarket and the framing of things and perhaps stuff from the Messina playbook. What you found...
Remind me who Messina are?
Messina are the consultants who've been working with Value Jersey. But as a result, the people running for the this in the senatorial race, the existing ministers have had a very easy ride, because what they've done is they've been able to go in there. Normally you'd expect them to be put to the pin of their collar from what they've done in office, but because everyone's been talking about the supermarket and other things, they've largely gone unscathed. In the hustings, you've got a maximum, well, I think it was a maximum of 6 questions in any hustings. There were 8 at the St Helier one, because they extended it a bit, but generally speaking, you get a couple of easy questions, a few other questions, and largely they can go unscathed and unbothered. And that's why I think we have to find a way, if and as we said, the senators remain, a way to kind of pin them down a bit more and get them to actually tell us what they're going to do for the benefit of all islanders.
All right, I want to talk to James Filial again in just a moment or two, because we're still awaiting the first declarations of the evening. You're listening to Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer. You just have to search along and scroll along to find out for live and latest, and you'll find a picture of me. Click on that, quickly disappears, and you get actually what's going on. Or you can find us on the BBC News website, where there is a scrolling information page of things that are developing throughout the evening, and you can see the very latest there, including the results as and when they come through. And of course you can see more on our Facebook page as well. We're everywhere except on your fridge, but I suspect that's only a matter of time. James, what should we be looking for when we hear these first senatorial results?
Well, I think we always talk about, is there going to be a high-profile casualty? So how's the Chief Minister going to get on? So Lyndon Farnham, he's run a good campaign, as he always does. As the two analysts have said, we haven't really got into grips with his performance over the last 2 years. No, we've not dug in as to whether the Council of Ministers has done a good job over the last 2 years or not. So the voters will cast their votes. They've done that, so we'll find out. So how are we going to see a high-profile casualty? So who would that be? Lyndon Farnham, Ian Gorst, Kirsten Rail, you mentioned earlier in the programme, obviously not the senatorials. So I think that's the first thing we're looking for. How have they got on? Then you've got the performance of Reform Jersey. So how's Sam Mesek going to get on? So that's really important. Does he get in? Presumably he does, as Amar was saying.
We'll bring Amar in a moment.
Yeah, we think he probably does. But it's not a question of does he get in at all. It's does he get in 9th place or 1st place. If he gets in 1st place, imagine where that then goes for the Council of Ministers election, the Chief Minister election, in 4 or 5 weeks' time. That's really interesting, because then Reform Jersey have a much larger lever to get a seat at the top table.
But they only have that lever if they get other people elected behind him, because in the end, it's not the public that chooses the Chief Minister, it's the people in the
Correct,
House.
We don't get a vote in that, but the Reform Jersey performance is really important. So that's how Sam Mesek gets on, but also do they get more or fewer States members than they've got now? So that affects their leverage in 3 or 4 weeks' time when it comes to allocating the ministerial seats. So that's really interesting. So it's high-profile casualty, it's the performance of Sam Mesek. And then you've got some of the senators who've campaigned on very specific platforms. You've got Mark Boliat, you've got Tom Binney. How have they got on? How have the public reacted to them? Elaine Miller, Treasury Minister. Presumably, if she gets in and then she becomes Treasury Minister again, she's then in pole position to be making some of these states cuts, which we're thinking
inevitable to come down the line, aren't they?
So how's she going to react to that? That's really interesting. Helen Miles, how will she get on? And then you've got finally the completely new but very fresh candidate, someone like Serena Kirsten. So the hustings I went to, which was at the Radisson, she spoke really well. She spoke in a really fresh way. So not making any comments at all about the substance of what she said, but the way she delivered it was fresh. It sounded different, and that might have appealed to voters.
Well, let's bring in Amar now, our political reporter. Amar Ibrahim, this idea of Sam Mesik, do you think he's going to get in this senatorial poll? It's quite a big field there, and there's a danger area in the middle, isn't there?
Yeah, speaking to his colleagues in Reform Jersey, they think he will just about be okay. I don't think they're expecting him to top the poll. We know that Reform Jersey, very popular in St Helier. Obviously, they've got some big challenges on their hands tonight in St Helier seats. But that is where you expect he'll get a lot of support. I think, if you ask yourself, if we're ever going to see a majority Reform Jersey government, they've really got to do well in St Clement and St Saviour. So I think it's not just Sam Mesik's personal sort of reputation on the line here and his island-wide popularity that's on the line here, but it's also, can we actually ever see a Reform Jersey-led government here? And you'd have to say that the three parishes they'd have to really dominate in addition to St Helier, would be St Clement and St Saviour, those urban parishes. That's where their best chances are. But to touch on something else that, James and Patrick and Susanna have all mentioned, is the other issues that have been missed out. Now, I think we can't say that about the cost of living. It's been discussed a lot. Now, the quality of discussion is another matter, but health has been the big one that's been missing. And if we think about the number of health stories in this political term, Matthew, you had a rheumatology department under an independent review by the Royal College of Physicians, which found, people misdiagnosed, given the wrong medication. We've heard about long waiting times. We've heard about record keeping. You've had other departments reviewed, and we found staffing is consistently an issue. Some progress has been made with a new hospital. I think Tom Binney, a very, very relieved man on Friday that contract had been signed with the contractor.
Hold that thought for a minute, because I'm just hearing that St Peter is going to come through the middle again. It did it before. It did it 4 years ago. It's going to do it again. We might actually get the St Peter senatorial count in about 10 minutes' time. Liz and her team there have been working really hard, and they're very well organised in that office. And I suspect they might just pip St John and St Mary. Actually, we can go to St Peter now. Whether we're going to get a result or not, I don't know. But our reporter, Jenny Mullin, is in St Peter's Parish Hall. Hello, Jenny.
Hi, Matthew. That's exactly where I am. It's exactly where I've been for the last couple of hours as well. And I've made my way halfway up the stairs. We're not allowed, us media, there's a couple of us here, we're not allowed to get up those stairs yet where it's all being counted, but we have had someone come down to us. In fact, the jurat, Mike Entwistle, came down a few moments ago to say we're about 10 minutes away from hearing the count for senators. So I'll be going up another flight of stairs and bringing you that live, I hope, very, very soon.
Thank you very much indeed to Jenny Mullin there in St Peter, where we're going to get a senatorial result in the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully I'll swallow my jelly baby by then. In the meantime, Amar, tell us about Tom Binney and the signing of that health contract.
Yeah, I had a very sort of interesting conversation with Tom Binney on Friday, and he was still unclear whether we'd get that contract, and he said, well, Amar, I'm in about half an hour, I'm going to be in a very good mood. And I think, it was, had he not got that contract signed, there would have been big questions as, had he really progressed the project? He obviously was a big part of tearing up the last project that the sitting Chief Minister, Lyndon Farnham, kind of pushed through. And, he's now come up with this multi-site plan. And he's a very interesting politician, Tom Binney. He's very unconventional. You would have all seen his interviews. His shirt buttons are often undone, about 3 of them. He stormed out.
It's that Barry White look, isn't it, really? They want the gold medallion to complete the look.
And I asked him why he does that, by the way. He said it's, to do with the farming background and traditions he's from. In the States Assembly, I'd say he's actually not that admired by a lot of his political colleagues. They feel he doesn't know the detail. He's not across his brief. He often doesn't read reports. He's stormed out of interviews I've done with him.
Didn't do Boris Johnson any harm, did it?
That's true. That's true. But on the other side, Tom Binney cuts through like no other politician does. And there is this sense amongst people that he gets things done. And, I think if I look at what Tom Binney has achieved, and obviously probably one of his biggest successes was getting through obviously a very controversial topic and one that people have very strong emotive views on. But to get that assisted dying bill through in terms of the act of statecraft and the political, to get something like that through the States Assembly, a very complex law, that was, something that he can look at, and he spoke very emotively in that debate about his reasons. But I still think there's a big question mark that people think Tom Binney gets a lot done, but if you really were to ask a lot of his political colleagues, they might not necessarily agree.
That's really interesting. Let me bring in James Fillion, because I was on the doorstep today talking to politicians, and when politicians are edgy and don't quite know what's going to happen next, they're on manoeuvres trying to formulate the next government, and there is a group of politicians who don't want Tom Binney in that government. Are you hearing that too?
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Because we're talking obviously about the election tonight, but in some ways the real election comes in 4 or 5 weeks' time when we're not electing Chief Minister. So who are the potential candidates in that group? Obviously it depends what happens tonight, but the names are the obvious ones. There'll be people like Mark Boliat, Tom Binney, potentially Helen Miles.
Elaine Miller?
Elaine Miller. Lyndon Farnham. Ian Gorster's already ruled himself out at the last hustings.
He's been there, done that, and bought the T-shirt.
So you've got a group of 5 there. They came up at the Radisson hustings. Anthony Lewis, one of the former colleague, asked that question, and they were very cagey. They were cagey about who would they support. Mark Boliat particularly was cagey about whether he'd put his name forward, and if so, who he would have in mind for his ministers. But they're already thinking about it. So they're already positioning themselves for that election because they hope they're going to get in tonight. So there's a huge subtext going on behind all of this as to who then makes those decisions, because those are the real seats of power.
It's really interesting. I'm hearing now that we might even be going to Trinity. So do you want to take a bet now? Get your bingo card out at home and decide where we're going to go next. Is it going to be St Mary, St Peter, Trinity or St John? Look, who knows? But we will get the first senatorial results with you as soon as they're declared. You'll see and hear them first here on the BBC. With me is James Fillion, former editor of the JEP. He's also a former news editor here at the BBC in Jersey. James, let's talk a bit about Helen Miles and Elaine Miller. Whoever comes higher in the senatorial poll, do they go for Chief Minister?
Potentially they both go for Chief Minister.
No, they wouldn't nick each other's votes, would they?
Well, I mean, let's see. Let's see. There's a lot of jockeying for position goes on after tonight. So the election doesn't stop tonight. The election begins tonight, and we'll see what happens after that. But potentially they both do. I mean, they'd be 2 strong candidates as long as they get through tonight. But you've got to put the other names in the frame as well. Tom Binney, Mark Boliat, Lyndon Farnham said he wants to go for it again. He's only done 2 years. He wants to do another 4 years. So he's going to be in the frame too. And then you've got all the trade-offs. Who's going to do a deal with who?
Yeah. Regicide, though. Those who wield the sword never win. Tom Binney brought down Christina Moore. He didn't get it, did he?
No. Well, didn't he miscount the number of votes he needed or something?
He said if you want to be Chief Minister, you've got to count to 6. And I was at that husting James was at.
That attention to detail again.
Attention, exactly. That is. I think he would admit his weak point. But he said Tom Binney said something very interesting at the senatorial hustings. He said the next government's got to be much bolder, much more radical. And I think people interpreted that as a little dig at Lyndon Farnham, as sort of Tom Binney sort of laying his cards out. But if I do well at this election, he wants a government that's going to be much more brave. And there was a lot of Mark Boliat and Tom Binney saying they agree with each other. And Matthew...
What about Sam Messick and Mark Boliat? I mean, it was a love-in on this red sofa here. He wanted to tell them to go and get a room.
But this is already the jockeying for position, though, isn't it? Because in many ways, if Reform Jersey have a good election tonight, they have a very strong lever and they hold a lot of cards. Because one thing Lyndon Farnham has done really well is hold that Council of Ministers together. There's been very few. I think there's only been 1 Council of Ministers which hasn't lost a member through its term of office, and this is one of them.
So he's a manager rather than a radical politician. Is that what you're saying?
He certainly kept everyone around the table, and that's rare.
That has been his big achievement. One sitting States member has just sort of messaged me. I won't say their name because I don't know their intel for this, but they are saying that Lyndon is a potential casualty tonight. And this is a States member who, when they tell me things, it's usually they've heard a fairly reliable source. And they also think Reform Jersey will be lucky to hold 10 seats. Obviously, the feeling is that Lyndon Farnham will do quite well. He's a sitting Chief Minister when he was asked at the hustings on Tuesday at St Helier, a lot of the candidates said, well, the candidates who answered the question said they would like to see Lyndon Farnham as Chief Minister. But we've got to remember in the last election, he did get in on a very small amount of votes, but he was running for deputy then.
Yes, he was out west in St Peter and St Mary and St Juan,
but that is, where he lives. That's where he would know a lot of people. But some feeling, it seems, in political circles that he might not do that well tonight.
When you've got a field of 17 candidates and only 9 seats, there are going to be losers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, but it's a difficult job for the sitting Chief Minister, isn't it? Because a lot of the way the politicians motivate is by saying we need to change. And everyone says we're at a crossroads and everything's got to be different, so you've got to vote for me and I'll engineer that change. He can't say that, because then he's admitting he's not done what he should have done over the last 2 years. He essentially has to say we're going to do basically what we've done before but a bit better. And that's not a powerful political platform.
How do you sell that message? That's not a very good one, is it? James Fillion and Amar Ibrahim, thank you very much indeed. Going to catch up with Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch in just a moment or two. You're listening to Election Night Live with Matthew Price on BBC Radio Jersey, on the iPlayer, on the BBC News website, and, of course, on our Facebook feed. You can hear and see the results as they come in. We have reporters at all 14 counts. We're going to get the senatorial results first, we're told, although there was a little hint earlier we might have got the St Mary Constable vote ahead of that. But what I love is that in St Mary they always do things differently. Always, don't they, Susanna Rolls?
Well, absolutely. It's prerogative of being the nicest parish on Jersey, where I'm from.
I can think of 11 other parishes who would argue.
It's the loveliest parish. And yeah, absolutely. I was always expecting the constable's vote to come out first there, because there's not that many to count, and it will be much easier to do that first. But I'm kind of awaiting with bated breath to really see what are the casualties up there. Like Amar has said, Lyndon Farnham's win last time was very marginal, 48 votes, in a parish where he lives, where he's constantly around and people know and see him. But before to that, in 2018, he came ahead of Ian Gorst. So, what has happened in the last 4 years that has actually improved his chances in that senatorial election or not?
But he's done anything to do any harm, because he hasn't really done anything, has he?
I think that exactly the point of just keeping that Council of Ministers together, that kind of, some people refer to it as the unholy alliance.
So you've got reform in there, some of the rump of Christina Moore's government.
Absolutely, and you've got that kind of trying to constantly bring things to the centre. It's interesting to see that he's actually managed to keep that group of people together without that much public infighting. When it came to the votes, they were actually quite cohesive and they didn't vote against each other. What I think Amar was saying that was also quite interesting is the Reform's position, because I think Reform do much better when they are in opposition. And this time they were part of the government. And how much did they, they might have achieved a lot of their manifesto, but how much has that actually impacted people's lives in a positive or negative way? If it has at all, will that mean that they make electoral gains or not?
One of the strange quirks, of course, of the Jersey electoral system is that we are very close to the candidates that we seek to elect. And as I was driving in this evening, I stopped off at the garage to fill up with petrol, and who was filling up his car next to me? Lyndon Farnham. And I shook his hand and wished him well and said, watch us this evening, listen in and hear how the election campaign pans out. And I suspect Patrick Lynch, from what we've been saying, he's not going to be very happy with us, is he? He seemed much cheerier earlier when I saw him in the co-op.
Well, yeah, I have to say I was a bit surprised when Amar said that, because the feedback I've been hearing is not overly exciting, but a safe pair of hands. And like we've been saying, and James said, he's kept quite a disparate Council of Ministers together, and it's no small achievement, I think, to do that. Also, we've also, I think all the three of us live up in that constituency, and you're absolutely right, he was only 47, 48 votes ahead of the fifth place candidate 4 years ago. But he was the person who was driving through the previous hospital plan at that stage.
I've lost track of how many hospital plans there have been.
But the original Overdale plan, and I think there was a lot of kickback against that. Whereas now, I would probably argue he's in a better position coming from where he was as Chief Minister than where he was as the Economic Development Minister 4 years ago. Because also, if you look back then to the 2018 senatorial election, Ian Gorse was the incumbent Chief Minister, and he polled below Lyndon Farnham at that one, whereas Ian Gorse was quite a way ahead of Lyndon in the deputy election last time. So it depends on the circumstances at the time.
Hold that thought. Let me bring back Amar Ibrahim. This is Election Night Live with me, Matthew Price. We're still awaiting the first of our senatorial results, or we might even sneak in a quick constable's result. You never know. We're going to keep you hanging on in there. Which one's going to come first? Is it going to be St Peter? St Peter surprised everyone last time around. They came through very early 4 years ago, but on previous accounts, then St Mary's come through first, and we've even had a St Clement early declaration as well, but I don't think that's going to happen this time around. Amar, let's pull together what's been said here. I mean, what do you make of what James was saying and what Patrick and Susanna have had to say?
I think, if Lyndon Farnham were to say what his achievements were, or his government's achievements, and I think they're very closely associated with his ministers. So in that kind of works for him when it's something like ferries and Kirsten Morel takes her up. But in other places it works.
Because he can say, well, that's all Kirsten's fault.
But to his credit, he doesn't try and jump on great policies or what are perceived as good policies by some of his other ministers. But, Lyndon Farnham would say his government has brought in 15 hours of free nursery care for 2 to 3 year olds. Now, that's not a perfect policy. A lot of people I've spoken to out and about say it's simply not enough. And you also have to pay up front, which for some families will be a struggle. But it is a tangible policy that will make things easier for people in the cost of living crisis. Then there's the rental tenancy law. And I know Susanna was saying there, do reform have that many policies that they say will make a difference to people's lives? We spoke to a lot of people at the time when that rental tenancy was brought in, and there was a feeling that for renters who felt the system was stacked against them for a long time, that is a significant one. And also Rob Ward, another reform candidate, will also take a lot of credit for the 15 hours of free nursery care. So there is certainly a story to tell for Lyndon Farnham, for Reform Jersey, for other members round that Council of Ministers. But I do think there is this, again, it comes back to perception. There is this perception that they just didn't do very much. And I think a big part of that was Lyndon Farnham prioritised political stability after the vote of no confidence in Christina Moore's government, and also having this coalition. And I've had some really interesting insights from the key players on this. I asked Sam Mezek once, what was it like round that ministerial table? Who did you get on with? And his answer surprised me, Matthew, because he said actually working with someone like Tom Binney was quite easy because they both share these grand visions of wanting to make Jersey better. But the people he clashed with were more the kind of more pragmatic conservative politicians like Ian Gorse, Elaine Miller, Kirsten Morel, who are very much, you don't spend what you don't have, or we don't try and do ambitious things without really analysing the money. And if you were to ask which sort of school of thoughts prevailed around that ministerial table, you say it's kind of the Tom Binney Reform Jersey school of thought, because that fiscal policy panel report last year was quite a damning verdict on how Lyndon Farnham's government has handled money, spending more than what was coming in.
Living beyond its means, and if you and I were living beyond our means, then we'd be in trouble, wouldn't we?
Yes, and you saw, I think with Elaine Miller, someone I know,
the outgoing Treasury Minister,
who has ambitions of being Chief Minister. I think there was a real clash between her and Tom Binney. So you saw that clash again. I asked her, has he done a good job managing his budget? And she did a wry smile and said, everyone's trying their best. So I think there was, not only Reform Jersey versus more sort of centre-right or elements in that Council of Ministers, but I think Lyndon Farnham had to manage, people who wanted to spend a lot of money to bring ambitious projects to kind of more conservative, fiscally prudent. I think prudent is Elaine Miller's favourite word.
Well, it's funny you should say that, because on the morning after Blue Island went bust, I interviewed Elaine Miller on BBC Radio Jersey, and she wasn't going to bail them out. And I said to her, she was very indignant that I was asking the kind of questions I asked. These are not questions for today. I said, well, yes, they are, because they actually cost us money. Yeah. And that's really important. As you say, it was almost, whatever the outcome, it doesn't matter, we can't afford it.
Yeah, and I think, that was something, that Blue Island sort of saga was something her and Kirsten Morell really led on. And from what we're hearing, they are two of the people who are quite much more tighter on the purse strings. I mean, you would say if ferries was the big... one of the bigger failings, at the moment it feels that way, of Farnham's government, then Blue Islands was arguably, the way they handled that, a bigger success. They got Loganair in very quickly. People were barely inconvenienced. It was very minimal inconvenience for people.
But at what cost?
There is that. But, Kirsten Morell said to me at the time, we've now got a more resilient ferry network and a more resilient airline.
But no inter-island connectivity?
No inter-island connectivity. I mean, the argument with that is economically, that's not a very economically viable route.
And quite useful.
I think it's of great, as Lyndon Farnham put it to me once, it's of great social importance.
Yes.
I think it feeds into this sense.
Isn't that about the quality of life that we lead?
Yeah, and I think it's also this feeling a lot of people have here that Guernsey are our nearest neighbours. They're so close, but it's so hard to get there. And that's not great for inter-island relations when the politicians aren't doing a great job with inter-island relations, and it doesn't seem islanders on either island can get across to meet each other that easily.
Amar, thank you very much indeed. Amar Ibrahim there. I'm Matthew Price. This is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer and on the BBC News website and our Facebook page. Let's go to St Mary. Don't worry, there's no declaration yet. Hold your horses there. I still think St Peter might just nudge in, or could it be Trinity? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But let's go to St Mary, where Emma Jane Blackman has been meeting the candidates for Constable. Emma Jane.
Weather-wise, it was exactly right, I think, apart from a bit of windburn maybe. It wasn't too hot, quite comfortable out there for the long day, obviously. My own reaction was that the flow of people into the polling station wasn't as great as I had hoped, but I might be wrong in that. Seemed to be quite slow, but that could be due to perhaps pre-polling, or maybe I'm just mistaken, I don't know.
It's been an interesting day. We've been here since 8 o'clock this morning, so we're a little bit jaded, the three of us. Very difficult to call. None of us has a clue who's going to win today. We don't think as many people as we expected have been here today, but we might be, as David said, we might be corrected. Maybe we're wrong, but it doesn't seem as much as what we expected. But hopefully it's a result of what I want.
I can only endorse what my other two candidates have said. It's been a lovely weather. We've all caught the sun, I think. We've got a bit of a tan. Just hope everything goes well. It's been a good clean.
In St Mary. Right, where are we heading next?
Announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So in order, these are the results. Martin Elise,
Trinity, please.
199. Tom Binet, 694. Mark Boliat, 598. Alan Brecken, 181. Carl Bush, 59. Guy DeFay, 106. Lyndon Farnham, 731. Ian Gorst, 815. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 569. Mary Lehegerat, 578. Alan Lepavu, 290. Steve Luce, 452. Alan McLean, 655. Sam Mezak, 258. Helen Miles, 708. Elaine Miller, 753. Bernard Place, 309. The total number of valid votes cast was 7,955, and there were 14 invalid votes cast. As mentioned, the announcement will be made about the final island-wide results in due course. Thank you all for your attention.
That was the declaration for Senator from Trinity. It came through very fast and furious there. That was the very latest we have, our first declaration of the evening. We'll recap it for you in just a moment or two. Some interesting results there. So the first declaration for Senator. Let's see if we can get an update now on those figures. And we'll hear now from Tyler Riv.
Hello there, Matthew. So we've got all the figures in for Trinity now. We've got Martin Aliga with 199. We have Tom Binet in with 694. Mark Boliat in with 598. Alan Brecken in with 181. Carl Bush with 59. Guy Defay with 106. Lyndon Farnham with 731. Ian Gorst, 815. Serena Kirsten Guthrie in with 569. Mary Lehegarat has 578. Alan Lapavo, 290. Steve Luce, 452. Alan McLean, 655. Sam Mezek, 258. Helen Miles, 708. Elaine Miller, 753, and Bernard Place, 309. So the
top nine?
The top nine we have here is Tom Binet in first, Mark Boliat second, Ian Gorst third, Elaine Miller fourth, Lyndon Farnham fifth, Helen Miles sixth, Alan McLean seventh, Mary Lehegarat eighth, and Serena Kirsten Guthrie ninth.
There we are, the first results of the evening. That is the senatorial result from Trinity. An interesting lineup there. Let's go to Amar Ibrahim. Amar, what do you make of that?
Well, you know, that's worrying reading for Sam Mezek, the leader of Reform Jersey. He's quite far off that top nine, around 200 for him. So, you know, but obviously this is Trinity. This isn't probably one of the places where he would have banked on doing very well. But at the same time, it's not one of the smallest parishes. It's, you know, if this was St Mary, I don't think he'd be worried at all, but I think he's going to start to feel quite uncomfortable. I think Tyler said just there that Tom Binet topping that poll. Right,
we're going to go to St Mary now. We're going to the senatorial poll now, and Emma Jane Blackman is in St Mary for our next results. Emma Jane.
We'll then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. Martin Aliga, 131 votes. Tom Binet, 384 votes. Mark Boliat, 361 votes. Alan Brecken, 86 votes. Carl Bush, 49 votes. Guy Defay, 90 votes. Lyndon Farnham, 438 votes. Ian Gorst, 526 votes. Mary Lehegarat, 410 votes. Alan Lapavo, 187 votes. Steve Luce, 249 votes. Alan McLean, 378 votes. Sam Mezek, 202 votes. Helen Miles, 444 votes. Elaine Miller, 408 votes. Bernard Place, 225 votes. The total number of valid ballot papers cast was 773, and there were 13 invalid ballot papers cast. As mentioned, the announcement will be made about final island-wide results tomorrow. Thank you all for your attention.
And that's the very latest we have. We have two declarations now for Senator. We've had Trinity and now we've had St Mary. We'll just update you on those figures from St Mary in just a moment from Tyler Riv, as soon as we've got them. Are you ready to go, Tyler?
I'm ready So I am missing one for Serena Kirsten-Guthrie.
Right, we'll see if we can find that figure for Serena Kirsten-Guthrie and bring it to you. We'll come back to you with that. Obviously, the line broke up there from St Mary's, so we need the latest figure from Serena Kirsten-Guthrie. Amar, just the general trend there, what did you make of that?
I think it was looking quite good for Ian Gorst. I think he's done well in both those counts we've had. Seen as a very safe pair of hands. I don't think a politician, like Sam Mezek or Tom Binet, who really divides opinion, very seen as very responsible, very safe, clearly doing very well. I think Helen Miles and Elaine Miller, they'll be reasonably pleased with how they are both doing. They both scored in the 700s in Trinity, in the 400s there in St Mary, so looking good for them. Sam Mezek, according to just hearing those results live, taking them down, I noted 258 in Trinity and 202 in St Mary. Yeah. Again, not where he expects his power base to be, but he's already going to be feeling uncomfortable. Now, as I said earlier, Reform Jersey candidates have told me they're not too worried about Sam, more worried about Rob Ward as Constable, but it could be their stress levels over Sam getting in are starting to ramp up, because that's sort of two parishes now. A long way to go. We know last time St Helier catapulted Sam Mezek into that top 8, but I can't stress enough what a huge blow it would be to Reform Jersey if Sam Mezek does not make that top 9 elected senators tonight.
We'll broaden that conversation in just a moment. So there we are. We've had 2 declarations of 12 so far. We need clarification on the number for Ian Gorst in Trinity, and we don't yet have a figure for Serena Kirsten-Guthrie in St Mary, but when we do, we'll bring you those figures and give you the clarity. So obviously we don't quite know where the top 9 lie at the moment, so we won't tell you them to lead you in the wrong direction. But let me bring in my guests now, Patrick Lynch and Susanna Rolls. Susanna, your initial reaction to those results, 2 in.
There's not many surprises. I think that the main surprise for me is how Mary Le Hegarett is actually polling quite high from the previous conversations we had.
Outgoing Home Affairs Justice Minister.
Yeah, and I think in some of the hustings she did towards the end of the husting season, she didn't perform so well. So I think she kind of had almost resigned herself, I hear, to perhaps not going through. But the kind of rural parishes are still supporting her and right behind her. So it'll be interesting to see how this shapes up in the rest of the evening. And Serena Kirsten-Guthrie seemed to be doing quite well.
Yeah, Patrick.
I think Mary Le Hegarett was one that I picked up on as well. Home Affairs is one of the ministries that we work closest with, and Mary was a very effective minister, I think. So I'm not surprised in one way, but just the mood music, as Susanna was saying, may have been the other way, but that was noticeable. The other thing I did before tonight, the only bit where we can do a contrast, and it is admittedly 8 years ago, but with the senatorials 8 years ago, the 3 common candidates to then were Lyndon Farnham, Ian Gorst and Sam Mezek, and depending on clarifying Ian Gorst's number in Trinity, but I make it that both Lyndon Farnham and Ian Gorst polled more than they did 8 years ago, but Sam Mezek is down by about 100th in both.
Well, let's pause and get those missing figures. Let's go to Tyler Riv. Tyler, let's go through the figures then for the missing figure in Trinity for Ian Gorst, and give us the top 9 as you've got them now.
The missing figure for Serena Kirsten-Guthrie was...
That was in St Mary.
Was in St Mary. We were looking at 378. That was our missing figure. And our top 9 now are Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Helen Miles, Tom Binet, Alan McLean, Mary Le Hegarett, Mark Boliat and Serena Kirsten-Guthrie.
Those are the top 9 after 2 sets of results in, and all the figures are correct, including Ian Gorst's figures. Indeed. What was Ian's figures in Trinity? Just for clarity, please.
Ian Gorst, figures in Trinity, 526.
526 in Trinity. Right, the top 9 there. Have you got them down?
I thought 526 was his number
sorry,
in St Mary.
That was in St Mary's. That's my mistake. Ian Gorst for Trinity was 815.
Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. So can you just remind us of the top 9 so far with 2 results in?
Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Helen Miles, Tom Binet, Alan McLean, Mary Le Hegarett, Mark Boliat and Serena Kirsten-Guthrie.
Thank you very much indeed, Tyler Riff there with the figures. Well, it's interesting to see how this evening will pan out. We've heard 2 of the 12 senatorial results. As Mar was saying, it could all change in St Helier. We've seen that happen. That happened 8 years ago. It looked like Sam Meswick wasn't going to make the cut, but then he did quite well. He did very well in St Helier. Susanna, what do you make of what you've heard now too in?
It's the same. I think when we hear about St Helier, obviously that will change Sam's position, and that may kick one of the bottom ones off the kind of the cut-off line. I'm not surprised to see Ian kind of topping the poll there. He is a safe pair of hands. He has some detractors and people who really dislike him, but in general he is seen as a very prudent, small c Conservative that will kind of lead us in the right direction. But of course we know that Ian has said he doesn't have any interest in being Chief Minister, so it will be interesting for him to, if he tops the poll, who he then backs as.
Do you think he could be a kingmaker
then? Absolutely.
Patrick?
Yeah, well, the other one there in second place is Lyndon Farnham, and we were obviously talking before about some messaging we were getting that he may be in trouble. If you go on those first 2 parishes, it looks like he's going to be towards the top of the poll. So I think that's contrary to what we were hearing earlier. I agree with Susanna. I think Ian will ultimately be one of the kingmakers. And I suppose looking at the different fault lines there, it's which side he comes down on in that. But I think he will be part of any government that is formed. I think that
as External Relations Minister again, do you think?
Or
Treasury Minister, maybe?
I think it could be one or both of those. Ultimately, I do tend to agree with Susanna. I think he has been Chief Minister before. He's also run for it twice now. But there could be a world where there's a lot of clashing between the other candidates, and it might be seen him as a compromise candidate, so I wouldn't rule that out either.
Wasn't he being touted as a compromise candidate when the Christina Moore government fell?
Yes, and indeed he ran, but that was, I wouldn't say that was as much a compromise candidate or as a candidate for the rump of Christina Moore's government, so that was slightly different.
Right, we'll talk some more in a moment. Patrick Lynch and Susanna Rolls, thank you. This is Election Night Live. I'm going to bring in another guest now, and then we'll pause for the news headlines. Let's bring in George Baird, former Treasurer of the States of Jersey. George, welcome to our programme tonight. You've just come in as the results are coming in.
Yes, very happy to come in at the time when it's all happening. It's brilliant. Yeah.
So what do you make of those 2 results so far?
I'm very pleased actually, because to me it's a sign that so far that the electorate are endorsing the current establishment, because as we've seen in previous elections, there's usually been a few casualties.
A few last time. It was a bloodbath, wasn't it?
It was. And to take that the situation at this stage, that we have current ministers who are actually topping the poll, and we have very few new candidates. In fact, I think the only one of any consequence is Sir Mark Bolia, and he's roughly on the edge. But I suppose the one that everyone's going to be most interested in is Sam Meswick.
Where do you think he's going to have? Isn't St Helier and St Saviour going to save him?
I can remember the election when he was almost in tears.
8 years ago.
Yep, when he was on the way out, and then at the very last minute, I think it was St Helier brought him back in again, and he literally rose from the dead.
I think they call him Lazarus now,
yes,
don't they? Yeah.
Yes, and I would predict it's going to be the same this time round, but whether he'll get back in again, I'm not sure. But if he doesn't get back in, that would be a real blow for reform.
George, stay with us. We'll get you to swap seats and nip out and come back in again in a minute. We have to play musical chairs on this sofa. It got really cosy when we were doing St Helier South. There were 9 of us here, and Karina Alves was virtually sitting on my knee. Not a pleasant experience for her at all, I'm afraid, but there we are. So we're going to ask you to leave us in just a moment, and then we'll come back to you in a moment or two. That is George Baird there, and he's a former Treasurer of the States, and he'll join us again in the next hour of the programme. This is Election Night Live. Before we pause for the news, let's go back to the Town Hall. That's where we can find Tim Pryor. He's there obviously bringing us the count for St Helier South, but also for the senatorial poll as well. And then there's that five-way contest for Constable. Tim, what have you got for us?
Yeah, evening again, Matthew, from the Town Hall, where they pretty much finished the count here for the senatorial vote. But now what they've got to do is wait for the votes to come in from the other parts of St Helier. So if the rest of St Helier could catch up with the Town Hall, we'd be ready to bring you those senatorial results right now. But what they're doing here is they're moving on to the constable count, getting that underway and going while we wait for the results from the other parts of St Helier. And that constable vote, just a reminder, Alvin Aaron, Ina Gardner, Mark Le Chevalier, Rob Ward and David Warr. So some real big hitters, some previous ministers in there, maybe risking things a little bit, putting their hand up and saying, I want to follow in Simon Crowcroft's footsteps. I want to be the new constable of St Helier, 25 years on from when Simon Crowcroft took up that position.
Thank you very much indeed. Tim Pryor there at the Town Hall, where things are going to be very interesting indeed. We're waiting for the St Helier senatorial result, a little way off yet, I think, but that could be the make or break result for some of the candidates, as we've already been hearing. Plus, of course, we've got that five-way contest for Constable of St Helier. After a quarter of a century in that role, Simon Crowcroft has stood down. So who's going to succeed him? Is it going to be one of the three sitting States members or an outsider, Mark Le Chevalier or Aaron Alvin? We'll have to wait and see. Alvin Aaron. Is it? Yes, Alvin Aaron. Yes, there's so many A's in there. I knew he was going to be top of my list, whatever happened. Alvin Aaron, Mark Le Chevalier, and of course we've got David Warr, Ina Gardner and Rob Ward for Reform Jersey. So that's all still to come. This is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, on the BBC News website, where there's an ongoing update regularly throughout the night and into tomorrow morning with all the latest election news you can scroll through. Plus, of course, we're on our Facebook page live. Do stay with us here on the BBC. Right, let's bring you up to date with the latest news this evening with Laura Price. Hi, Laura.
Hi, Matthew. The first results of Jersey's general election are in. Ian Gorst has topped the poll in Trinity and St Mary in the race for the 9 senatorial seats in the island's next government. 17 candidates are standing, but we'll have to wait for the other 7 districts to announce their results before we'll know who'll get a seat. Also, a political commentator says this election could see a higher turnout than previous years. Susanna Rolls says numbers are hard to quantify, but with more people now eligible to vote, turnout could be higher in numbers but with a lower percentage. The editor of the Jersey Evening Post, Carl Walker, has reflected that view, saying that the controversial nature of the campaigning may have led to a higher turnout. Anecdotally, there's been reports of queues at polling stations across the island throughout the day. And for the first time, we've seen automatic voter registration, with almost 85,000 people eligible to vote. And it's the first time that voting has happened on a Sunday. And your election night weather, if you are out and about this evening, mainly cloudy with a chance of the odd shower at times, with wind south to southwest, light force 2 to 3, increasing light force 3 to moderate force 4 later on, with a minimum temperature tonight of 12 degrees. And looking ahead to tomorrow morning, although it may seem like a long way away at the moment, cloudy with a spell of rain, perhaps briefly heavy, clearing late morning with sunshine increasing. Wind southwest, moderate force 4, west, perhaps occasionally fresh force 5. And that's the latest, Matthew.
Laura, thank you. And you're going to leave us now because you've got an early morning call, haven't you?
Yes, a very early morning call. I'll be with you live on BBC Radio Jersey from 6 a.m. tomorrow morning as we digest what will have happened, as you take everyone through the hours that are to come.
Right, we look forward to that. So full analysis, reaction and all the very latest from the winners and losers with you at breakfast time on BBC Radio Jersey in the morning.
Yes, tomorrow 6 till 10.
Thank you very much indeed to Laura Price there with that update. Right, Election Night Live with me and my team. And alongside me, I've got Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Susanna, where do you think we're going to head next? St Peter, maybe? St John?
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of them said that they were nearly ready. That was about half an hour ago. So let's hope one of them actually starts to balance some of this out so that we can see the direction of travel. What I wanted to go back to actually was something that Amar had talked about earlier around fiscal prudence and the kind of...
This excites you, doesn't it, fiscal prudence?
It really does excite me actually, because we cannot spend money we haven't got. And I think it might be an interesting kind of fact that Ian Gorst is topping the poll here, and he is kind of that candidate that actually people believe to really have a kind of fiscal prudence best interests at heart. And I think that is a really interesting kind of outcome if this is the case. In general, I think anyone who is a member of the existing government has got some answers to provide in the incoming government and how they're going to actually balance the books and do the cuts of either services or staff that are required to actually put us back in the black. You know, we've said this before. Ian Gorst has said that he wanted to continue his role as External Relations Minister, and I think that is an absolutely important role, to have somebody in that position that is a safe pair of hands and that actually is respected like Ian is. There's not many other people who can pick up that baton in the same way. So I think it's been one of those ministers that we kind of have said we've been very lucky to have someone like of Ian's calibre in that position, and it would be great if we could continue. So let's hope that there's somebody else in the mix that would be able to take that Treasury kind of role going forward.
Who would you like to see take that role?
I mean, I would quite like to see Alan McLean pick that up. I think he might be a kind of an interesting and prudent Treasury Minister, but obviously we don't know yet if he gets in. The current numbers look good, but we'll have to get a few more before we know whether he's in that position or not.
OK, well, let's have a look at the results in so far, shall we? Because we've got the island-wide results so far of how things are looking at the moment. So those who are looking pretty good at the moment are coloured orange, and we'll read them through for those of you listening on BBC Radio Jersey. Here we have Lyndon Farnham, Mary Lahegara, Elaine Miller, Tom Binney, Ian Gorst, Alan McLean, Helen Miles, Mark Boliet and Serena Kirsten Guthrie. They are currently the top 9, but there are some people sort of kicking around in the middle who could perhaps come up the running order. Steve Luce doing quite well there, and Sam Mezek as well, although he's some way behind Steve Luce. Bernard Place, we shouldn't forget him, or Alan Lepavu, both doing pretty well there. Bernard Place with 534 votes, Alan Lepavu 477, Sam Mezek at 460, Steve Luce 701. Right, Patrick, you've seen the figures. What do you make of those?
A lot of them are along the lines that we were expecting. I think, as we've said already, Mary Lahegara is polling better than perhaps some expected. Steve Luce is in the running. Some people had written him off a bit, but I thought his
strong performances at the Hustings
absolutely, yeah, that's what I was thinking. And he looks at, if I'm right, he's probably in 10th place at the moment.
Yes, he was very strong on election call when he was sitting over there as well.
Indeed. Obviously, Sam Mezek is lower than perhaps expected, and the other person who I think is a bit lower, because they did perform very well at the Hustings and their trajectory seemed to be upward, was Bernard Place.
Yes.
So he's in about probably 11th, I think, there, if I'm right. But still in with a chance. But it would be very hard to see a big uptick in other parishes.
The ones, if you're watching on iPlayer or on the website, are in orange. They're the ones that are currently the top 9. Tyler Riv, for the radio audience, just tell us the top 9 again in the order that we've got them after 2 declarations: St Mary and Trinity.
Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Helen Miles, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Mary Lahegara, Mark Boliat and Serena Kirsten Guthrie.
And who follows down after that?
Steve Luce, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Sam Mezek, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy Defay and Carl Bush.
Thank you very much indeed to Tyler Riv there. I'm told that the St John's Senators could be coming up in about 5 minutes from now, but we'll wait and see. So when we get a third parish in the mix, we're a quarter of the way there for a start. Gosh, you see, O-level maths did pay off in the end.
But these are the kind of the rural parishes,
yeah.
and you would expect some of the results that we're getting.
And tiny electorates.
Absolutely. Small electorates, rural parishes, that may actually mean that the kind of the top 6 or 7 are probably there. The kind of order may change, but I think it's that kind of lower field. The last 3 could change throughout the night, and we might see that kind of number constantly changing towards the bottom.
And the newcomers, Patrick, not doing as well as I thought they might.
No.
Alan Lepavu was widely tipped, apart from Serena Kirsten-Guthrie, who's there at the bottom.
Bernard Place, as I mentioned, Alan Lepavu, Alan, somebody who we've worked with in the charity sector. But some of the parishes that he may do better in may come later, like St Brelod.
Because the Baudet Foundation is based there where he works.
That's where he works. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I think I think the majority of people in the top 9, the only ones who are new, if you remember that Alan McLean was in previously, are the people in 8th and 9th, Mark Bolias and Serena Kirsten-Guthrie. And actually, he's polling well, but Mark Bolias, some people thought might top the poll, but he's actually only in 8th place there when you think about it. So but still in a good position. But that's an interesting one, where some people thought if you go on the basis that the higher you poll, the more chance you have for Chief Minister, that his name may be in the hat for that. But at the moment, he's only in 8th.
But in the end, it doesn't matter where we put them in the poll, because we have no say as to who's going to be Chief Minister. It'll be the other 47 states members.
It's who's better at manoeuvring, really, isn't it?
Yeah, 48 states members. We'll see. We'll talk about manoeuvring later when we've got more figures. Amar Ibrahim, I'm intrigued. Right. Where are we at? Do you reckon? We saw the figures, didn't we? We saw those ones who got the orange bars. That's a bit like pointless at the moment, isn't it?
Well, I think it's fair to say Lyndon Farnham, despite one states member telling me he felt that Lyndon Farnham was in trouble, looking like Lyndon Farnham is safe.
He seemed happy to me in the co-op.
Yeah, 2 obviously rural constituencies, as Susanna said, rural parishes, small numbers, but still significant for Lyndon Farnham to be second there. Serena Kirsten-Guthrie, now, I asked Samantha Gleave last night how Value Jersey were feeling. Serena Guthrie, a candidate endorsed by Value Jersey, she has said she endorses their principles. You argue, along with Samantha Gleave, their kind of big flagship candidate in that way. And Samantha Gleave told me that they were very confident about Serena Guthrie. She was the one they were confident about. Otherwise, they're a little bit...
Former England netball captain, so name recognition.
And I think this shows the importance of name recognition. We've not actually... A lot of these politicians doing really well here, particularly Ian Gorst and Lyndon Farnham, we've not actually heard too much from them this campaign. If you didn't go to the hustings, you might not have seen much from them at all. But its name recognition is so important, and that is obviously something that will work in Serena Guthrie's favour. I think there's an argument she might be one of the most famous people living in Jersey at the moment, and that really, really helps. And coming back to Sam Mezek there, obviously starting to get a bit worrying for him. I think looking at the way Sam will view this, he'll probably think there's no need to panic just yet, but it's quite he'll find it unsettling seeing how far he is off Steve Luce, who's kind of the next one pushing into that top 9. And Elaine Miller and Helen Miles doing very well. We know those are 2 politicians. They were in Christina Moore's government. They have a close relationship. You feel if they do well, they may want to, there'll be 2 politicians looking to work together.
Yeah, I have a feeling that whoever does the better of the 2, they might, decide to push one of them for the next Chief Minister. We might have a 3-way race, because there should be a woman in the mix somewhere, because there's a real danger this time around. There'll actually be fewer women elected to the House than was last time. Yeah,
there was an interesting discussion about this at the hustings, where, when the candidates were asked who they'd want to be Chief Minister, and Tom Binet said, someone who has the balls to do it. And Elaine Miller went, well, no, someone who has the cojones to do it, because there are 4 women in this race. So, I think Elaine Miller's made no secret of her desire to do that, to be Chief Minister.
And of course, let's be fair, Trinity is her home parish.
Yes.
And so therefore she did poll very well in Trinity. So I did say that there's always that localness. Even in an island 9x5, there's that local support network, isn't there?
And if we are to believe what we're seeing with the queues outside the polling station, that voter turnout's going to go up. This is a point both Susanna and Patrick made really well. We don't know what this increased voter turnout will be, especially if that's in town. That could work really well for reform. It might be that the increased turnout is because people have seen an alternative in Value Jersey, or fielding a lot of candidates.
Although, how do you find Value Jersey on your ballot paper?
You don't, and if you are a new voter, you're probably less likely to know about them.
Serena Kirsten-Guthrie, of course, high profile, former England netball captain, and a high profile in the island, as you say, probably one of the most famous islanders at the moment, so name recognition helps. But hey, do you remember Zoe Cameron?
Before my time.
I'll turn the other way and talk to my friends there. Maybe George Baird remembers Zoe Cameron. We'll talk to George, former Treasurer of the States, again in just a moment or two. But let me talk to Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Patrick, you remember Zoe Cameron. Tell me the story of Zoe Cameron.
I have to confess I don't either.
Don't you remember the senator who resigned?
Oh, yes. Before my debate, yes, I've heard it.
Have I been here doing this for that long that I remember things that nobody else remembers? It seems like it, doesn't it? Do you realise I've been covering Jersey elections for 25 years now? So Zoe Cameron got elected. She was going to bring forward a reform to the health service and to a new hospital and so on. She got elected and then suddenly found that actually it's easier said than done. And within a few months of being elected, she says, this is not for me. She was a doctor, she was a GP, and decided this wasn't for her, and she resigned. And there was a by-election, which a candidate from St Brelard won. So there we go. It's a long time ago now, but I'm sure you all remember it. If George was with us, he'd remember it. We'll catch up with George again in a moment or two. Right, we're waiting for St John. What should we be looking out for, do you reckon?
St John wouldn't be too dissimilar, I would suggest. It's in a district with Trinity, for instance, and it borders St Mary. So I think what we'd be expecting is similar results there, but just seeing if there are any outliers compared to the first two to either help people or somebody polling badly that has been doing well. But I would think, based on what we've seen so far, this would be a reasonably similar result.
Right, given it's a rural parish and they're not that different to all the others.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
the same kind of values, I suspect, and that they have the same expectation, I think, in terms of candidates. What I think might be interesting to see, and obviously we don't know how this is all going to shape up, is a lot of these candidates are experienced candidates, people who have stood before, who have been ministers before, but there's a couple who haven't. And I always see the senator position as almost like a kind of a position above, that you start off as a deputy, you kind of cut your teeth, and then you move up to senator, with a view to actually possibly becoming a minister, etc. I think it's quite interesting to see quite a lot of complete newcomers to politics. And, I exclude Mark Bolliat from that because I think he is an experienced politician.
He's been around the block a bit, hasn't he?
Absolutely. He might not have been in the States before, but he is has been a politician for some time. But some people who are new to politics and would then be new to the States Assembly as well. And I think it would be quite interesting to see how they find their position and how hard or easy they find getting anything done in the States. There's also this kind of conversation about, are the 13 ministerial positions to be filled, are they going to be filled primarily from senators, or senators first, and then after all the senators are gone, pick up a couple of deputies that are more experienced to take some of those roles? If that's the case, then you might then see in the Assembly deputies who have been around for some time be kind of miss out on a ministerial position in place of somebody who's completely new.
So they could agitate from the back benches then, could they?
Absolutely.
Oh, that makes it much more exciting, doesn't it?
I think that is going to be a very interesting kind of game to watch over the next couple of weeks.
But also, I think the dynamic there as well is who those individuals are, because they may identify, because I would expect we'll get at least 2 candidates for Chief Minister, and some may go with one, some may go with the other, and it may be the loyalty there. So you may find that some senators who back the wrong candidate may be excluded from government. So I think there's a lot to play out there. So you could get deputies or constables taking some of those roles. I would be very surprised, whichever makeup it is, that all 9 senators end up being ministers.
Could there be a pincer movement amongst some senators, if they're successful, to keep others out of government?
Very, very possibly. I was very interested at the very end of the final hustings in St Helier, and I think it was around that question that Amar was talking about a few minutes ago, but a definite fault line developed between the existing ministers, I felt. And from what I could see, and some of the answers or the non-answers as well, I could see the likes of Lyndon Farnham, Tom Binney, maybe Mark Boliat, although he's not an existing minister, forming one kind of camp, and that Helen Miles, Elaine Miller, perhaps Ian Gorst, and maybe even Alan McLean drifting towards that. I definitely see a fault line there. And
Alan McLean is a political returnee, former Economic Development Minister, former Treasury Minister as well, seeking to come back. He says he's had 8 years away in business, and so he's bringing fresh experience back into the House. He would be in somebody's pick for a Council of Ministers, I would have thought.
Absolutely. I think Susanna's already mentioned, I think he would be one of the people, perhaps on both sides of that coin I'm saying there, who could be looked at as a possible Treasury Minister again.
What I was surprised at, and perhaps I shouldn't be surprised, was the amount of commonality between Mark Boliat and Sam Messick when they sat on this sofa for election call. You know, it was like, I agree with Nick all over again.
It was, absolutely. But obviously, both of them would have to get in first, and I think Mark is in 8th position there.
And Sam
is way down. But I think the other thing we've got to look at as well, we talked about the 2 lines, then there are the voting blocks, and I see 3 voting blocks. One, the constables, reform, and then the real unknown is how Value Jersey, depending on how many they get elected, how they form. Are they going to be whipped in some way? Are they going to vote for the same Chief Minister? I did put to some of them as I was going around meeting them during the election campaign, if you're elected on Monday morning, the candidates for Chief Minister will be putting a nomination form under your nose. Who are you going to go for? And they were very tight-lipped in not saying it, but do they have a candidate or candidates they will work with, or people they won't work with? And that's one of the big unknowns, I think.
You're listening to Election Call on BBC Radio Jersey. It's 11:20. We've been here since 8 o'clock when the polls closed. We've had 2 senatorial results so far, from Trinity and from St Mary. Let's bring you up to date with how the top 9 are looking at the moment, and then we'll go and look at the rest of the poll in a moment. Tyler Riv, give us the top 9 after 2 declarations.
The top 9 are Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Helen Miles, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Mary Hegerup, Mark Boliat and Serena Kirsten Guthrie.
And below them?
We have Steve Luce, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Sam Mezak, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy Defay and Carl Bush.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's bring in Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter. Amar, what do you make of that?
Well, you know, looking at those top 4 as I wrote them down, so, you know, Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Helen Miles, Elaine Miller, all, you know, other than Helen Miles there, all 3 served in Lyndon Farnham's government, Helen Miles serving in Christina Moore's government. But also interesting discussion about Helen Miles, Matthew. I'm hearing a lot of people feeling like she could, you know, do really, really well as someone who wasn't, you know, a sitting Council of Ministers member.
Former Home Affairs Minister and Justice Minister, of course.
Former Home Affairs Minister, a long career in the police, in the criminal justice system.
No, she's a politician now. That's it.
in the justice system, you know, working in the police, so knows sort of the justice patch very well. And you know, a lot of people have said to me at times that she is someone who commands respect across the Assembly. So, you know, she's definitely someone to keep an eye on. I think Alan McLean doing quite well. I think this feeds into what Susanna was saying earlier, that people are looking for those candidates who are sensible when it comes to the finances. It does feel that Jersey reputation for being quite prudent and careful with its finances has taken a bit of a knock after that latest fiscal policy panel report. And Alan McLean, a former Treasury Minister, still clearly has a lot of good credit from his time as a States member. And I think, global events play a big part. We are a small island, but global events, we're seeing an increasingly uncertain world. And you go to sort of a lot of meetings held by the finance sector, which a lot of the politicians go to. And the finance sector sort of made this pitch that Jersey can be this stable place in a very unstable world. And I think a lot of politicians have really bought into that. And so I think, looking at those politicians who are topping the senator poll, I think if this sort of top 9 stays quite similar, which it of course may not, but if it does,
conducted, and for all I hope. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that their names appear on the ballot paper. Mark Anthony Baker, 156. Ivor Barrett, 211. David Johnson, 406. The total number of valid votes cast was 773. There were 13 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that David Johnson has been elected to serve as the Conotar for the parish of St Mary, and I warn him to attend on the Royal Court at 9:30 a.m. Friday the 12th of June 2026, for the purpose of taking his oath of office.
There we are. That's the latest result we have from St Mary. We have our first constable of the evening elected. David Johnson returned as constable of St Mary, 406 votes. Amar Ibrahim, David Johnson says he wasn't going to stand again because he felt it was time for a younger candidate to come forward. Ivor Barrett, who came second, he came forward. He's only about 18 months younger than David. And then Mark Anthony Baker, who's 61, he came in as well, but he trailed a distant third there in that poll.
Yeah, so, a returning States member, as you said, David Johnson said he wanted someone younger to step forward. I think the fact he still decided to then run with 2 candidates stepping forward, that was quite telling. He probably felt that he would still be the strongest candidate. It was clearly his personal conviction to run again. He is a statesman. He's not. We talked about constables earlier, some of whom don't speak very much in the States. I wouldn't say David Johnson falls into that category. I know that he's very well respected in St Mary, that vote reflecting that. I think Mark Anthony Baker, he had quite a bit of baggage in this election. There were a lot of, and he's not the only candidate, but he's one candidate where old Facebook comments and things came to light, with some of his views not being very comfortable for, I think, the electorate. And not a huge surprise, I'd say, that result, because it didn't seem that the alternatives to David Johnson were really pushing him in that sense.
Let's look at the figures now, shall we? And let's get the figures in a moment for St Mary. But generally, first and foremost, a reaction there from Susanna Rolls. David Johnson re-elected as Constable of St Mary.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting this, to be honest, and I think he's grown his vote by 6.
Yeah.
He's found 6 new people to vote for him.
6 new votes. And what I'm actually interested in is looking at whether there has been an increased turnout. It does look to me like there's 50 more votes than there were there before, or thereabouts. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of those cases of the parishes come out to actually make themselves known of what they don't want.
A distant third for Mark Anthony Baker there.
Absolutely. And based on his hustings performance, actually, Mark Baker performed very well at the hustings in St Mary. So it just means that actually the voters are seeing through.
Going to get a declaration now for Senator in St Lawrence. As you can see, the jurat in charge of that count just awaiting the final results, and then we're going to get a declaration for St Lawrence. This is the Senators. Here we go.
I am Jurat Mike Berry, the Principal Authoriser for the parish of St Lawrence in this island-wide election for Senator. I would like to sincerely thank these fantastic team here at the parish hall. All the volunteers have worked so hard today to make this a success. And indeed to all the parishioners of St Lawrence who turned up in their numbers in good spirits and made this the special day that it really should be. I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 o'clock tomorrow. The candidates and their votes. Martin Aliga, 368. Tom Binet, 786. Mark Bolliat, 772. Alan Brecken, 234. Carl Bush, 107. Guy DeFay, 196. Lyndon Farnham, 975. Ian Gorst, 1,085. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 879. Margaret Lahegeret, 784. Alan Lepavo, 386. Steve Luce, 561. Alan McLean, 848. Sam Mezek, 530. Helen Miles, 1,151. Elaine Miller, 1,109. Bernard Place, 425. The total number of valid votes cast was 1,770. There were 15 invalid votes cast. The announcement about the final island-wide result will be made in June. Thank you, everybody, and on to the counting. Thank you.
There we are then. We have the results from our third of the parishes. So we've now got a quarter of the senatorial results in. Let's have a look at the St Lawrence votes with our political reporter Amar Ibrahim. Really interesting there. The trend that we saw in our first two declarations from Trinity and St Mary, pretty much consistent, isn't it?
Yeah, although Helen Miles and Elaine Miller look like the two top there. So, overtaking Ian Gorst for St Lawrence. He was obviously the leader in the other two parishes we heard. So again, looking like a really good night, despite it being very early. We're only a quarter of a way through the parishes, but looking like a good night for both Helen Miles and Elaine Miller. We heard whisperings as well in the lead up that, people were worried Elaine Miller, while a very competent politician, a lot of States members say she's not a people's person, and that is, voters buy into people, and Elaine Miller was seen as not maybe having that kind of warmness to cut through, but that's not proved to be so far. She's doing very well, as is Helen Miles. Sam Mezek still wouldn't be happy with where he is. Obviously he's done better in St Lawrence than he did in Trinity. But
Steve Luce coming along quite nicely there as well, 561. I can see those two perhaps vying for 9th place. It could be quite interesting.
It's looking like a close battle between those two. Mary Lahegeret still probably doing better than we expected. When I heard Lyndon Farnham's vote count read out, I thought that might be the poll topper. But obviously Ian Gorst, Helen Miles and Elaine Miller all superseding him there. Mark Bolliat still doing reasonably well.
But Tom Binney stuck in the middle there a bit?
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that Tom Binney could top the poll. I think that's still a possibility for him, but maybe not quite as popular as some people had predicted. And Serena Kirsten-Guthrie still going on along very steadily.
Yeah, really interesting indeed. So there we are. We've got a quarter of the senatorial votes. Tyler Riv, are you in a position now to give us an update as to... Well, OK, we'll change your mind there because we're going to go to St Juan. We're going to get our fourth declaration of the evening. Let's go to St Juan, where Courtney Sargent is going to bring us the results from St Juan. As you can see, those pictures coming in now from St Juan, the juror there in charge of the count, and he will be giving us that declaration very shortly indeed. So Courtney Sargent in St Juan, and that will be the fourth of our senatorial declarations. Just waiting.
Somebody's listening on the telephone. Okay, I am Gerard Cornish, the Principal Authorese for the parish of St Juan in this island-wide election for Senator. I would like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way today's election has been conducted. Great job.
Can I put you on speaker, Stan?
I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate, in the name order that they appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that the final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. The numbers. Aliga Martin, 267. Binney Tom, 745. Bollier Mark, 708. Brecon Alan, 172. Bush Carl, 63. DeFay Guy, 135. Farnham Lyndon, 1,012. Gorst Ian, 1,094. Kirsten Guthrie Serena, 726. The Hegarey Mary, 716. The Pavro Alan, 286. Luce Steve, 487. McLean Alan, 760. Mezek Sam, 397. Miles Helen, 902. Miller Elaine, 781. Place Bernard, 410. The total number of valid votes was 9,661. There were 2 ballot papers that were invalid. As mentioned, the announcement will be made about the final island-wide results.
And that's the very latest we've now got from St Juan. So that's 4 of the results in now. Amar Ibrahim, interesting moves there, I think it would be fair to say. Ian Gorst doing pretty well. Here's his home parish, after all, isn't it?
Yeah, so, another strong result for Ian Gorst. He's looking very much like he's cementing his place in at least the top 2. We know Lyndon Farnham...
Well, he lives in St Juan as well. So.
He lives in... But didn't do very well as a deputy 4 years ago. But I think it was either Susanna or Patrick made the point that he was going into this election with a much better reputation as Chief Minister than he was in his last ministerial role going into 2022. And I think that analysis is looking spot on as he has had, another good result.
I need to interrupt. We're going to St Clement now for the Senator. They come fast and furious now at this time of night. St Clement.
I am Gerard Averti, the Principal Authorese for the parish of St Clement in this island-wide election for Senator. I would like to thank and congratulate all the officials and volunteers in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will announce this final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So the results are Martin Aliga, 470. Tom Binney, 1168. Mark Boliat, 1215. Alan Brecken, 481. Carl Bush, 177. Guy DeFay, 283. Lyndon Farnham, 1325. Ian Gorst, 1460. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 1342. Mary Lehegerat, 1108. Alan Lepavu, 640. Steve Luce, 829. Alan McLean, 1212. Sam Mezek, 929. Ellen Miles, 1454. Elaine Miller, 1339. Bernard Place, 588. The total number of valid votes cast was 16020, and there were 18 invalid votes cast. As mentioned, the announcement will be made about the final.
And that's the latest we have from St Clement. That's our 5th declaration. We're coming up to nearly halfway through the senatorial declarations. All eyes, of course, will be on St Helier, of course, the largest electorate by far. But a significant number of votes cast in St Clement, a big populous parish. It may not be very big geographically, but hugely populous. And Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, is alongside me here on Election Night Live. Looking at that, very interesting again, because we're seeing Ian Gorst coming through with a very commanding lead.
We are. It's Ian Gorst, and you would say this is the first parish now where we're not really in the rural parishes. We're moving more into those urban parishes, if you like, residential ones. St Clement, we know, a place where quite a considerable amount of people really feeling the cost of living. This was a place,
Lots of social housing, of course.
Social housing. We know Storm Ciarán, when it hit, the sort of homes around FB Fields, where, it's not a wealthy area. People were quite hit hard by that. And it's somewhere where Sam Mezek has done a lot better here than he has in the other parishes, but probably not well enough to start feeling more relaxed, because Elaine Miller, Mary Lehegerat, Ian Gorst, Helen Miles, Alan McLean and Lyndon Farnham all above him there. So I think Sam Mezek will be feeling a little bit of encouragement, but still quite worried, because St Clement somewhere he really needed a big result, and I don't think that's big enough for him to feel a bit better.
And Value Jersey coming through, their only declared senatorial candidate. There might be others in there we don't know about, but the only declared candidate, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 1,342.
Yeah, that's her best result yet. I know Value Jersey have been feeling very confident about her prospects. I think, though, this looks like her strongest result. And Patrick just saying there, her home parish as well.
Yeah, and of course Mark Boliat's home parish as well. So, he's done very well. He's sort of a deputy in St Clement and went down in flames 4 years ago.
Yeah, I think interesting Mark Boliat. I think he took the very bruising defeat in 2022, has been involved in Policy Centre Jersey, has clearly taken that step back to study Jersey quite closely, has got a real sense of the issues, and was doing very well at the hustings that I saw him at, was getting a good response from the crowd, and that's showing in some of the votes as well.
And last time I think he was collateral
Let's
damage.
bring in, Susanna Rolls. I mean, what I want to do is bring us up to date with where we are 5 results in as to who are the top 9. Are we in a position to do that yet? Not quite. We'll be with you in a moment with the top 9 across the island. Now we've had 5 results, but so far your interpretation, Susanna.
Yeah, I mean, to what Amar was just saying, I think Mark Boliat was collateral damage last time. It wasn't so much about him, it was more about the fact that he was associated with the alliance-led government that people wanted to kind of throw out. Really, obviously, I was expecting Serena to have done really well in St Clement. It's her home parish, so yeah, 100% she's come quite close to the top there. Interesting to see Lyndon Farnham also doing quite well in St Clement's, which again, it is a parish that is no longer his kind of his playground, but it does actually possibly say that whatever he's done or not done.
Well, Ian Gorst used to be deputy for St Clement, didn't he? Remember? Yeah, back in the day.
That was before my time.
Oh, look! Everything's before everybody's time. I remember when Ian Gorst was deputy of St Clement anyway. Patrick.
Yeah, the one thing, obviously Tyler will provide us with the up-to-date figures, but the thing to me, and my admittedly elementary maths, is that the top 9 seem to be pulling away from the people behind it. So Steve Luce was in 10th place according to my maths. Didn't poll as well there. Alan Napavu, Bernard Place and Sam Mesic, although Sam Mesic, as Amar said, has polled better there. I again make it that he's down on what he got 8 years ago, whereas Lyndon Farnham and Ian Gorst, in the only 3 people in the senatorial ones that are there this time as well, they've increased their vote on 8 years ago.
What do you think it might say for the deputy election in St Clement? Because there are 2 Reform candidates there.
Yeah, that's a very close contest anyway, because you've got 3 sitting deputies and one ex-deputy as well. The interesting thing, actually, talking Mark Boliat doing well, his running mate 4 years ago was Lindsay Ash, who's running as a deputy again, and Lindsay actually polled better than Mark Boliat 4 years ago, even though they came 6th and 7th. So if Mark Boliat's increases on this, if Lindsay Ash polls like that, he could look to retake a seat there, I think.
Right, I'm going to interrupt you because we've just got a result in from Trinity. And I can tell you that result, I can tell you now, that is going to be the one from Trinity, and that's Andy Howell, who's won with 853 votes for Andy Howell, is the new constable of Trinity. She succeeds Philip Le Sueur, and that's the result we've just got in. This is what's going to happen during the course of the next hour or so. Lots of results coming fast and furious. We'll do our very best to bring them to you as they happen, but that was a quick declaration there in Trinity. Andy Howell, the new constable. She was, of course, formerly deputy for Trinity, St John and St Lawrence, stepped up and decided to become, try to become constable, and she succeeded in doing that. Amar, what do you make of that?
Yeah, well, Andy Howell, Assistant Health Minister, actually had some tough times in the Assembly. I think being associated with Tom Binney, who's obviously we've discussed in some, a love or loathe politician, but I think in the States Assembly would often speak, Binney would sort of defer to Andy Howell and say, actually, I'm not going to answer that. Andy Howell is, but she certainly grew with confidence. I think she wasn't the most confident speaker in the Assembly, but certainly started to grow into the Assistant Health Minister role and sort of brought forward some important legislation. And now she's, in a different role as constable now, but a good result for her. And I think, her assistant minister role, especially in health, where Tom Binney delegates a lot of responsibility. I think, with other assistant ministers, it can be quite easy to not know who they are because, the minister in charge tends to dominate. But I think with Tom Binney, he was very reliant on Barbara Ward, Andy Howell, and I think that would have helped her name recognition and a good result for her in Trinity.
It's midnight. You're listening to Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey with me, Matthew Price. We're also on the BBC iPlayer, and you can find us there on the Live and Latest bar. Live and Latest, look for my picture and then click on that and you'll be able to follow us on the BBC iPlayer. We're also live on the BBC News website, where there is a rundown, a constant stream of news and information. As the results pan out this evening, we'll bring you that assessment and that analysis and the results as they happen. And you can also follow us live on our Facebook page. Let's see if we can get an update now as to what's going on across the 9. We hope to find out who our top 9 are going to be very shortly. I think we can go there now, can we? I hope so. So we can have a look at who. Tyler, have you got that number yet?
Not quite. I'm just waiting on confirmation for the figures.
Right, we're just waiting on the update there, and then when we get that update, we'll bring it to you. So we've had 5 declarations so far. Let's get a sense of what's going on with Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch.
Yeah, so one of the things I was looking at is how Sam Mesic has performed so far, and in particular his impact in St Mary, because the kind of the third place in St Mary there could go possibly David Benn, possibly Helen Evans, and it would be quite interesting to see whether the fact that Sam hasn't polled very well in St Mary, whether that means that Helen Evans won't get in again.
She did very well last time around, though, in that western parish of St Juan, St Mary and St Peter, Patrick.
She did, as did David Benn. They were all actually very close behind Lyndon Farnham, and I think Roland Hewlin was the other candidate.
I think he came in 7th, didn't he?
Yeah. About 50 votes between the four of them, so it's very close. That, as Susanna was saying, that if you're looking on that basis, that would be a concern for Helen Evans and perhaps a plus for David Benn.
Is this going to be a bad night for Reform, or is it too early to say?
My initial predictions were that they would just about keep 9, perhaps.
But they had
10
in the last House, didn't they?
Yeah, and I think this electoral system doesn't necessarily work as well for them.
Then Elaine Miller got what she wanted.
If that's what you think she wanted, yeah.
I don't think anything. I merely ask you the question. I don't think that's the beauty in this position. I don't have to think at all. I'm just suggesting that maybe one of the motivations for Elaine Miller bringing back the senators was to try to scupper Reform.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of the more cynical view, and I think Reform will definitely say that was the case. I think a lot of the justification for some of those people that had performed really well as senators and not so well in the deputy districts was that they needed that island-wide mandate so that they can focus on the big issues and not have to focus on kind of local issues and try to do that parish work. What I think is interesting is that was the excuse that they used for voting in that particular way. But then when it came to the election, they didn't actually use that kind of island-wide mandate to talk about the island-wide issues. They kind of then used that to kind of skirt around.
Hold that thought, because we can now have the rundown of the top 9 places. So let's have a look now at 5 results in Tyler Riv. Give us an update of where we're at, please.
OK, we've had a slight move around. We have still Ian Gorston first, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Alan McLean, Tom Binney, Mark Boliat and Mary Lehegerer.
So those are the top 9. Who follows then after that?
We have Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy DeFay and Carl Bush.
Right, so 5 of 12 parishes declared. Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, is here with me on Election Night Live. Some disparate parishes there, some rural ones out west. The central one is St Lawrence. There's Trinity, which was an early declaration, of course, and down the bottom there, St Clement. What do you make of what we see so far?
Well, look, with the rural parishes, I don't think we were too surprised with the results we were seeing. And I think especially when we take into the fact that the current crop of ministers haven't sort of really been that much the subject of conversation. If we're to think about the public conversation we're seeing on social media and things like that, it's been very much dominated by sort of reform Jersey, value Jersey, that sort of thing, and concerns around the cost of living. But St Clement, I think to see, I know you said there he'd been a deputy there before, but to see Ian Gorst do so well there, even to see Lyndon Farnham do very well there too. Sam Mezek probably didn't do as well in St Clement as he would have liked. Much better than he did in the other 3 parishes, but you feel that's the result that will worry him. Now, looking at it, it looks like a real battle between him and Steve Luce. I know those two are not fond of each other at all.
That's an understatement, isn't it?
They kind of both really go at each other a little bit in the States. I know Sam Mezek feels Steve Luce has tried to block some stuff he's wanted. That rivalry will only hot up if those two are trying to scramble in for a 9th place, which looks like what might be happening here. Tom Binney, probably lower down than we would have expected. Still doing quite well. He's still in that.
But less than Serena Kirsten Guthrie.
Less than Serena Kirsten Guthrie, less than Ian Gorst, Helen Miles and Elaine Miller and Lyndon Farnham as well. So, Tom Binney was someone people thought would top the poll. I wonder, we didn't see much from him on the campaign trail. I wonder if that hospital contract distracted him. Maybe getting that signed.
He was sitting here on the red sofa trying to do election call and he was scrolling his phone. I just thought he was bored with me. But, I'm used to people sitting next to me scrolling their phones. That's my lateral life these days. But Tom Binney said, I'm just waiting for the contract to come through. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he probably put a lot of his eggs in that contract basket.
Put that phone down.
Thinking if that comes through, that will shoot him up the post, but maybe it came a little too late. I mean, again, we've still got 8 parishes to go to see how the senator picture will look. But that's, you know, what surprises me is what Tom Binney being where
I think we'll go for 7 parishes, shall we? You didn't get your O-level maths.
Sorry, yes. Yes, 7 parishes. I didn't see that 5th one.
You're blocking out.
My own elbow was blocking out. 7 parishes to go. But I think the big story so far, Sam Mezek still quite further off that top 9 than he would like, and Tom Binney probably not doing as well as many would have expected.
Let's have a look at the picture then again. I think that's really helpful. Tyler, perhaps you could just run down the top 9 for us. So this is what everybody wants to know, and then we'll ask who's coming in at 10, 11 and 12. The top 9, please, Tyler.
Of course. We have Ian Gorst at the top of the table, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Alan McLean, Tom Binney, Mark Boliat, Mary Lehegerer, and that's our top 9. Following them, we have Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy Defay, and Carl Bush.
Right, let's talk about those 3 at the bottom, shall we? Because it's usually Guy Defay, but not this time. It's Carl Bush.
Well,
there's no beating about that one, is there?
Definitely not. I think he came bottom of the Parliament's umbrella last time, so probably not a huge surprise.
He was elected to office in the UK, though, wasn't he? He served on the district council.
So we heard
in the southwest of England.
Yes, yeah. Just on just something that occurred to me when we were talking about Tom Binney there, where Serena Kirsten Guthrie has had her own.
Right, we're going to go to St Martin. Sorry, more senatorial results this time from St Martin. Let's get the latest there from the Jurat.
Yes, we have the returning officer here at St Martin's Public Hall, Martin Delap.
I'm Martin Delap, the Principal Autorise for the parish of St Martin in the island-wide election for Senator. I'd first of all like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted, and thank them very much for their time and effort on what I know has been a very long day. I will now announce the number of votes cast in St Martin for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The Judicial Greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. The number of valid votes for each candidate are as follows. Martin Aliga, Independent, 251. Tom Binney, Independent, 861. Mark Boliat, Independent, 741. Alan Brecken, Independent, 187. Carl Bush, Independent, 79. Guy William John Defay, Independent, 144. Lyndon John Farnham, Independent, 856. Ian Joseph Gorst, Independent, 990. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Independent, 672. Mary Lehegerer, Independent, 684. Alan John Lepavu, Independent, 329. Steve Luce, Independent, 608. Alan McLean, Independent, 819. Sam Mezek, Reform Jersey, 361. Helen Miles, Independent, 884. Elaine Miller, Independent, 826. And Bernard Joseph Place, Independent, 373. The total number of votes for all candidates was 9,665, and the number of valid ballot papers is 1,442. There were 2 invalid ballot papers.
Right, that's the very latest we've got then, and we've got another declaration there from St Martin, the parish of St Martin, and the trend, Amar Ibrahim, is similar to those that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, there's now a consistent pattern, continuing, if you like. Ian Gorst still doing very well.
Topping the poll there,
Topping the poll. in the district that Rose Binney is, so you would suspect that might work well for Tom Binney.
Yeah, she was a serving deputy in this district, wasn't she, in the last House?
Yes, her and Carolyn Labby. Tom Binney, still a good result. Again, beaten by Ian Gorston and Lyndon Farnham there, though. Helen Miles and Elaine Miller both still do.
Not much between the two of them there. They seem to be toing and froing a little bit,
No,
don't they?
and I think there was a sense that they were out together a lot. They were pictured together a lot, so there was some consistency of messaging. And I think it's fair to say Alan McLean was kind of in that orbit of Elaine Miller and Helen Miles as well, doing quite well. But another bad result for Sam Mezek. It's not St Helier, where he will really be hedging his bets. But that's,
He's going to ask St Helier to do a lot of heavy lifting for him, isn't he? I think
yeah,
they're going to have to say
and
at
I
this
think
stage.
he's going to, looking at these results so far, he's going to need a good result in St Saviour, another more urban parish with,
But then look at St Saviour, it's that long, thin parish, and the top bit's very rural, the bottom bit is more urban.
Yeah, I guess he might hope that St Brelard as well, areas around the Kennevet Parade and precincts, sort of maybe places like that are a bit more urban in that parish, he can maybe hoover up some votes there. But this is, I think it's fair to say, Sam Mezek's race here is a huge moment for the Party of Reform Jersey as a whole. This is a real test case of whether they can appeal beyond the urban parishes. And I think also...
Right, we're going to go to St Peter now. Let's go to St Peter.
know.
And this is Jenny Mullin guiding us through the... Is this the count for Constable or for Senator?
This is for Senator, isn't it? This count.
We're going to announce the Senator and the Constable for St Peter as well.
Lovely, thank you. Let's hear about the senators and thank you.
So I am Michael Entwistle, the autorisé for the parish of St Peter in the island-wide election for Senator. First, I'd like to thank all those who've been able to assist us as parish officials and for the autorisés in this election today, and say it's been conducted excellently. I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish, not island-wide, for each candidate in the order the names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that the final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. The number of votes cast are as follows. Martin Aliga, 300. Tom Binney, 663. Mark Boliat, 695. Alan Brecken, 260. Carl Bush, 97. Guy de Fay, 169. Lyndon Farnham, 851. Ian Gorst, 963. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 655. Mary Lehegerat, 646. Alan Lepavu, 357. Steve Luce, 483. Alan McLean, 718. Sam Mezek, 482. Helen Miles, 923. Elaine Miller, 781. And Bernard Place, 372. The total number of valid votes cast was 9,415, and there are 12 invalid ballots submitted. As mentioned, this announcement will be made about the final island-wide vote in due course. Thank you all for your attention on that matter. Secondly, I'd like to announce the vote for the election of Constable of the parish of St Peter. Again, I'd like to congratulate and thank all the officials and the adjuvants who've been able to facilitate this vote. The total number of valid votes cast in the parish of St Peter for constable was 1,514. The number of votes cast for Richard Vibert was 1,289. A total of votes for none of the above was 225, and there were 26 invalid votes cast. Therefore, I declare that Richard Vibert has been elected to serve as the constable of the parish for St Peter, and warn him to attend to the Royal Court at 9:30 a.m. on Friday the 12th of June 2026 for the purpose of taking his oath of office. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Richard Vibert elected to a third term as Constable of St Peter. A significant vote there. Just over 200 people voting against him. 225 there for none of the above, but 1,289 votes in favour of Richard Vibert. That's our first indication, really, in hard figures as to how none of the above shapes up against an incumbent constable.
Yeah, it's still, a significant number of votes there for none of the above. Obviously, Richard Vibert's still getting through very comfortably compared to none of the above, but probably not comfortable reading for him to see that number of votes for none of the above. So still a way for people to sort of show their disapproval, if you like, or their unhappiness. He was a constable who served in government. We know that does frustrate some voters, so it could be that maybe some of those votes to none of the above could have been because of that.
Right, well, we'll have to see. Let's have a look at these senatorial results from St Peter. Previously, they've been quite quick off the mark, but here we are. This is St Peter's results, and again, following the same trend that we're seeing. But let's go straight to Steve Luce and Sam Mezek. Just one vote between them. I can see these two fighting it out for 9th place at this rate.
It's turning into a very interesting battle. Two very different politicians. I think Steve Luce very much quite a very conservative politician, not just in sort of ideology, but in the way he goes about things. Sam Mezek much more keen to sort of break the status quo and bring quite ambitious propositions. I know with rental tenancy, there's sort of a big environment.
Right, we're going to go to St John. I told you they come thick and fast. The senatorial result from St John.
I now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So, Martin Aliga, 169. Tom Benet, 629. Mark Bowyer, 560. Alan Brecken, 186. Carl Bush, 66. Guy DeFay, 118. Lyndon Farnham, 699. Ian Gorse, 761. Serena Guthrie, 544. Mary La Hagare, 527. Alan Lepavu, 229. Steve Luce, 433. Alan McLean, 613. Sam Mezek, 293. Ellen Miles, 669. Elaine Miller, 677. Bernard Place, 255. The total number of valid votes cast was 7,428. There were 26 invalid votes cast. As mentioned previously, the announcement will be made about the final island-wide results in due course. Thank you all for your attention.
Right, we will bring you up to date with the top 9 places very shortly. Those are the figures and the declarations that we had there from St John. They're not quite right, those figures that we're showing at the moment. I don't think that's quite right, is it? As
That would be, yeah, I don't think that Martin Aliga figure is right.
The zero's been added in.
Yeah, I think that we need to just check those figures again, but you heard the declaration there, and we'll bring you more information when we get it. And well, I think we're going to go to St One in a moment or two to get the Constable declaration there. Richard Honeycomb is standing against none of the above. He was first elected 4 years ago, and he's seeking re-election. Let's see if he's managed to beat off opposition from none of the above. Right, Amar, let's have a look at those figures. We haven't got the actual breakdown yet, but the general trend in St John was much the same as everywhere else, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ian Gorst, again, continuing to do well. And I think what that shows, because I wouldn't say Ian Gorst has, in this political term, brought any huge policies. He's not sort of done that many speeches in the States. When Ian Gorst does speak, it's very technocratic, if you like. He is very much...
You mean he's boring?
I think some would say, but I've already got a text from Elaine Miller telling me off for saying she's not a people person. So I'll she did put...
But doesn't that demonstrate the fact that she's not a people... If she was a people person, she'd have rung you and said, Amar, let me just tell you.
In fairness to her, she put 2 laughing emojis.
Oh, bless
so
her.
I think she's taken it very well. I wouldn't say that's my experience of Elaine Miller, but States members have constantly said she's just not a people's person. And I would hardly say, you know, Ian Gorst... Again, I'm probably digging myself a bit of a hole here.
Yeah, it sounds like you are. I'm moving further along the bench here, have you noticed?
You know, he's not your Tom Binney, your Sam Mezek, or even backbenchers like Jonathan Renouf, who when they speak very well, or Helen Miles as well, those very charismatic figures. Ian Gorst is a technocrat, and I think what his polling shows, and he's not exactly done a huge campaign where he's been everywhere, but I think it shows in... You know, with global events going the way they are, there's a real desire for stability and safe pair of hands. I think Ian Gorst topping a poll, nothing says people wanting a safe pair of hands more than that, really.
Well, we'll talk to Susanna and to Patrick, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch, our guests, in just a moment. This is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey with Matthew Price, live on the BBC iPlayer, the BBC News website and the BBC Jersey Facebook page in Vision, so you can see things as they develop. Let's go back to those St John figures, which we've now corrected, and have a look at how that pans out. Not dissimilar, I'm sure, to the rest of the island. That's more like it. Martin Aliga, 169. Ian Gorst topping the poll there, 761. But I want to point out some of the surprises. Mary Lehegara, a very able minister, but not very high profile. Towards the end of the election campaign, I didn't think she was performing particularly well at the hustings, but cutting through.
Yeah, at the last husting in St Helier, she spent her speech that they all get at the beginning just thanking everyone who'd proposed and seconded her. And you thought that was a really, like, a bad error, because people were looking at each other in the room quite puzzled as to why you do that when this is your chance to sell what you stand for. I think Mariella Hegera obviously brought through the violence against women and girls legislation.
And she'd have done more had she had more law drafting time, I think.
This was the big thing. You know, there were other policies that Mariella Hegera was quizzed on a lot. Modern slavery comes to mind, which she just didn't bring through, and her constant answer to almost every policy she didn't bring through was violence against women and girls is taking up so much time. That raises an interesting question about law drafting capacity in the States. Obviously, Senators was brought in. They seemed to find the law drafting capacity for that. But one thing that really, I think, frustrated Mary Lehegara, or might have been something she bears responsibility for, was the slow drafting of a lot of laws in her portfolio. But she seems to be cutting through. She's a former police officer. She was deputy in St Helier, I believe St Helier North. And she told me that the reason she stood in St Helier North, despite not living there at the last election, was her feet know it better than anyone else.
Because she'd been on the beat there as a police officer.
As a police officer. Now she's going for the island-wide mandate, and she seems to have broad appeal. And if she's still got that strong support base in St Helier, she might do really well there as well, which makes her, you know, someone people... I think the feeling was of the sort of established candidates, Mary Lehegara and Steve Luce, were going to miss out. Steve Luce sort of battling out with Sam Mezek, although another bad result for Sam Mezek there. Mary Lehegara...
Let's see if we can... Have we got the 9? We can go now to the 9. Tyler Riv, tell us the 9 who are in the contention at the moment. Right. I think we've got to go to... sorry, I'm going to interrupt you again. I told you it's going to be one of those nights. Let's go to St One for that announcement from the Constable's result there with Courtney Sargent. Courtney, live in St One, what have you got for us?
Well, we thought there was going to be a count for the constable, but actually it is now going to be a recount. Some of it's the issues with some of the ballots, so they're going to be doing a recount now. You've got Richard Honeycomb is enjoying his little glass of wine as he waits for the results, but at the moment, a recount, so we'll have the latest result for St One Constable as and when we can get it.
So, Courtney, let me get this clear, if I may, please. So we've got Richard Honeycomb standing against none of the above. So, in theory, there's no candidate standing against him, but it's going to a recount.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure what the issue is, but it is going to a recount here in St One's. I guess I can talk to Richard over there. How are you feeling? A bit nervous or anything? Are you?
No. I think there's two. The bundle should be in votes for me and none of the above, and there's a mixture. I think there's two none of the above have been mixed with the actual numbered votes.
So the recount here, about 20 minutes or so till we'll be able to have the full result.
Can I ask Richard a question via you? I'll buy you a pint because you found the elusive Richard Honeycomb. Can you ask him a question? Why did he want to stand for re-election?
Can you hear that? Matthew, why did you want to stand for re-election?
There's a lot of work that was still left that I felt needed to be done. It's been a pleasure to work and serve for the parish for the last 4 years, and there's lots of work that I wanted to continue with, especially the construction of our homes for the over 55s, which we're hoping to get ahead by the end of the year.
And if you are re-elected against none of the above, what do you hope to achieve in the next term?
What I've just said, basically. I hope to be asked to serve on planning. I've done 4 years with planning. I've been on 2 scrutiny panels and continue work within the parish.
Richard, thank you very much indeed. We'll await the outcome of your recount in due course. I think I owe Courtney Sargent a pint for finding the elusive Richard Honeycomb, but I'm going to claim now I've spoken to 91 of the 92 candidates. Do you think I can claim that? I think that's probably fair, don't you?
I think you can via Courtney Sargent. You did, but a drink you owe him for finding Richard Honeycomb.
He found Richard Honeycomb, but Richard Honeycomb is facing a recount against none of the above. We don't know how close it is. It doesn't sound like he's lost there, does it, to none of the above? But we'll have to wait and see. If he did, there would be a by-election, and nothing stops him from standing in that by-election. And whether or not another candidate would come out to stand against him, I don't know. But that's the vagaries of the political system. We were going to talk to Tyler Riv. Let's have a look at where the top 9 are. Tyler, can you tell us, please, who are currently in positions 1 to 9 to be elected as senator?
I can indeed. At the top of our table, we have Ian Gorst. He's still there. Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Alan McLean, Tom Binney, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat, and Mary Hegarart.
And who follows down the next 3 after that?
Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lapavo, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy DeFay, and Carl Bush.
So 8 of 12 parishes declared so far, as you can see if you're watching on the BBC iPlayer or on our social feed. And if you're listening on BBC Radio Jersey, we're still waiting for some big parishes like St Brelard and, of course, St Helier to declare, as well as St Saviour. So, yeah, we've still got a way to go. And I think we're still waiting on Grouville as well, aren't we, from memory? We've had St Martin, so I think we're still waiting on Grouville. So there we are. Those are the 4 that we're waiting for. And I think St Helier will probably be the last one. Look how close it is between Steve Luce and Sam Mezek. I mean, that could change in St Helier, but at the moment, 500 votes between them, Amar.
What I think more worrying for Sam Mezek is it looks like Mary Hegarart is sort of taking up that 9th place, and Sam Mezek is 2,001 votes off her, so it's still quite a big difference to make up. And
so is Steve Luce. He's 120 or so votes shy of her as well.
Yeah, I mean, for Sam Mezek at this stage, whether he beats Steve Luce, currently it's a moot point. He's got to beat Mary Hegarart. Obviously, St Helier still to go. He'll probably have strong hopes for St Saviour. But, we've kept saying as every result has come in, other than St Clement, he's probably not too worried. But right now, it's not looking like a great picture. Tom Binney kind of plodding along, doing quite well, but maybe not as well as he would have expected, especially as, he has not said that he wants to be chief
I was
minister.
going to say, those figures aren't strong enough to sort of launch a chief ministerial bid, are they, amongst your colleagues, I would suggest?
No, especially as, the last hustings he was saying the new government needs to be more radical, more bold, which I think was him saying he felt Farnham's government was too cautious, probably too caught up in compromise between the different factions, but he's not got a strong enough mandate at the moment, I think, with those votes to sort of go in for chief minister. I know he'll probably be much more careful to count his nominations this time, if he is.
He's got to count to 6.
He's got to count to 6. I mean, he'll be doing the maths right now, but Ian Gorst, though, did say at the last hustings he wants to remain as external relations minister. I think with the kind of votes he's topping up, he can kind of be in a very good position to ask for whatever job he wants if it's not chief minister. And obviously a lot of people were saying it could be a great night for Helen Miles, that she might be a really strong contender to top the polls, and she's looking very healthy at the moment.
All right. I'm going to turn and talk to Susanna and to Patrick. Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch, our political analysts here. Susanna, let's look at where the power lies now, because Elaine Miller and Helen Miles are two very powerful women this evening.
Well, we kind of were already expecting Helen Miles and Elaine Miller to do well. They're sitting there in kind of second and fourth place at the moment. That may still change. What I think is interesting is that between them is Lyndon Farnham, so he's kind of somewhere in between those two, and I think that will really kind of come into play in terms of the kind of the political manoeuvres that they'll all get up to this evening and tomorrow to kind of vie for position. But I think what is really kind of worth noting is that we have in this kind of group of the first top 7 or 8, there's a couple of absolute political animals that are actually very good at manoeuvres on the kind of of the kind of the political kind, and then you've got people who tend to kind of be more straight or perhaps kind of be more transparent, and I think I'd probably put Helen Miles in that place. But I would always say do not underestimate the very experienced politicians that actually move in mysterious ways.
Patrick Lynch.
Yeah, well, what I was saying there earlier about two different camps, you can almost see that now in the votes at the top rungs there. Helen Miles, given what we've all said, that Ian Gorst wants to stay in external relations, you would look at the next 3, and that's Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller. Get the feeling that it's unlikely that both Helen Miles and Elaine Miller would stand for Chief Minister, so they could be a pairing. So I suppose Lyndon would be looking at some of the people further down. I think Tom Binay's in 6th place, Mark Boliat in 7th or 8th. Theoretically, one of the people Lyndon would have expected or may have expected to bring with him would be Sam Mesick and Reform. That's looking a bit dicey now. So, but as Susanna was saying, there are political animals in there and the intrigue and stuff behind the scenes. There may be other people there that might want to do it, but certainly at the moment I see 2 camps.
Right, so who are you looking for to support? You're going to see, Helen Miles maybe for Chief Minister?
I imagine, as I said, as Susanna said, she and Elaine Miller were kind of campaigning a lot together, so you would expect that they may be in the same camp. I doubt 2 of them would run against each other.
So Lawrence Constable, this is an interesting one.
I thank sincerely the staff of the parish hall and all the volunteers who made today such a success. Now I would like to add my thanks also to the retiring constable who has expended every ounce of energy she has today to help the team run the election. And I'm very grateful to her for that. I'll now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that names appear on the ballot paper. John Alexander Nicholas Lefondre, 608. Tina Palmer, 1,000.
Tina Palmer beat John Le Fondre. Tina Palmer, political newcomer, working in personnel. She has beaten John Le Fondre. John Le Fondre losing in 2 successive elections. He lost out as an alliance candidate last time around as Chief Minister. He lost his seat in St Lawrence. He's failed to be elected as Constable of St Lawrence in succession to Deirdre Mutsburian. We haven't got the figures there. We'll bring them to you in just a moment or two, but it looks like she had nearly twice as many votes as he did.
Yeah, sort of breaking a lot of the trend. We're seeing a new candidate. Obviously, John Le Fondre wasn't in this last political term. He wasn't in the States, but he is a former chief minister. That comes with a lot of weight, a lot of gravitas, but clearly didn't seem to get that
Lawrence, and I warn her to attend the Royal Court on the 12th of June 2026 for the purpose of taking her oath of office. Thank you.
The actual figures there, but Tina Palmer being elected as the new Constable of St Lawrence. Continuing a tradition, Iris Lefevre was the female Constable of St Lawrence, the first female constable, and then of course we've had Deirdre Mutsburian for more than 15 years as Constable of St Lawrence, and now another woman taking over there.
Yeah, and then we've seen obviously Andy Howell coming in as Constable of Trinity. We know Karen Shenton-Stone is in a good position.
Against none of the above in St Martin.
St Martin. So seeing more female constables come to the fore, but I think just a really big moment for Tina Palmer there. You know, John Le Fondre, that is tough opposition for someone who can say they've been a chief minister, sort of navigated the island through COVID. Obviously, when you've served in the States, you come with more baggage, but for her as a newcomer to achieve that's, you know, a really big night for her.
We'll wait for the confirmation of those figures. I want to bring in Susanna Rolls. Susanna Rolls, you thought John Le Fondre was going to get back in, didn't you?
I did indeed. I actually, you know, I thought that he had the parish connections to carry him through, but obviously what I think has hurt him was the fact that he did say quite openly that he would seek a role in government if he was elected, and I think parishioners don't like that from constables. They expect the constable to be serving them, and you know it was a kind of a I suspect he was trying to be transparent, that this was something that he had ambitions to continue and to pursue, to be back in government. But it was a misjudgment in that sense, because it actually cost him the election.
Well, we know that Tina Palmer got more than 1,000 votes, Patrick Lynch. That's a sizable victory for her, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. Yeah. But we tried to meet as many of the candidates as possible, and I have to say Tina Palmer was a very impressive candidate, so I'm not overly surprised by that. I think she performed very well at the hustings as well, and I think that was, unlike Susanna, I was tending towards Tina Palmer taking that seat, and very impressed to see her do that, but probably didn't expect quite the margin. Whatever, we heard 1,000 and then the line stopped, so it's at least 400 votes.
Right, we're going to St Clement. This is Marcus Troy's seat as constable, against none of the above. Here we go, St Clement.
I am Jurat Joanne Kim Averty, the Autorise for the parish of St Clement in this election for Connaught. I would like to again thank and congratulate all the officials and volunteers in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast for the sole candidate, followed by the number of votes cast for none of the candidates option. Marcus Troy, 2078. None of the above, 490. The total number of valid votes cast was 2568. Excuse me, and there were 57 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that Marcus Troy has been elected to serve as Connaught for the parish of St Clement, and I warn him to attend on the Royal Court on Friday, the 12th of June, 2026, for the purpose of taking his oath of office.
Right, let's have a look, shall we, then, at that result, Amar. Really interesting there. Marcus Troy, 2,078 votes, none of the above, 490, and over 50 sport papers.
Yeah, 490 votes and none of the above. That's not going to be nice reading for Marcus Troy at all. There's almost around 25% of the votes that he got. let's talk about him as a constable and what he's achieved. Obviously, St Clement, particularly the area around FB Fields, was very badly hit by Storm Ciarán, the tornado that ripped through the island. That area, the homes around there were very badly affected. I do think he has a lot of credit for how he handled that situation. The parish hall, I've heard from several people when we were doing our road show that they felt that, he acted well as a constable to support the community at that time when they really needed it. He has, of course, been drawn into the whole saga around the Havre de Par Lido, because that organisation, that company he's part of, First Point, is...
Because Marcus Troy's background is in hospitality, of course.
Hospitality, and they have taken over the Lido, and he did that interview with us where he told me that he wanted it to be the next Benidorm, that area, and he insists that he meant Brighton, but I don't think he did. I don't think he did, because I asked him, Benidorm, really? And he went into detail. Now, that is not a St Clement issue, that is a St Helier South place, but maybe people felt that he was a bit distracted from his parish there. That could be one reason for seeing so many none of the above votes. It is important to say that, he has had his health struggles. He's not always been able to be in the States Assembly as much as he would have liked. So that's played a part in maybe sometimes him not being as present. But when we did our roadshow round in the different districts, there was a lot of praise for Marcus Troy in St Clement, but clearly a lot of people are not happy with his performance.
Yeah, over 400 there voting against him, actively voting against him, and 50 or so spoiling their ballot papers. I'm not sure about the psychology of spoiling your ballot paper when you've got the choice of none of the above. Isn't that itself a spoilt paper?
Yeah, it's a bit counterintuitive.
Yeah, well, there we go. We'll have to wait and see. So there we are. Let's have a look and take stock, I think, because Tyler Riv can give us the figures from the senatorial counts that we've received so far. Tyler, who are our top 9 at the moment?
Our top 9 are Ian Gorst, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Alan McLean, Tom Binney, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat, and Mary Lehegerat.
And after that, who follows on?
Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy DeFay, and Carl Bush.
Thank you very much indeed, Tyler Riv there. Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey with me, Matthew Price, on the BBC iPlayer, on BBC Sounds, of course, and as always, you can see us on our website as well, on the BBC News website. There's a rolling feed of news and information there from this election night. We have reporters out at all 14 counts, and we're bringing you the action as it happens, the counts as they're declared, and we're trying to bring you the analysis as we get it. Alongside me, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Susanna, we're going to get the St Martin Constable result in a moment, which is Karen Shenton-Stone against none of the above. She brought in that legislation, so it'd be funny if she was hoisted by her own petard, wouldn't it?
No, I think she's fairly safe. But what I think is quite interesting to see is that actually Marcus Troy, the vote share for Nota has gone up by about 200 votes. So, he had a bit of a warning last time. He's grown his votes by about 50, but Nota has grown considerably. So, he's not obviously universally liked in that parish. So, it'll be interesting to see what happens at the next election.
Yeah, well, indeed, but he has been unwell as well, so that's made life difficult for him. And that means he's the only candidate I haven't spoken to this election time. Patrick?
Yeah, well, indeed, we know Marcus has been ill, and but I think when you speak to people on the ground in St Clement's, they have been very positive about Marcus. So as to the numbers increasing there, I'm not sure. I'd like to see actually as well how that fits in with actual votes, not necessarily turnout, but votes cast last time compared to this time. I think from my rudimentary maths, it may have gone up a bit, but again, that might just be the percentage of new people as well.
Yeah, I mean, the people are being very careful, aren't they, not to mention the percentage turnout, because we haven't got the final lockdown roll. I have got some electoral figures here from vote.je, which gives us, roughly speaking, 84,817 electors. But it was possible to turn up yesterday now, of course it's midnight, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You turn up on election day and say, look, I'm not on the roll, but here's my ID, here's where I live, and they can add you to the roll. I mean, they've tried to make this election as inclusive and as accessible accessible as possible, but it does mean that we don't have the figures at hand. And I really just want to at this point mention that in the past we've really had this difficulty of trying to work out turnout and indeed percentage of votes, because we haven't had all the figures at hand and all in one go, and that can be very frustrating. And Adrian Lee, bless him, who ordinarily was part of election nights here on the BBC and has now retired, would sit there tapping the numbers into his laptop and fuming. Yeah, but what's the actual figure? What's the actual figure? It's one of the happiest memories I have. So, Adrian, if you've stuck with us this long, big hello to you from everybody here at the BBC. We miss you this evening, but we hope that you're having a long, happy and healthy retirement. And it's different to have an election night without you, but we know that you've been a part of our election nights for more years than we care to remember. BBC Radio Jersey and the team live across the BBC this evening. We could go to St Juan now for that constable vote. Let's go to Courtney Sargent in St Juan. Courtney, what have you got for us now? There we go.
Well, Matthew, we do have the results after a little delay due to a recount, only a minor issue with a couple of the papers being in the wrong pile. But I can announce that for Richard Honeycomb with 1,107 votes, none of the above with 407 votes. The total number of valid votes cast was 1,516, with 33 invalid papers. So Richard Honeycomb has been voted in as Constable of St Juan.
Thank you very much indeed, Courtney.
That's just to recap there. You've got Richard Honeycomb with 1,107 votes, none of the above, 407. Total valid cast was 1,516 and 33 invalid papers. So Richard Honeycomb is the Constable of St Juan.
Thank you very much indeed. Richard Honeycomb re-elected as Constable of St Juan for a second term. But Amar, 407 votes against him.
Yeah, again, another constable uncontested seat where we've seen none of the above do very well. And, ultimately, Richard Honeycomb, like Marcus Troy, will be elected. He has been elected.
Spoke 14 times in the last 4 years.
We don't know if that's the reason for so many people voting none of the above, but he has been, as you say, notably quiet in the States Assembly. That doesn't go down well with some of his fellow members who feel, what is the point of being there if you are going to speak so little? But as I said earlier in the programme, Matthew, as a constable, I think you can get away with it if you're active in your parish, if people see you being part of the community, organising events, attending to those local issues, being the father or mother of the parish. But obviously, 400 none of the above votes. Both, I think, Richard Honeycomb and Marcus Troy were going to sleep tonight, but with a bit of a bitter taste in their mouth and probably a bit of a feeling that maybe they need to do a bit more in this political term.
Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, we're still waiting for 3 of the constituencies, 3 of the parishes to declare their senatorial results, and then we'll know which 9 candidates are elected with an island-wide mandate, from whom we suspect we will see the next Chief Minister emerge. Perhaps 2 camps are already formulating there. One camp I'm hearing is perhaps anything they can do to stop Tom Binney being in office, but we'll have to wait and see if that really is a line of attack that these politicians want to take. Let's now go to St Martin, where we've got the constable's result from St Martin, and Kate Jennings is there for us.
Right, just bear with. Martin Delap, the returning officer, now has the results of the constables.
Good evening. I'm Martin Delap, the Principal Autorisé for the parish of St Martin in the election for Connétable. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted, and to thank them very much for the time on what has been a very, very long day. I now announce the number of votes cast for the sole candidate, followed by the number of votes cast but none of the candidate's option. Karen Elizabeth Shenton Stone, Independent, 1,222. None of the above, 201. There were 19 spoiled ballot papers. I therefore declare that Karen Elizabeth Shentonstone has been elected to serve as the Constable for the parish of St Martin, and I warn her to attend on the Royal Court at 9:30 a.m. on Friday, the 12th of June, 2026, for the purpose of taking her oath of office. Thank you very much.
Karen Shenton-Stone is behind me and she looks very happy.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate Jennings there with the latest from St Martin's Public Hall. We'll await the senatorial result from the 3 remaining parishes that we've still got to go. Right, let's hear what Karen's saying. We're just getting her reaction to that result. Let's hear that now.
You can't please everybody all the time, especially if you do, stick your neck out sometimes. And most of all, I'd just like to thank a lot of the fantastic people over here and all the electoral administrators, actually, and everyone involved with the ABR and Sunday voting, because it was PPC, my committee, who introduced Sunday voting and ABR. And I think it's been really successful. So, but there's been so much hard work going into it. So I work with an amazing team in the parish, and I'm just thrilled to bits to be able to do another 4 years. So thank you.
You were behind, Constable, you were behind also the change to Sunday voting with PBC, and there was some scepticism about the Sunday voting, but it seems that it's turned out quite well with the turnout.
It's turned out really well, I think. We had a higher turnout today. It was amazing. We saw lots of young families. We saw lots of teenagers and younger adults. We had our usual, the older adults who always vote, which is fantastic. But it was such a diverse group of people who voted today. And it was such a lovely atmosphere. So I think we won through. We pushed for Sunday voting, and I think it's come good.
Thanks to you, Constable-elect Karen Shenton-Stone in St Martin.
Thank you.
Kate Jennings, thank you very much indeed. Karen Shenton-Stone there, re-elected as Constable of St Martin. She, as she mentioned, as Chair of Privileges and Procedures, brought about the changes to the electoral system that saw us vote for the first time in 200 years on a Sunday. Do you know what? This is one of those lovely historical facts that I discovered in preparing for tonight's programme. Everybody was saying, oh, the first general election for Jersey ever to be held on a Sunday. Well, yes. Technically, yes, because it's a general election, so all the seats in the States Assembly are up for grabs, and so it's the first time it's been held on a Sunday. But go back 200 years, and no, don't say I don't remember it myself, but go back 200 years, and there were Sunday elections, because you would vote for your constable on a Sunday after church, you see, and the elections would take place in the parish churchyard after Sunday service, and they wouldn't be private elections, they'd be in the public. So, whoever could garner the most support publicly or promise the most beers at the local pub would get elected constable. But that's in the days when there were 12 jurats, 12 deans, 12 rectors, and of course 12 constables, and the constables would be elected on a Sunday morning in the churchyard, in the open air, and it would not be a secret ballot. But no, I don't remember that firsthand. But there we are, Sunday voting has got a precedent here in Jersey. Right, let's see where we are. Let's have a quick look at that. Can we look at the pictures of where we are? Yes, we can. Look, these are the senatorial results so far. Tyler Riv, give us the top 9.
The top 9 are Ian Gorst, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Alan McLean, Tom Binney, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat, Mary Lehegara. That's our top 9. And following on, we have Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy DeFay, and Carl Bush.
Thank you very much indeed to Tyler Riv there with the latest on the senatorial declaration so far, with 3 remaining, 3 big parishes, of course, so that could change things quite considerably. St Brelard, St Saviour and St Helier. We're expecting those declarations still to come this evening. I think we can now go to St Helier Central, Rouge-Brion School, where things have taken an unexpected turn. Ray Vivian, tell us what's been happening there at Rouge-Brion, because we are awaiting the results, aren't we, for the deputies for St Helier Central.
Yes, Matthew, that is correct. I'm here outside Rouge-Brion School. We've seen lots of results coming in from all over the island for senator and for constable, and later on we'll also find out about deputies. But one parish where you're going to have to wait a bit longer for those results for deputy is here in St Helier Central, as it was announced about 30 minutes ago by the juror David Leheze that they are going to suspend counting for deputies here in St Helier Central until tomorrow morning. I've been here since polls closed at 8 o'clock, and they've been hard at work counting with lots of volunteers. It's gone after midnight, and I believe they're still counting votes for senator. Obviously, being quite a populous parish here in St Helier, it takes them a bit longer to get to those results. So lots of counters, very hard at work. Understandably, don't want to stay here all night counting all those votes. They want to get back, rest and recharge, and get ready to count when they're a bit more fresh tomorrow morning.
So when tomorrow morning is the count likely to resume? So again, we've got 4 seats there in St Helier Central. These could be pivotal, not least, of course, for a Reform Jersey.
Yes, so the 4 people who are currently elected and the 4 incumbents are all Reform Party members here in St Helier Central. So that's sort of like a hub for them. And we believe that, I have confirmation that voting is going to take place tomorrow morning. It's going to resume for deputies in the town hall.
Right, so they're going to resume the count tomorrow morning at the town hall from 10:30 for St Helier Central. Are we going to get a confirmation tonight of the figures there to go to the town hall for the constable and for the senators?
Yes, so senators, I think it was pretty much wrapped up about 20 minutes ago when I was in there speaking to some of the people as well as some of the volunteers. After lots of deliberating with the jurat, the voters, despite being a little bit tired, decided that they are going to push ahead, vote for constable. That's still going to take a little while, probably at least an hour or so on that. So obviously going to be quite a late night for them, but understandably, they just want a bit of a break to restart that count for deputies in the morning.
Ray, thank you very much indeed. That's really interesting, isn't it? We did think this might happen, given that the return of the senators is putting, more time requirements on those who are making the counts. And the counts have been held very, very efficiently, as you've been hearing over the course of this evening. But there we are. We're not going to get the result from St Helier Central until late tomorrow morning. So on BBC Radio Jersey, you better tune in and listen to Alison Moss. You'll get that result into her programme. I mean, if they start counting at 10:30, maybe 12:30, 1 o'clock, we'll have to wait and see. It could be a while. It depends, of course, on turnout. Let's find out from Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch what you make of that decision there in St Helier Central.
Well, I understand why it's made, but actually I think we probably would have needed more volunteers if this was the case. We knew that we're in this situation, that we have to count senators, deputies and constables. So, there would have been a need to call for more volunteers, and that is obviously a kind of a fail. D minus for that parish.
Yes, Patrick.
Yeah, again, you can understand it is difficult, but you would have expected that they would have quantified how many were needed and would have got that, because it is unsatisfactory, firstly for the 8 candidates in St Helier Central, but also for the, as we said already, the senators' election will be finished. I'm sure people will be looking to the formation of the next government, and will not really know the exact details. Like if it's only one constituency, four candidates, four seats, that's different, but it is always better to wrap it up on the same evening, so you know where you are, and then the next part of the process can begin.
For clarity, those candidates standing for deputy in St Helier Central: Karina Alves for Reform Jersey, Lee Carpenter for Reform Jersey, Catherine Curtis for Reform Jersey, Claire Dutton, who's an independent candidate, Lindsay Feltham for Reform Jersey, Cameron Munro, an independent, although aligning himself with Value Jersey, John Tokolas, an independent, and Robin Ward, another independent candidate there. They're going to have to wait until late morning tomorrow, or even tomorrow lunchtime, before they know the outcome of that. And that will obviously hold up the complete formation of the states, which is made up of 9 senators, 28 deputies and 12 constables, 49 members of the States Assembly in all. Let's go to St Helier North, to Deverne School now, and Elisa Canyas. Hello, Elisa. What's the very latest you've got from Deverne?
Hi, Matthew. Well, it's just been announced that because of the amount of ballot papers that are being counted here tonight, there's going to be a delay on the announcement for deputies until tomorrow at 10:30 at St Helier Town Hall. There are still several hundred senatorial papers to be counted here. Then they're hoping to move on to deputies and to senators, and then deputies will be tomorrow.
So in terms of the results, obviously we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to get those, but have the figures gone through to the town hall yet for the senators and for the constable?
No, not for either. There are still senatorial votes being counted at the moment, a few hundred more to come. Then they're hoping to move on to constables, and then tomorrow will be senators.
For deputies. Yeah.
Excuse me, yes.
That's all right, don't worry. It's been a long night already, and it's going to be a longer night yet, isn't it?
Yes,
we had
it
hoped
is.
that they might give us the deputies' results early on, but they haven't done so. So, again, we can talk about whether or not this is a good or a bad thing in a moment or two. But for St Helier North, obviously, what's the atmosphere been like there? Are people frustrated? Have you seen any of the deputy candidates?
I've seen a few of them. I think they are slightly disappointed. Everybody just wants to get the results and find out what's happening. But I think, to be honest with you, when just the sheer volume of papers were coming through early on this evening, it was quite apparent that it was going to be an incredibly long night. And I don't think anyone is particularly surprised that this is what's ended up happening.
So a big turnout has really meant that they haven't got the time or the manpower or the person power to deliver.
Exactly that, Matthew, yeah.
Yeah, Elisa, thank you very much indeed. Elisa Canyas there at Deverne School. That's St Helier North's count. We were expecting to hear the result there. The candidates for St Helier North are Steve Iyer, who's an independent, a sitting candidate. Max Andrews, an independent, again a sitting candidate. Ian Barnes, independent. Victoria Lee, independent, challenging there. Kevin O'Connell for Reform Jersey. And Gerald Voisin, an independent, although he does agree with some value Jersey ideas and ambitions, which just goes to show. Right, Susanna Rolls, thank you. We'll come to you in just a moment, but I think we can now bring you up to date with the result from St Lawrence. You know, we were waiting for that final figure, weren't we? Well, I've just got it coming in now. Tina Palmer, 1,151 votes. That's a sizable victory over former Chief Minister John Le Fondre, who was seeking a political return. I wonder, Susanna Rolls, if maybe he thought when Deirdre Metz-Burian was going to step down, hey, here's a way of getting back into the States. I'm well known in this parish, been a St Lawrence man all these years. Could I just sneak in by becoming constable?
Yeah, he probably would have if he didn't have anybody to oppose him. And, you know, that's the kind of game, isn't it? You put your name in and you don't know who else is going to put their name in until, you know, that nomination day closes. Anyone can show up. And perhaps that was kind of his plan. Obviously, this situation with not knowing the deputies for two of the town parishes for quite a while actually throws something else into the fore, which is we won't know how many Reform Jersey candidates get elected until tomorrow. So the true kind of power behind Reform Jersey will remain to be seen until we have those results.
We might see a decapitated Reform Jersey if Sam Messick and Rob Ward are unsuccessful.
Absolutely, and then
we'll
of
get
course
those results tonight.
We should hope so. But also there's a couple of, you know, in St Helier Central, you know, Lee Carpenter has been a very controversial candidate owing to some of the tweets that he put out in regards to the October 7th attacks by Hamas, but also some of the things he said about the Ukraine-Russia war. So that is quite
There's always a tweet everywhere, isn't there? There's a social media posting somewhere.
Absolutely. And whether that was going to cost Reform one candidate or not. And then in St Helier North, you know, we have a couple of people that are relatively safe, but the third place, you know, it could have gone to any of the kind of remaining four candidates. And it'll be very interesting to see whether Reform capitalise on that, and also how Value Jersey fares. So it's very disappointing to not have those two counts.
I'll come back to you in a moment, Patrick. I'll tell you what, let's just pause for a moment and take stock and reflect on some of the issues that we've been talking about during this election campaign. The one thing that we were waiting for was the signing of the contract to enable building work to start, although Tom Binney, the outgoing health minister, would argue that building work had already started on the Overdale site because they'd been digging holes there. And that effectively constituted work having started on the site. But health and the provision of healthcare in this island is a big issue. We're an ageing population. We are all living longer, but are we as healthy as we might be in later life? This was one of the issues that we found on our election roadshow that was really playing to people's concerns. So let's now reflect on whether or not health is going to be a big issue for the new government when it's formed. Here's our political reporter, Amar Ibrahim.
For 28-year-old Curtis, every day is a struggle. He has been vomiting daily for years and also deals with migraines and brain fog. It all started back in 2020, meaning he had to drop out of university and is unable to work.
I can barely go out. I used to be very much a nightlife kind of person, going out on a regular, having a drink, but I can't do that anymore. So it's affected how I socialize with people. I have to spend so much time indoors that I feel like Gollum sometimes. Even the sun sometimes is too much for me. I have to wear sunglasses basically every day when I go outside.
But all this time, Curtis has never had a diagnosis.
I feel very let down in a lot of ways. I feel like it was just staffing. A lot of the time you call these departments and there's barely anyone there to answer the phone. While I appreciate the hard work these doctors do, it does feel like sometimes, maybe because there's just not enough of them, they let a lot of things go.
A view shared by Dr. Jessica Langtry-Marsh.
Current workforce is ageing. Many of the consultants are ageing out, and it's not a surprise. Like, we can see who is coming up for retirement, and I think it's really important that we have continuity plans in place for that. Also, staffing with resident doctors or one of the junior doctors, we need to be encouraging people to the island in an innovative way.
Another challenge for the health service has been a series of damning reviews into individual departments. The most high-profile one being a 2024 review into the rheumatology service, which found that in some cases, patients were misdiagnosed and given the wrong medication. And rheumatology was back in the spotlight this year when a review of more than 1,000 bone density scans found concerns about the diagnosis and treatment recommendations for some patients. Marina Moja was one of 20 patients whose care fell well below the level that was expected. After a 2018 bone density scan, Marina was told she didn't have osteoporosis, only to get a letter in April saying that she did.
Well, it was really frustrating because the letter further went on to say that had I been given the right medical advice and the right treatment, and in fact I've had no treatment or advice, you know, that I maybe would not have sustained a fracture I had on my wrist. And I'm actually about to have spinal surgery in Taunton. So of course I panicked, because to read you've got osteoporosis when you may need spinal surgery is really quite frightening, you know, to think, gosh, what if something goes wrong?
What do you think needs to be improved in our health service?
Record keeping, definitely, because there are key parts of my information that are missing. You know, so for somebody to look at my file and not tell whether I've had a certain very powerful drug is quite outrageous. No report of the scan. And I hear this a lot from people, that waiting times are enormous. The mental health services are in crisis. It just seems as though the whole health service needs a complete shake-up.
Dr. Langtry-Marsh, who runs the Women's Health Hub, said the issues around bone density scans that affected Marina are an example of health inequalities in the health service.
What DEXA scanning does is it looks for brittle bone disease or osteoporosis, and that, you know, affects women on a greater proportion than men, so 4 times more likely to get osteoporosis if you're a woman. And osteoporosis, we think about it as just a disease of frailty. It's quite an unsexy disease, but actually it's really important to detect. If you break a hip, a third of people will die.
Amar Ibrahim there, looking at one of the big issues that's affecting the life of this island, and that's the provision of healthcare. George Baird is a former treasurer of the States of Jersey. He's with me now. George, we spoke briefly earlier. Time now to consider how things are going. Is health an issue that concerns you?
Yes, in a word. And I think the real issue from a financial point of view is that it's now in excess of 30% of the state's budget. And I admire the health service enormously. I think it's great, the system that we have, but it's getting to the stage now where it is becoming a bit of a monster, a financial monster. And I think that something radically has to be done in the near future with a move towards a more privatised system.
Really? Now that is a radical suggestion.
Yeah.
Are you saying that those who can afford it should pay to go privately?
Yeah. But I think though that if you look at what we've been good at in Jersey in the past when we've corporatised or privatised the likes of the post office, the likes of Jersey Telecoms, the likes of housing, even JC.
And they're not really privatised, are they? They're arm's length companies operating by the
but they're operating at arm's length to the government, and in particular with JT, that they are doing fantastically well. And that model works, and it's been shown to work on a worldwide basis. And so from the point of view of health, I think that's the way we should be going, because we can't continue just to keep bailing out the health budget year on year out.
But we're an ageing population, and we're a population that's living longer, but not necessarily living well longer. We should still provide healthcare free at the point of delivery.
Oh yeah, but you can have well, we have it at the moment anyway. We can have a combination of the two. But I think the main issue really is that the health budget is just growing and growing and growing, and something has to be done to try and curtail that, and one way would be privatisation.
When you say privatisation, does that mean that those who are able to afford it should have health insurance, and therefore they should help reduce waiting lists because they can go privately, and that would encourage us to bring more specialists in and so on?
Yeah. And I mean, if you think in terms of the largest industry in Jersey, which is finance, and the vast majority of people who are in the finance industry are on private medical, and so that's what we should do, should expand that. But at the same time, you've got to accommodate those who are at the bottom end, who don't have the money, who don't...
Or in the middle either. There are lots of us in the middle who don't have private insurance either.
And in fact, the middle is the worry, because generally the government support those at the bottom. Those at the top can afford whatever they wish. The people in the middle, they are the people who suffer most. Yeah.
So, do you think Tom Binney is doing a good job as Health Minister? Would you like to see him retain that brief?
I'm rather hesitant to say yes, but the truth of the matter is, when I went to the hustings the other night, he declared that they were on the point of signing, or which
they did on Friday tea time.
The big contract, which I thought was a great PR move from his point of view, and is good, because I know that Tom is a doer, he gets things done. But I would like to see someone who would be heading up each of the departments, not just health, each of the departments who are actually experts in that field. And
you're going to struggle to do that when you look at the candidates who are likely to win through.
No, but if you paid them a decent fee, you would be able to do that.
Well, we spoke to Moz Scott. She's a lawyer by profession. She says she took 4 years out to serve in the States Assembly, and it's not enough money to live on.
Well, I know Moz, and that's the sort of thing she would say. But
she said it here.
But in actual fact, I mean, if you excuse me, that I think that where the system is wrong at the moment is that every single politician is paid the same amount of money, and we're talking in terms of something in the region of £60,000 a year, which is not bad. But where I come from in Scotland, from local government, and this was back in 1980, 46 years ago, when I was in the finance division of the local authority, that the politicians there were paid according to what they did. And I think that's what should happen in Jersey. There should be a radical review of the remuneration package for politicians, so that those who have senior positions are paid more, those who are backbenchers paid less, those who are doing nothing, of which there are a few, get paid the minimum.
And those who are only 18, if they're elected, do they only get paid the minimum wage?
Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair. I think you're talking about a particular individual, but
he did advocate that people should be on a lower wage if they were younger.
I was at the hustings. This
is Gabriel Raimondo, who's standing for election.
When Gabriel said that, and I think that was just a little bit of youthful enthusiasm in his part.
Or they hadn't quite thought it through.
He hadn't quite got.
But we'll remember.
Yeah.
So looking at the top 12, the top 9 out of the 17, what do you reckon?
Well, I've been watching it through with the guys next door, which has been great fun, by the way. And what
You're having more fun next door than we're having in here, is that what you're saying?
No, because we're watching you guys. But but you're all doing a great job, by the way. I should say that. But in terms of the top 9, what I've been watching with great interest, and you haven't really focused on it, is not so much the top with Ian Gorst and Lyndon Farnham and so, but the bottom, where Mary Lehigera and
you mean the bottom of the 9 rather than the bottom of the poll?
Bottom 9, the 8th, the 7th, 8th and 9th, because I'm watching these with great interest, because below them, of course, is Sam Mesek, and also we're waiting for the results to come in from the bigger parishes.
Yes, we've got St Brelad, St Saviour and St Helier to come.
That's going to be very, very interesting, because there should be changes there.
All right, stay there. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to just pause for a moment and go back to St Martin. Karen Shenton-Stone has been re-elected there as the constable. She was the woman who brought in the idea of none of the above, and she beat that none of the above total quite comprehensively there. But turnout is key. And of course, the idea of holding a poll on a Sunday was designed to increase turnout. It's now the early hours of Monday morning on BBC Radio Jersey and on the BBC iPlayer, but let's see what Karen Shenton-Stone has to say about this.
I brought in Nota as a private member, and then in this term I was chair of PPC, and we brought in Sunday voting and automatic voter registration. So this actual election has been quite stressful, because I have worried whether the voting would go up or down, whether AVR would work, and I'm very.
Well, how's it gone?
I'm very pleased to say that we believe that voting numbers have actually gone up. We have more people on the register, so the statistics might look like it's gone down, but we've had a really good good attendance, good amount of people voting today, and it's been amazing because we've had lots of young families, we've had the older voters who always come out and vote, which is brilliant, and we've had lots of teenagers and sort of early 20s, we think. So, and I've heard in other districts, some of the town districts, they've had queuing, and I've heard in other parishes there's been...
Right, we're going to interrupt that now because we're going to go to St John for the Constable Declaration, where Andy Géant is competing against none of the above. To St John.
Today's election. I will now announce the number of votes cast for the sole candidate Andy Géant, followed by the number of votes cast for the none of the candidates option. The total number of valid votes cast was 1,096. Sorry, that should be the total number for Andy was 1,096. There were 97 invalid votes cast, of which 81 were for none of the candidates. I therefore declare that Andy Géant has been re-elected to serve as the Connétable for the parish of St John, and I warn him to attend on the Royal Court at 9:30 hours on Friday, the 12th of June, 2026, for the purposes of taking his oath of office.
And another constable is returned. Andy Géant returned there. That's his third election. Each time he's faced no opposition other than none of the above. He won a by-election, then he won the last general election. There's the figures. Andy Géant, 1,096 votes, none of the above, 81. So, yeah, he's doing better than most against none of the above. As I say, he won a by-election, then he won the last election, and now he's back in again this time around. Patrick Lynch, Andy Géant, quite a colourful character, really, because he was campaign manager for Christina Moore, the first Chief Minister of this last term.
Absolutely, and he was actually the person to resign first before the vote of no confidence took place, and then obviously served as Infrastructure Minister, but I believe has said that he won't serve in a ministerial position this time. Just one thing I noted down, he got 16 more votes than he did last time, so just on a strict reading of that, I think there were a few more votes for none of the above, but it seems like in St John anyway that votes cast as opposed to turnout, because we've obviously said that, is roughly about the same. but which is different to what we were thinking, that it might be considerably more votes, which is an interesting thing.
And again, we're going to have to wait and see, aren't we? When we get the final figures on the electoral roll, we'll know how many people turned out as a proportion. But of course, because everybody is now registered on the electoral roll, even if the same numbers in proportion turned out as last time, it will actually reduce turnout. Yeah, and that's the maths for you. I'm working overtime with my maths this morning, I tell you. Susanna Rolls, what did you make of Andy's result?
Well, I was expecting Andy to be returned. Obviously, he didn't have a contested election there. You know, for none of the above to have won would have been quite surprising. He's done quite a lot for his parish, because obviously being infrastructure minister, he had that in his gift. And they've got lovely new.
So they've got lovely no pothole. There are no potholes in St John.
St John, a lovely new crossing just outside the parish hall. So yeah, I was expecting him to have done well, and you know, he is very much liked, and you know, there's no parish with the level of community engagement that St John has.
It's even got its own tagline, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So he is
community, countryside and coast, or something, or countryside, community and coast,
something like that. Yeah. So I was expecting that from him, and obviously he has said that he doesn't want to seek a ministerial position. But again, it depends on who the next chief minister will be, whether he is required to serve in a government where others might not be interested in. Because if we've got the same kind of division as we had last time,
will we see
struggling
then?
for
Will we see perhaps potentially a government that doesn't last a whole full term again then?
Gosh.
I'd be surprised. I wouldn't rule out another vote of no confidence necessarily.
Oh, right.
But well, we seem to be doing one a term at the moment.
Yeah.
But I think the incoming assembly would be thinking we've had two of these. It hasn't necessarily kind of given a good look to the assembly, so I think they would probably try to avoid it at all costs.
George Baird is with us. He's former treasurer of the States, and we've just also welcomed a new guest, Emily Jennings, who's a child play advocate. Speak to them in a moment. Tyler Riv has been giving us the updates on the senatorial polls. We've had 9 parishes declare so far, so let's have a rundown of all 17 candidates in order as they stand at the moment, with 9 of the 12 parishes declared. Tyler.
As they stand, we have Ian Gorst, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Alan McLean, Tom Binet, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat, Mary Lehegerat, Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy DeFay and Carl Bush.
Right. Is that 8 or 9? I'm getting my maths confused. Have you worked out? 8 or 9 have declared?
9.
9 have. Is that right? 9 have declared. 9 have absolutely declared. We can confirm that. Thank you. That's what I thought. So we're just waiting on St Helier, St Brelard, and St Saviour. So the more populous, the 3 big ones. Yeah. Absolutely. And right. We can now go to St Helier, to the town hall, where they are counting, of course, the senatorial votes, and they're bringing in the senatorial votes from St Helier Central and St Helier North. And we can also find out what the atmosphere is like ahead of the Constable declaration. Our political reporter, Amar Ibrahim, who's been spent all evening on the red bench with us, has now gone down to the town hall. What's the mood like there, Amar?
Matthew, it's quite quiet, and I'd say the mood is that here in St Helier South, they feel they're counting very quickly, but St Helier North and St Helier Central, things are much, much slower. So obviously, you know, Jersey is split into 9 electoral districts, and the deputies are elected in St Helier North, St Helier South and St Helier Central, when you sort of split the parish into those 3 districts. Now, here in St Helier South, they have counted the senator and constable votes that were cast in St Helier South. Now, they're still waiting, as Ray Vivian told us earlier, for the senator and constable counts from St Helier North and St Helier Central to come through. Now, they're expecting those tonight, but they don't know exactly when they're going to get it tonight. So there's that hold up. And here in St Helier South as well, they are able to, they're not far off being done with the deputy count for St Helier South. A very interesting race where you've got 3 Reform candidates, at least 2 Value Jersey candidates. But they can't really move forward with anything until they've got the senator votes and the constable votes from their neighbouring districts of St Helier North and St Helier Central. So quite an unusual position here. I did ask the Autorise if they would be in a position where they would want to declare the deputy vote here in St Helier South, since that's not far off. But obviously they're going to have to check with the electoral authority, because the whole plan was that senators would be declared first.
Umar, isn't it? We've seen things pan out in a way that we quite hadn't anticipated, and that we've seen the deputies' polls pause in St Helier North. Anyway, thank you very much indeed to Umar. Umar's got other things to go and do it right now, but thank you very much indeed. We can go to St Saviour in just a moment. We're going to get the St Saviour senatorial result in just a moment or two, so brace yourself for that. That could be an interesting one, and it might start cementing people into place as we await the result from St Saviour. Right, let's just catch up with Susanna and Patrick. What do you think we should be looking out for in St Saviour? It's a big populous parish, but you know, it's urban and it's rural.
It is. Like I've said, we're obviously looking how Sam Meswick will perform there, but the other bit I would look to is how Tom Binney will perform. I think Amar was saying.
I would like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. So I will start. Martin Aliga, 732 votes. Tom Binney, 1,505 votes. Mark Boliat, 1,354 votes. Alan Brecken, 590 votes. Carl Bush, 242. Guy DeFay, 374. Lyndon Farnham, 1,591. Ian Gorst, 1,771. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 1,545. Mary Lehegerat, 1,391. Alan Lepavu, 843. Steve Luce, 1,097. Alan McLean, 1,461. Sam Meswick, 1,170. Helen Miles, 1,859. Elaine Miller, 1,675. Bernard Place, 846. The total number of valid votes cast was 3,287. There were 9 invalid votes cast. As mentioned, the announcement will be made about the final island-wide results in due course. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much. That is St Saviour's senators there. We will tally those up and get those results to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed there to Frankie Golding, who's in St Saviour. So just 2 parishes remain for the senatorial result, and we'll know who the 9 senators are with our island-wide mandate in the next States Assembly. Let's have a look, shall we, at what we've got here. And again, very interesting movements around there. Helen Miles, 1,859 votes. And then you look at Ian Gorst, 1,771. Elaine Miller, 1,675. And then Lyndon Farnham, 1,591. And Alan McLean, 1,461. And then let's not forget Serena Kirsten Guthrie, the only declared Value Jersey senatorial candidate, 1,545. A better showing there for Sam Meswick for Reform Jersey, 1,170. But his nemesis could be Steve Luce, 1,097. And there's Mary Lehegerat hanging on in there, 1,391. We'll give you the top 9 placings in just a moment or two, but let's just get some reaction now from Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Susanna.
I don't think this changes things enough for Sam. I'm starting to think he is in serious trouble. Obviously, we have to wait for St Helier, which is his stronghold, but it's not looking great. I think Mary Le Hegarat has got enough votes to have a fairly secure 9th place there. It'll be very unlikely that Sam will now be able to take Steve Luce and then topple Mary off the 9th
He might
place.
just flip Steve Luce, maybe, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it's starting to look like an impossible bar to clear.
Yeah, it's coalescing, isn't it? Unless St Helier just pulls something out of the hat for them, for Reform Jersey. Patrick Lynch.
Yeah, I have to agree with Susanna. I think Mary Le Hegarat extended her advantage over Sam and Steve, and that's extending how much that St Mesig will depend on St Helier. Just
You've still got St Brelard to come, of course.
St Brelard as well, yeah. The one thing I'd say, there seems to be a uniformity of the results in all the parishes, just different numbers. Because the thing I was saying...
Didn't I say that at the very beginning?
Yeah. But I thought Tom Binney might actually poll better in St Saviour as his home parish, where he topped the poll 4 years ago, but he was behind Helen Miles, Elaine Miller, Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham. So it's kind of the same pattern in all of the constituencies so far.
Yeah, even though there have been some local nuances, Elaine Miller did particularly well in Trinity, which and I suspect Helen Miles might do well in St Brelard, might consolidate her position a bit more.
I think so. It'd be interesting to hear, because she did very well there, so she may be very close to Ian Gorst now.
Right, and I suppose if she topped the senatorial poll, then her claim to at least tip at Chief Minister might be good.
Yeah, well, I think that with St Brelards to come, I'd be very surprised if she wasn't in a position to put her hat in the ring.
Right, and Elaine Miller falling by the wayside on that.
Well, if we believe what we're hearing, that they will go as a team, I think that's very likely.
What, Helen as Chief Minister, Elaine as Deputy Chief Minister, or assistant,
and Treasury Minister, quite likely.
Really, stay as she is. Right, let's get an update then. Let's see how we are. We've now got 10 of the 12 senatorial results in. Tyler Reeve, who's at the top of the poll?
I would like to just clarify that we have 9 out of 12. We're still waiting on Grouville.
Oh, sorry.
St Brelard, Grouville and St Helier.
Right, lovely. Thank you for that clarification.
Our table looks like this. We have Ian Gorst up the top, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Alan McLean, Tom Binney, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat and Mary Le Hegarat. Following that, we have Steve Luce, Sam Mesek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy Defay and Carl Bush.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's go for the bottom 3. Who are the bottom 3 going up from the bottom?
Carl Bush, Guy Defay and Alan Brecken.
Right, Alan Brecken, now that's a surprise. George Baird, former Treasurer of the States. Alan Brecken's been around forever, hasn't he?
Yes, he lives just down the road from me.
That's why I asked.
I see him every week.
But, and he's looking pretty well. He says he's walked 40-odd miles going around the island.
Yeah, but I think that poor Alan has seen his day. It's a shame, because he was a great guy when he was in his prime. But
deputy and a senator in the past.
But unfortunately, I think that his time has come to say goodbye.
Right. Emily Jennings, let me welcome you to the programme this evening here on BBC Radio Jersey and on the BBC iPlayer. Really nice to have you with us. You are a specialist in childhood play. There was a play policy advocated by the last government, but they put no money into it. How did that make you feel?
Oh, well, it's great to have positive play policy and advocacy coming centrally. And the money is sometimes there, but in different places, so consolidating it is key. But it's having permission to play that is really the issue.
So do you think we value our children sufficiently to give them permission to play?
That's a great question, and I think that that's going to be something we're going to really see play out. We're starting to see no balls game signs coming down, but there are plenty left still up, and plenty in St Helier. Lots of signs saying don't skate here, don't play with ball games here, and you know, children are considered a bit of a nuisance.
Well, we might see Alan McLean return to the States as a senator. I mean, he's a great advocate for play areas. He voted to bring in the Millennium Town Park, or rather his green folder did, didn't it?
Well, he's recently spoke very highly about his involvement in that, and saying that he was very pleased to play a role in that. But there has been really interesting seeing how many candidates are promoting green spaces, and Value Jersey have been really pushing the Millennium Park extension, and that's been fascinating to watch.
They've been using that as a lever, haven't they, to, I suppose, make their candidates stand out more and say this is one of the things that we're going to advocate, not a mega school, but a green park.
Well, or they're listening to population, because the petitions have been strong and the word on the street and is very much that we want more green spaces, and that park is bursting at the seams, and there's 1,000 new homes being built around it, and it is full. The playground there is full, the green spaces don't have space for the young people, and whether it's 20-year-olds doing a bit of gym or families or dog walking, it's already full, and we haven't got all the flats online yet.
3 candidates for Constable of St Saviour, all advocating creating a new park behind the parish hall.
That's also great, and they have got a space as well behind the church and the field, and it would be wonderful to see those spaces really welcoming children with lots of activities, not just climbing frames, but also pump tracks and parkour and skate spaces, really to encourage young people out in community doing stuff together. And for all ages, actually. Have you tried skateboarding?
No, I haven't. But
Parkour
I value my ankles far too much for that, I think. But that said, we're never too old to get out and enjoy the great outdoors, are we?
Absolutely not. And street basketball is making a big kind of big waves here, and volleyball.
All right, well, Emily, thank you very much indeed for the time being. Well, I'll see if my friends alongside me here would be interested in some street basketball in just a moment or two. But let's first go to St Lawrence, where there is a new constable. After 15 years, Deirdre Masburian stepped down as the constable of St Lawrence, but the tradition of female leaders of that parish continues. Former Chief Minister John Lafondre was hoping to return to the States, but he lost out to newcomer Tina Palmer, who's been giving her reaction to her win to Danny Parkinson.
So Tina, how are you feeling after that?
Elated. I can't, I'm exhausted. Look at the state of me. I did have a whole face of makeup on when I started, but I've got
can you swap George for Robert, please?
Can you imagine, because there's a lot of emotion with you and the supporters and people that have been there with you. What did it mean?
I didn't do this on my own. I mean, my biggest support has been my mum, who's been an absolute superpower. She's been amazing. I've been surrounded by incredible friends, and even my work colleagues. I can't fault anybody. This was an absolute team effort.
And it wasn't just close as well. You won it by some way too. What was it like when you heard that vote read out?
Well, we had it done in private. So, of course, you have to have feelings for your opponent, because I could have been in his shoes. So I was like, oh, I can't say anything. Came out, didn't say anything, because I knew that this lot wouldn't let it be quiet if I had. So I was just waiting for it. But it's great for me, but you're always conscious of somebody that, you know, wanted it just as much as I did.
I was going to say, because, I mean, obviously you're new to politics, but you've just been a former Chief Minister to the post as well. You're quite good at this, aren't you?
Well, maybe that's why, because they thought he was too big for the role or whatever, I don't know. But the people that voted for me, I won't let them down, and I will stick to my word and everything else. It'll always be parish and community first.
Talking about parish and community too, what's one of the first things you want to do when you put your personal effects down in that office as well and got sorted?
Well, my first thing is to go and see the team, because now they've had Deirdre for years, and now they've got a new person, a new constable, so I need to go in there and make sure that they're fine and we're all on the same page and everybody's happy, and then we can move forward as a team.
And what's it going to mean for you to represent this parish personally as well, for somewhere that you've canvassed around but also lived in?
I have. Do you know what? It's a bit surreal. I keep pinching myself thinking, has this really happened? Because, you know, announcing and knocking on a few doors, and then you get to today and you're like, this is getting really real, and then you get the announcement, and it's just, I don't know. I've got no words left to say. I'm just completely bowled over. I'm bowled over.
I can only imagine. I mean, when you say you were knocking on doors and so on, what do you think it was that won it for you when you were out on that doorstep?
I don't know. I just don't know. And maybe because I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I'm absolutely ecstatic to have won by so much as well, because that means I'm really wanted in the role, which is something to. I'm really proud of that. So I'm going to work hard, really work hard.
I remember when we talked earlier on in the week as well, and I've seen it in your manifesto, you didn't want to go for a ministerial role straight away. However, with that support, has anything quite changed from that far?
No, absolutely not. This is new for me. I'm new to politics. I need to go into the States Assembly. I know how government works. I know how the ministers work and the Council of Ministers. I don't want a ministerial role. I'm new and I want to concentrate on the parish, but I think if the constables work together, the parishes can do really good work.
Tina Palmer there, who is the Constable-elect for St Lawrence, and we can now bring you up to date with those constables who've been elected or re-elected. Tyler Riv, can you just give us a quick rundown of who's been elected as Constable?
Of course. In Trinity, we have Andy Howell. In St Peter, we have Richard Vibert. St Juan, Richard Honeycomb. St Mary, David Johnson. St Martin, Karen Shenton-Stone. St Lawrence, Tina Palmer. St John, Andy Jean, and St Clement, Marcus Troy.
Thank you very much indeed to Tyler Riv there with the constables who've been elected so far. Joining me now in the Elections Night studios, Robert Surcouf, Chair of the Association of Jersey Charities. Robert, welcome. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Good morning to you.
Indeed.
When you went and casted your ballot earlier, did you find it busy?
I went at 8:20 this morning because I was involved with the motoring festival, so I decided I wasn't going to risk being late coming back. It was actually relatively busy that time in the morning. I went with my wife later on this evening to vote. We're in St Peter's, and they've had a really good, busy, steady rate going through, which is positive that people are going out to vote and feel that this is important.
Richard Vibert returned as the constable?
Richard has returned. I think he'll be a little bit disappointed with the none of the above elements, as I think a few of the constables will be. But the reality, he's had a ministerial role. I'm sure that would have impacted it a little bit.
There's a feeling that people feel that constables shouldn't be ministers.
It is a challenging one in that position. I think he has done a very good job as a constable, and we're both parishioners in St Peter's. But it is a challenge, I think, where the electorate, the parishes, the constable is the one remaining, especially for those that are in the super districts, they're the one remaining person that you elect just on your parish district. You don't have the same connection perhaps with deputies as we used to have, and I think that perhaps is feeding into this should a constable be a minister position and argument.
And it's interesting, isn't it? Tina Palmer there, Constable-elect of St Lawrence, saying, look, I'm going to learn the ropes. I don't want to be a minister early on.
And to be honest, I think that's a really mature approach from Tina. There's lots to be done as constable. She would still be very involved, I'm sure, in the scrutiny, and that should not be underestimated, the importance of candidates. But I think that's a very mature approach from Tina, and I think she's going to be a very great addition into the Assembly.
Just as the chair of the Association of Jersey Charities, you attended a number of hustings. You asked questions at the St Peter hustings, didn't you, for the senators? I mean, that format, 17 of them on a long bench, it wasn't the most informative evening, was it?
It is a difficult format, and I think it's something that we need to consider how we handle that going forward. It's not new. We've had it before when we had senators in that position. So I think it's something that we need to consider. How's that going to happen? I do wonder whether actually we should just drop the speeches. People are doing different speeches, some. Others are doing the same speech. That's an extra question.
Some are just reading out their manifesto, aren't they?
It is, and I think that does add nothing. It should be an opportunity. The AJC, we actually organised our own sort of pre-husting in March. Obviously, people hadn't declared at that point, but what we did say is if you're interested and you're planning to stand, come and speak. And we had 50 charities there represented. We spoke to the prospective candidates about the pledge that the AJC were asking.
What were you asking for?
Not necessarily more money. More money would be great.
That's always
but the
nice.
key element was actually for ministers to communicate with charities. Because too many charities are finding they're not being approached when they're actually ministers considering positions that affect people that we work with very, very closely. We are so lucky as an island to have so many volunteers, and this has just been Volunteer Week that's just finished yesterday. But we have charities, and we've just had the recent reports that we've had about the value of that third sector, yet we often feel that we're not listened to. And so it wasn't there. It was very much about the primarily engaging with charities. We really do need those charities that do provide services where government rely on them, that we need a better relationship for budgeting. The AJC published last year the Power of Partnership talk, which was very focused that a better working relationship between charities and government could deliver so much more without necessarily costing a lot more. But we need a different budgeting system. The current one-year budget approach to the government is so short-sighted in terms of that process. We need that for the charities, but to be honest, I think just for government as a whole, we need a longer term view. We are paying the consequences now of too many, in my personal opinion, too many short-term decisions, not just for the charitable sector, but for the island as a whole. So we need to have a better long-term plan, and hopefully we'll have an assembly that will do that. We'll have to wait and see.
Alan Lepavu, very high-profile candidate, falling by the wayside in the senatorial election, running the Baudet Foundation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed. I thought Alan was going to do a little better than this. Obviously, he doesn't have the element of name recognition of some of the other candidates. Obviously, Serene is really well known for his sporting achievements, but anyone who knows Alan and has dealt with him in the third sector, he's an incredible individual.
He told me off for using that phrase, you know, when he came in.
Yes, I know. He prefers
He gave you a hard time.
Yeah, I sort of interchange the two, so I probably get into trouble as well. I thought at St Peter's Hustings he was very strong. I hope he will stand again at a future date.
Is he the kind of candidate you could have got on in, if he had added his name to the St Brelard, for example, in the mix there, he might have done better?
But potentially, yes. And I think that's the challenge. We're going to see that. We're going to see that with St Heliers Constable. We've got 3 existing members have stood. Only one of them's going to be Constable.
Potentially, one of the other 2.
And potentially, yes, one of the other 2. But again, name recognition means those 3 have an advantage and probably more.
I need to interrupt because we're going to St Brelard for the senatorial declaration there. So let's go to St Brelard now and Rhys Thomas.
Good evening. I'm Karen Lecornu, the Principal Autorese for the parish of St Brelards in the island-wide election for Senator. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The Judicial Greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. I'll list the candidates in the order they appear on the ballot paper. Martin Aliga, 720 votes. Tom Binet, 1,551 votes. Mark Boliat, 1,571 votes. Alan Brecken, 615 votes. Carl Bush, 202 votes. Guy DeFay, 346 votes. Lyndon Farnham, 1,754 votes. Ian Gorst, 2,036 votes. Serena Guthrie, 1,576 votes. Mary Lehegarat, 1,429 votes. Alan Lepavu, 938 votes. Steve Luce, 1,055 votes. Alan McLean, 1,521 votes. Sam Mesick, 1,116 votes. Helen Miles, 2,470 votes. Elaine Miller, 1,838 votes. Bernard Place, 847 votes. The total number of valid votes cast was 21,585 votes, and there were 27 invalid votes cast. As mentioned, the announcement will be made about the final island-wide results in due course. Thank you very much for your attention.
That's the very latest we've got there from St Brelard. So we're just waiting on St Helier and Grouville. I don't know what's happening in Grouville, but St Helier we know is a very busy count. We've already heard from Amar Ibrahim there. Caitlin Klein is with us in Grouville. We'll catch up with her very soon. Let's have a look at that. I'll bring in Robert Surkoff there as well from the Association of Jersey Charities. Helen Miles in her home parish doing very nicely.
A great return. Helen's a strong candidate. She's got a lot of experience. For me, she's also got a lot of experience and knowledge in the charitable sector, and is somebody that I think will be a strong candidate in terms of potentially for the Chief Minister position.
And somebody who doesn't want to be Chief Minister but doing very well and likely to top the poll, Ian Gorst, 2,036 votes.
And I'm very pleased that Ian's getting that recognition. As somebody, as well as the AJC, I work in the Jersey finance industry. Ian's efforts overseas as External Relations Minister has been incredible. He's got a long history. We have some rough waters ahead still to deal, in particular coming from the UK. We need that strong, steady hand. We need Ian in that role. I think Ian recognises that, and whilst he would be a great Chief Minister again, and he has all the skill sets, it's so important that whoever is elected is played to their strengths, and that to me is Ian in External Relations, and whoever is elected as Chief Minister, no matter which way Ian goes in terms of support, and we know there's that playing, they will be very foolish not to have Ian in that role,
right.
is my opinion.
Right, we're going to go to St Helier South. I'll talk more about this in a moment because we've got a result there. Deputies for St Helier South, and let's go to the Town Hall for an update now.
Oh, hold on. Actually, wait a minute.
British?
No, that's fine. Okay. Good evening. I am Lieutenant Bailiff Jorat Robert Christensen. I'm the authority for the election for deputies in the district of St Helier South. As you may know, we are still unable to announce the results for the senators for St Helier and the Connétable of St Helier, and we hope to do that shortly. But I'm announcing now the results for the deputies. Before I do so, I want to thank and congratulate all the officials in this district for the exemplary and very fair way in which the election has been conducted. The count has been done in a very efficient manner, and I want to thank everyone who's assisted with that. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that their names appear on the ballot paper. Tom Coles, 791 votes. Samantha Gleave, 953 votes. Carla Jardim, 706 votes. Jason Lagadou, 416 votes. Nick Lecornu, 349 votes. Bernie Manning, 378 votes. Judy Martin, 682 votes. Beatrice Porre, 733 votes. Andrew Sinclair, 310 votes. The total number of valid votes cast was 2,089. There were 54 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that Samantha Gleave, Tom Coles, and Beatrice Porre have been elected to serve as deputies for the district of St Helier South. I warn them to attend at the Royal Court at 9:30 a.m. on Friday, 12th June, for the purposes of taking the oath of office. Thank you.
Our first deputies of the night elected there, Samantha Gleave, Tom Coles and Beatrice Porre, who will represent St Helier South in the new States Assembly. Samantha Gleave for Value Jersey, Tom Coles and Beatrice Porre for Reform Jersey. Let's go now. That's the latest we've got there. Samantha Gleave, 953 votes, Tom Coles, 791 votes, and Beatrice Porre in 733 votes. Susanna Rolls, what do you make of that then?
So this is Sam Mezek's last sitting. He was a deputy for this parish. So last time he was elected with 955 votes. So I would have expected Carla Jardine to pick up his votes, and she really hasn't. Now, what this proves is that Samantha Gleave has really run an incredible campaign. We know that it has been a divisive campaign, but she has knocked, and she has knocked on thousands of doors. Everybody that I knew that lived in that area had a conversation with Samantha Gleave. So,
whether they wanted one or not.
Well, exactly. So, you know, the power of kind of knocking on doors is really prevalent here. But, you know, Carla Jardine was a really credible candidate. And you know, I didn't expect her to do as poorly as she did, and yeah, I mean, obviously the kind of incumbent Tom Coles and Beatrice Porre doing relatively well there. It does kind of throw into question some of Reform's tactics.
Well, Reform again, they had 10 in the last States Assembly. They might struggle to reach that number this time around. Patrick, what do you reckon?
Yeah, well, it's very interesting. I think actually Sam Mezek had just 2 more votes last time than Samantha Gleave had this time, so it seems like that's the flip. Carla Jardine had. I'm surprised with Carla Jardine because of the new candidates. I found her to be one of the most capable, but obviously she didn't have, again going back to name recognition, that her 2 running mates did. I'd also say though, overall it looks like Value Jersey have done well here, because as well as Samantha Gleave, even though she didn't get elected, Judy Martin upped her vote from last time. She was 496 last time, and this time she went up to 682. So that looks like it's an upward curve for Value Jersey. And perhaps, well, I think Tom Coles and Beatrice Porre were similar to last time, but they lost Sam Mezek's votes compared to Carla Jardine.
So he had name recognition and personality recognition, I suppose, that in his favour.
Yeah.
Samantha Gleave has certainly been out there, hasn't she?
Oh, absolutely. I think she, you know, she has put in the legwork and it's paid off.
Right, so where does that leave us then? 2 Reform deputies, 1 Value Jersey deputy, and it looks like we might get a Value Jersey senator as well.
Yeah, quite likely.
But they're not a party.
But they're not a party.
So will they all vote the same way when they're in the States?
Well, what's interesting is how they're going to kind of fare we'll see very quickly in the election for Chief Minister, whether they're all going to vote together or whether there's some fault lines already in there.
I'm waiting to hear from St Clement. I don't know whether we can go to St Clement yet. I'm expecting the declaration there for deputy in St Clement, and that's a very crowded field, isn't it? And that, again, potentially could be very interesting. So the early morning is continuing on. It's coming up to 17 and a half minutes to 2 o'clock on a Monday morning. Matthew Price on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer. If you haven't yet seen us, we're the ones looking very tired and haggard. Well, that's me anyway. I wouldn't speak for Susanna or the other guests. But we can go to St Clement right now and get the declaration for deputies from St Clement. Our reporter there is Rosanna Lecon.
Again, Joanne.
We know who you are.
In this election for deputy. I would like to thank and congratulate all the officials of the parish for the exemplary and fair way in which today's election has been conducted. I would particularly like to thank Bev Crawley and Kim Beaumont. His knowledge and experience have been invaluable to me. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. Lindsay Ash, 1091. Alex Curtis, 1384. Noah Jervis, 28. Vic Robbins, 7. Joanne, I apologise now, Vanderbilt Mann, 837. Barbara Ward, 1208. Patty Wilson, 1205. Total number of valid votes cast, 786. And there were 69 invalid votes. I therefore declare that Alex Curtis, Barbara Ward, and Karen Wilson have been elected to serve as deputy for the parish of St Clement. I want them to attend on the vote on 2026 for the purpose of taking their oath.
Apologies there for the poor quality, but I can tell you who the winners are. Karen Wilson, Alex Curtis and Barbara Ward. The three incumbents actually have all been re-elected. No breakthrough there for Reform Jersey. They had two candidates, and again, if they were looking for those, then, you know, they're not going to get them. Here are the poll toppers then in St Clement. Alex Curtis, 1,384. Barbara Ward, who topped the poll 4 years ago, 1,208. And Karen Wilson, former Health Minister, 1,205. Really interesting there. Just to, oh, look how close it is between Barbara Ward and Karen Wilson, just three in it. So there you go, you see, every vote counts. And that's so important, I think, that we notice that. So there we are, three deputies elected to St Clement. Is as you were. Susanna Rolls.
Crowded field. I wasn't sure how Lindsay Ash was going to perform. He'll obviously be disappointed to not have been returned. Joanne Vandermeer Mahon had actually run a really interesting campaign. She was a really credible candidate.
She came through really strongly on election call, I have to say, when she was here.
And I think she actually split a little bit of votes, or she stole a little bit from Alex Curtis and probably from Barbara Ward, because they've both gone back a little bit, a couple of hundred votes. Karen Wilson will be obviously very happy, and she's increased on the previous her previous return, and actually has a bigger margin to Lindsay Ash than she did last time, which was only a fairly marginal win.
Yes, of course. Right, we're going to go to Grooville for that senatorial result, the elusive Grooville senatorial result from Caitlin Klein and team.
I'm Jurat Alison Opferman, the Principal Autorisé for the Parish of Grooville in the island-wide election for senators. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. After this announcement, the results will be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made. The judicial greffier will then announce the final figure at 4 p.m. tomorrow. First, Martin Eliga, 312. Tom Binet, 1,088. Mark Boliat, 987. Alan Brecken, 258. Carl Bush, 98. Guy DeFay, 180. Lyndon Farnham, 1,102. Ian Gorst, 1,271. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 941. Mary Lehegerat, 867. Alan Lepavu, 407. Steve Luce, 700. Alan McLean, 1,081. Sam Mezek, 499. Helen Miles, 1,090. Elaine Miller, 1,108. And Bernard Place, 475. The total number of valid votes cast was 12,464, and there were 12 invalid votes cast. As I mentioned, the announcement will be made about the final island-wide results in due course. So thank you for your attention.
Of course, those island-wide results will only become clear once we've heard from the final senatorial results, which come in from St Helier, and we're waiting on those. We know that they were waiting on the boxes to come in from St Helier North and St Helier Central once they'd been tallied and counted to add to those already counted at the Town Hall at St Helier South. So we'll have to wait and see. With me, I've got Robert Surcouf, Chair of the Association of Jersey Charities. Robert, let's have a look at these figures again. Ian Gorst coming through very strongly there.
To be honest, we're seeing a pretty consistent across all the parishes. And what's interesting, we've had a mix now of actually some of the higher parishes that aren't sort of the country parish points. Ian consistently, and I think it's clear that people have appreciated what he's done. And I think you can see, we can say name recognition, but I think there's a lot of people who clearly want to see many of the current ministers back in place.
Does that mean the current Chief Minister back in place? Lyndon Farnham's done much better than many thought.
He has, but I mean, personally, I think Lyndon has done a good job. It wasn't easy. After the vote of no confidence, we had a lot of pain in the Assembly, I think it would be fair to say.
Resentment and anxiety.
And the whole spectrum. And I remember speaking to Lyndon afterwards saying, you've now got a Council of Ministers that has a very wide spectrum of political views, and I feared that he would struggle to keep them together till the end, and he has, and they've actually worked together far better than I've expected.
They've voted remarkably consistently together, haven't they?
They have, and we didn't see the level of division that you would expect. Probably the only division really has been sort of Moz Scott at the end being a little bit unhappy with one individual.
Yeah, and fed up with the fact that she couldn't get anything done.
Yeah, but apart from that, to be honest, it's been fairly balanced. So I think it's going to be important to see how this goes. But I think clearly the electorate are saying we want the same people in. The only person at the moment that's probably slightly out of that is obviously Sam Mesek. We'll have to see what St Helier, but I think some of the other more urban parishes where I think they would have hoped to fare a little bit better, in particular where they've got candidates for deputy who, when they're door knocking, would obviously have been promoting Sam. That's the whole point of the party. Yeah, it's looking a little bit tight for Sam here, I have to say.
He was Lazarus eight years ago, wasn't he? He rose from the dead and snuck in.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, but when you look at Samantha Greaves, how well she's done. Those people
Value Jersey,
it's unlikely that any of those individuals are going to be voting for reform. I would argue in terms of for the senatorial.
It'd be a very strange split, wouldn't it?
It would do. So I think it's going to be a challenging night for Sam.
Right, I tell you what we need to do is we need to put this into some sort of perspective. I also want to have a full rundown of who's in the top 9 now that we've had. We'll be with that in just a moment or two, because what we want to do, of course, is to see how we are standing with just one more parish to declare, which is St Helier. St Helier, the most populous parish. When you look at the breakdown of the official electoral figures, in St Helier, 30,569 people this morning were on the vote, on the electoral roll. Could have been more because people could be added during the day if they could prove that they were resident in St Helier. And when you compare that to the rest of the island, bear in mind there's only another 50,000 people and we've already had those votes in. So this could be quite fundamental really to the way in which the final outcome is actually shown. So we'll have to wait and see when St Helier declares. Right, we're still waiting just to confirm the final numbers that we heard there from Grouville, which was our penultimate parish, and then we'll give you a rundown of all the 12 the parishes altogether while we await for the St Helier result. But let's bring in Susanna Rolls and Patrick Litch. Patrick Litch, do you agree with what Robert Surcouf was saying there?
Yes, I think that there's remarkable uniformity on the way each parish, but different numbers, but the same kind of margins between everyone. It would take something quite remarkable now, I think, for Sam Mesek or Steve Luce to overtake Mary Le Heger. I still make as being in 9th. I think Serena Guthrie has gone even further ahead in 7th. Mark Boliat is too far ahead as well, I would think.
So we're beginning to see the formation of, I suppose, what could be the next Council of Ministers. Because we kind of assume that if you're a senator with an island-wide mandate, you can claim a place at the top table?
Absolutely. I mean, we must never underestimate the kind of the dealings and the infighting that that takes over. And let's not forget that the last election, people who topped the polls weren't necessarily the ones that were backed consistently. You know, 2018, you had Christina Moore and Tracy Valois topping the poll and actually then not going for the role of Chief Minister for a number of reasons. Tracy Valois also always said she wanted education. Christina Moore, there was kind of a bit of backstory there that stopped her from going forward, and then we had the John Le Fondre government, which obviously is still unpopular now.
Well, clearly, because he didn't get re-elected. Neither did Lindsay Ash. You know, these are former alliance parties.
The interesting thing there is that Karen Wilson from Christina Moore's government actually polled better than she did last time, and one would expect she may be another supporter of Helen Miles.
That's really interesting, and I suppose she would argue that she's in a good place now. She's increased her vote to be a minister, because there aren't going to be enough senators to be all the ministers. Yes. So she could argue, maybe, can I go back to health or somewhere? And I was hearing earlier about machinations. You were talking about politics, that, you know, Helen Miles is on manoeuvres to become chief minister, and if she became chief minister, then there wouldn't be a place at the top table for Tom Binney.
Well, so obviously the Karen Wilson scenario was what created the vote of no confidence vote. It was a disagreement with Karen Wilson's way of dealing with health that led to Tom Binney bringing about the vote of no confidence, and then actually, you know, kind of toppling the chief minister at the time.
He who lives by the sword dies by the sword.
Well, but he is holding stronger in 6th place at the moment, so he still has a lot of sway. What I think we must never forget is that you've got, obviously, I agree with Roberts that, you know, Ian Gorst should stay in external relations, and whoever becomes chief minister, that is the one job that you do not fiddle about with. He is respected at an international stage. He is respected by a finance industry. You know, we really do need to kind of hold that man.
But while we're talking about being respected and being seen to do a good job, Elaine Miller, you know, look at her showing. She could argue that she stays in the Treasury, couldn't she?
She could, absolutely. But obviously we do have to kind of, you know, she has presided over a budget that hasn't exactly been fiscally prudent or conservative. So there is a little bit of credibility there that she has suffered.
Maybe she'll argue that the coalition members of her government forced her to do it, and therefore now she's released from their shackles. Then she hasn't got to have reform at the same table as her.
Absolutely, especially if reform has been decapitated.
Yeah, which it looks like it might be.
It's too early to tell still. I will hold on kind of...
we saw it 8 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely, because I think that Sam does sometimes pull it out of the bag in St Helier. But this is a very... it's becoming slimmer and slimmer, the options of him winning, which then, of course, puts Lyndon Farnham in a slightly difficult position, perhaps, because he doesn't have those 10 reform votes to make deals with. Does he have the 26 that he needs to go forward as Chief Minister?
Who are Value Jersey going to back?
Who are Value Jersey going to back?
But the party that isn't a party, that isn't whipped, that isn't...
But I would put the other party that isn't a party that isn't whipped, and that's the Constables. I think they might still well be in Lyndon's camp.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing, certainly. That there'll be many...
Now, there are some changes, as we've seen, and there's some other ones to come. For instance, if Ina Gardner gets in St Helier, I would think she would be in the Helen Miles, Elaine Miller camp. You've got new people like Tina Palmer. There may be a new constable in St Saviour as well, so that there are differences there. But I would think a lot of them would still support the Lyndon Farnham side.
Shall we go to St Lawrence and catch up with Danny Parkinson? Danny, I know you've been there all evening and watching things develop there. They've turned the lights out in St Lawrence. Were they ever turned on? I suppose that's another question for another day, isn't it? What's going on in St Lawrence?
One of the reasons I'm out at the side of the road at the moment, you might just hear the car behind me, and thankfully a little bit of light from Deirdre, the former constable up here in St
by the former constable. I love that.
She's literally been battling for me, which is really impressive. She's actually just on her way out looking up for the last time, because we do have a new constable here in St Lawrence, the first time since 2008. And while the eyes of the election may have been centred around at St Helier at points today, it's certainly been seismic here in St Lawrence, because it was Tina Palmer who won with 1,151 votes, beating the former Chief Minister John Le Fondre by 608. I can tell you when I was in there was a huge roar from the Tina supporters, who have been heard from Longwa to Laratt, all the way across from her supporters. There was a lot of emotion from her and a lot of her friends and family that were there. It was actually really interesting what Tina said to me in the interview. She said, I actually went into the count with a full face of makeup. Now we've got to the result, that's all gone. There was so much emotion from her win. I tried to catch up with John.
Deirdre's going. Deirdre's leaving you behind there. She's gone. She's left you in the dark.
She certainly has. I'm now in the dark, Matthew. I'm glad you've got all the information for it. But when he came around to John Le Fondre, I tried to catch up with him at the exit of those iconic green doors that were there. I shook his hand. I said to him, do you want to chat to us for a couple of minutes? He said, tonight's for Tina. So I'm sure we'll be finding out about Le Fondre's future soon. But for tonight, it's Tina Palmer who has been elected as Constable of St Lawrence.
Nobody says Danny Parkinson keeps you in the dark. He just is in the dark. The lights are going out all over St Lawrence. We'll not see them lit again until tomorrow morning. Thank you very much indeed, Danny Parkinson there, giving us a rundown there of change of leadership. Deirdre Metz-Burian stepping down as the Constable of St Lawrence after 15 years, succeeded by another woman, Tina Palmer, who beat John Le Fondre, former Chief Minister, former Alliance Party member, who lost spectacularly 4 years ago and lost again quite badly today. So I wonder, Susanna Rolls, is that the end of John Le Fondre's political career?
Possibly not. I think, you know, he obviously loves it, and he's not put off by losing, as many of us probably would be.
Yeah.
He seems to at least have the
It's got
kind
resilience.
Yeah, absolutely. He keeps coming back, and you know, I think maybe after 2 rejections, he might decide to go and do something else. But he is still a kind of a well-known face in St Lawrence, so you never know.
To his credit, he did lead the island through the COVID pandemic.
He did, and I don't know if any of us could have done a better job.
Yeah, he's leading into the unknown. Patrick?
I think the interesting thing is, it just brought to mind thinking about John Le Fondre, is where people, existing states members or ex-states members, where they've chosen to stand. And that may have been not the best idea for John Le Fondre to stand for Constable. Just looking at some of the way existing well-known politicians have fared in the senatorial votes so far, the likes of Alan McLean, who'd been out for 8 years, he's got back in. So maybe it might have made sense for John Le Fondre to go down the senatorial route. And there are other people like Kirsten Morell who've gone down the deputy route, which is probably the right decision for him. So it's all about making the right decision for the candidate themselves.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? I wonder if we're yet in a position to give us the senatorial results to see who's in the top. We're still waiting for some more results. We're still waiting for clarification on the numbers there, which could tweak things. But your general consensus of where we're looking at?
Well,
Ian Gorse out in front?
Ian Gorse and Helen Miles did very well in St Brelade's there. I think it'll be one of the two of them who'll top the poll. So that will give, as we've all said, Ian looks like he wants to stay in external affairs. I don't think anyone would disagree with that. I also think when it comes to the formation or who supports who for Chief Minister, whichever side of the floor Ian goes on, he will still be in government with whoever the Chief Minister will be. I don't necessarily think that would be the case with some of the other people in the Senate who'll be elected as senators, but Ian certainly will.
Right, let's go to St Peter, St Mary and St Juan. Let's go to St Juan and Courtney Sargent. We're going to get a deputy's declaration now for St Mary, St Peter and St Juan.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jurat Andrew Cornish, the Principal Autorise for the constituency of St Juan, St Peter and St Mary in this election for deputies. For a final time this evening, I would like to thank you all and congratulate you and all the officials for the way the election has been handled. It's been exemplary. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that their names appear on the ballot paper. Ben David, 1,167. Evans Helen, 856. Labby Russell, 1012. Maltman Arlene, 2,046. Rebindane Christopher, 2205. Stevenson Lucy, 2018. The total number of valid votes cast in this constituency was 9,604. There were 78 invalid ballot papers. I therefore declare that Lucy Stevenson, Chris Rebindane, and Arlene Maltman have been elected to serve as deputies for the constituency of St Juan, St Peter and St Mary. Congratulations.
The declaration for St Mary, St Peter and St Juan in St Juan's Parish Hall. Interesting outcome there. Reform had been hoping to take a seat there with Helen Evans, but she fell by the wayside. That's the second time she's contested that seat. Lucy Stevenson returned there as the only sitting deputy to seek re-election. And let's bring in Robert Surcouf. This is your neck of the woods, isn't it?
It is indeed.
What do you make of that then? So you've got Chris Reppin-Dane, Arlene Maltman and Lucy Stevenson.
I'm pleased to see Lucy back. I think she's been very good deputy for the three parishes. We've seen her at lots of parish meetings in the position. She obviously was in government, and I think of all those who were in government after the vote of no confidence, she brushed herself off very quickly and went, I've got a job to do, and doing it. So I'm glad to see that. Chris and Arlene have run a really good campaign, and they've been out there knocking on the doors. They've been very clear on their policies. Chris has obviously had a bit of is he value Jersey, isn't he, point to deal with.
Well, have you looked at his friends on Facebook? They all seem to be Value Jersey members.
It is on that point, but I think he was quite clear in terms of his communication, and whichever way it is, he's going to have to make decisions in the Assembly depending on what role he gets and on that position, and you have to decide them on the facts of the day. It's going to be an interesting position, but as I say, it's been a healthy turnout in the district. I thought Evans might have done a little bit better. Again, I think she was very active. I think she would have been actually a really good scrutiny member when you look at her professional experience. She could have been a very strong person in scrutiny. And I think we're talking a lot about the ministers, but we mustn't forget about the importance of having a robust scrutiny process if we're going to have an effective assembly that works for everyone.
Controversial question, probably an unfair one, that's why I'm going to ask it. If Helen Evans had stood as an independent, would she have done better, do you think? Because she's actually got very many skills that would, I think, would speak to the people in those districts.
I'll open up and be honest. I actually signed her nomination paper. And the reason I'm not a natural person to vote Reform, but I looked and went, that's a skill set that we need in scrutiny. And I feel sometimes scrutiny has not always had enough strength.
She's a forensic accountant, isn't she?
She is, and she's done a lot with the National Audit Office in the UK. She's got the sort of skill sets that we want and need, and she's been really proactive in the parish of St Peter. So yes, she has, and I'm sure if she had been independent, she would have had a lot stronger chance. So, but it is on that position. She has a caring nature, is very interested, and has a political involvement, and I'm sure she'll carry on working with Reform. But what I will say is, in our district, I think we've actually had a good mix of candidates and actually quite a nice, clean.
It's been a very good nature campaign, hasn't it?
That to me is great, because I want to be, whoever people choose to vote for, you want people who are going to work in a professional manner and can work together no matter what their political leanings. And I think we saw that.
I need to go to Grouville. You come back in a moment. Grouville, let's go to Caitlin Klein for the result of the Grouville Constable.
I'm Alison Opferman, the Principal Autorisé for the Parish of Grouville in this election for Connétable. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. And I will now announce the number of votes cast for the sole candidate, followed by the number of votes cast for the none of the candidates option. Mark Anthony Labby, 1,398. None of the candidates, 466. The total number of valid votes cast was 1,864, and there were 15 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that Mark Anthony Labby has been elected to serve as the Connétable for the parish of Grouville, and I warn him to attend on the Royal Court at 09:30 hours on Friday, 12th of June, 2026, for the purposes of taking his oath of office.
So there we are, Mark Labby returned as Constable of Grouville, but a significant number of votes against him there. Susanna Rolls, what do you make of that?
It's obviously he's increased his vote share on the previous year, previous election, but 466, none of the above. It's quite an indictment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going back to St Mary, St Peter, and St Juan's, what I am most puzzled by is the fact that Helen Evans is pulled below Russell Abbey, even after the Battle of Fowers debacle. I did think Helen, as an independent, would probably have done.
Where did David
better.
Benn go into all of that? Because he came pretty close last time around,
yeah,
didn't he?
He's fourth.
Yeah,
fourth again.
Place, yeah.
I think he was fourth last time
was,
as well.
yeah.
So he'll be disappointed, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised that because the three candidates who got elected were considerably ahead of David Benn in fourth place, whereas last time, as we discussed earlier, the three people who missed out just behind Lyndon Farnham were within 50 votes of him. But it was very, very clear the top three there. The other thing, again, looking ahead to government formation, Lucy Stevenson and Arlene Maltman certainly, I think, would be other people in the Helen Miles camp. So there seems to be a lot of people from that kind of side of the Assembly who are being returned. So I remember this time 4 years ago, there was a momentum building up behind Christina Moore, and that's what I kind of see a bit here now with Helen Miles.
Do you think Arlene and Lucy might be natural Helen Miles supporters?
Well, I definitely think Lucy Stevenson is, and Lucy and Arlene campaigned together a bit as well, so I would assume they would be in the same camp.
There's a real danger, wasn't there, going into this election, that the women would be less represented in the States Assembly than they were previously, but that's looking a bit more healthier now.
Well, I think the fact that we had a few female constables being returned has probably helped, because last time we would have had a gender parity were it not for the constables. So having more women constables would have helped that. But of course, we've had less women running as senators this time around.
Although they seem to be doing disproportionately better.
All four are in the top nine at the moment.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Well, let's have a quick rundown of that top nine. Tyler Reeve, let's have a look at what's looking at as the senatorial race comes to a close. We're just waiting on St Helier now.
We are indeed. The table looks as such. Ian Gorst up at the top, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Minner, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat, and Mary Lehegerat. That's our 9. And following them, we have Steve Luce, Sam Mezek, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy Defay, and Carl Bush.
And tell me then the top 9 in the order, just to reiterate that.
Ian Gorst, Helen Miles, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Mark Boliat, and Mary Lehegerat.
That's really interesting, isn't it, Patrick Lynch? Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Value Jersey, cutting through there. Name recognition?
I definitely think that was one of the things, probably for somebody who's a new candidate to have name recognition like that and running in the senatorial contest, that was I would think one of the big ways to get a big vote in that was to have some name recognition, because Bernard Place was another person who coming into the senatorial as a new candidate and was kind of universally seen to have performed well in hustings and on the doorstep, but his vote is nowhere near where Serena's is.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm finding interesting is that Alan McLean and Tom Binney keep swapping places, 5, 6, 5, 6.
And Alan McLean's coming back after 8 years away.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Boliat is a surprise for me, because I actually thought he would start to pull up a little bit. And
so he's not Chief Minister material then?
No, he's been stuck at 8th place from the beginning. And yeah, I mean, we continue. I think what would be interesting to see is the difference in votes now, how far Sam Mezek is from Mary Lehegerat in numbers.
Right, give us, Tyler, give us Mary Lehegerat's vote, and then Steve Luce's and Sam Mezek's. What's the numbers?
Mary Lehegerat is at 9,140. Steve Luce is at 6,954. And Sam Mezek is 6,237.
Right.
That's a lot of votes there.
He's got a lot of catching up to do, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So we might see the decapitation of Reform Jersey?
Well, it would be interesting to also see what's happening in the St Helier Constable election, because those would be 2 main heavy hitters of Reform. What is going to happen there? And with the results that we've seen so far, it looks like Reform has only managed to elect 2.
Yeah, Helen Evans failing to get on in the West. The 2 candidates, Mick Robbins and Noah Jervis in St Clement, not getting in either.
And I was just looking, so with that difference, it's just under 3,000 and even with I think you said earlier, a total register of about 30,000 in St Helier, I noted with the results for the deputy in St Helier South that they were pretty much the same numbers as last time, and I just can't
right,
see...
We're about to go to the DFDS poll, shall we call it? Yeah. St Lawrence, St John and Trinity. 3 seats, 4 candidates. One of the candidates is Kirsten Morel, who was formerly, of course, the Minister for Sustainable Economic Development. There are the 4 candidates. Hilary Jeune, Phil Romeril, who is Value Jersey, Pete McClinton, who, of course, is better known as Peter Mac, and Kirsten Morel there, who is standing as an independent. It's hard to tell, isn't it, from the looks on their faces, how they've done. They have, of course, been told in advance.
They're just confirming some more results.
So we're just waiting for the results to be confirmed. We're looking there at the 4 candidates in St John and Trinity and St Lawrence for a deputy. And there we are. It's a strange old business, isn't it? Waiting to have your future 4 years' work declared in front of a handful of people, and those of us who are sitting up all night here on BBC Radio Jersey and on the BBC iPlayer. You can see this for yourself and on our social media and on the BBC News website. I should commend the BBC News website to you, because there's a live page there in which there is continuing developing news, and we will keep that going through the night, so you can wake up tomorrow morning bright and early on BBC Radio Jersey with Laura at breakfast time, and all of this will be pulled into perspective, and we'll get the winners and the losers to talk to you and to explain what the next 4 years may have in store. They're standing around and waiting, but Chris Craddock is there.
Thank you, everyone.
Here we go.
We're just about to go live.
So thank you, everyone, for hanging around. I am Jurat Jane Ronge, the Principal Autorisé for the constituency of St John, St Lawrence and Trinity in this election for deputies. And I would again like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parishes for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. And please note there's only going to be this one announcement. Hilary Jeune, 3,020. Peter Derek McClinton, 1,451. Kirsten Morel, 2,252. Phil Romeril, 2,781. The total number of valid votes cast in this constituency was 9,504, and there were 91 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that Hilary Jeune, Kirsten Morel and Phil Romeril have been elected to serve as deputies for the constituency of St John, St Lawrence and Trinity. I warn them to attend the Royal Court at 9:30 on Friday the 12th of June for the purposes of taking their oath of office. Thank you very much.
I'm sure Kirsten Morel will be delighted. He obviously took the calculated risk that if he stood as a deputy, he had a better chance of getting re-elected than if he stood as a senator. Peter McClinton, Peter Mac of Channel 103, he'll be back on the radio before too long by the sound of things, I'm afraid. He didn't get in there. He has, of course, served a term of office in the States and was an assistant minister, but Susanna Rolls, Kirsten did it. He got back in. So did Hilary Jeune, who's very well liked and supported in the area, and another Value Jersey candidate there, Phil Romeril.
Yeah, no surprise.
I need to go to St Brelard, where we're going to get the result of the contested constable election there. Let's go to Rhys Thomas, who's at Communicare for us. Rhys.
I'm Karen Lecornu, the Principal Autorisé for the parish of St Brelard in this election for constable. I would like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election is being conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. Michael Keith Jackson, 1,339 votes. Steve Pallett, 2,093 votes. The total number of valid votes cast was 3,432 votes. There were 116 invalid votes. I therefore declare that Steve Pallett has been elected to serve as Constable for the parish of St Brelard. I warn him to attend on the Royal Court at 9:30 hours on Friday the 12th of June 2026 for the purpose of taking his oath of office. Thank you very much.
There we are. A change of constable in St Brelard. It's as you were, because he was constable 2 terms previously to that. Steve Pallett has been re-elected as constable of St Brelard, beating Mike Jackson, the incumbent there. Steve Pallett with 2,093 votes. Let's get some reaction now from Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, who's back with me now on the red sofa. Amar, let's go to St Brelard and the constable there. We kind of expected this might happen, didn't we?
Yeah, you know, Steve Pallett, he has a lot of name recognition. I remember 4 years ago, at the last election, I was at the count where his Progress Party was. They'd kind of gone into a coalition with the Liberal Conservatives that Sir Philip Balash had set up. And that was a very painful night for Steve Pallett.
Political parties didn't do very well last time around, did they?
No. And, you know, a very painful night across the board for political parties last time, other than Reform Jersey. Starting to look like it might be a different picture today. But, you know, a big moment for Steve Pallett. I know it was a very tough night for him 4 years ago. He felt that it was, you know, the electorate telling him that they didn't want him in politics anymore. I remember him being very honest, very down that night. But here he is back. Mike Jackson, obviously he's served quite a long time in that parish.
Yeah, chair of the Committee to Conotop.
Chair of the Committee to Conotop. One area he did come stuck this year in the States Assembly is he brought a law forward on dangerous dogs, or dogs that would be deemed dangerous. Didn't sound like this would be an overly difficult policy, but actually it got a lot of criticism for scrutiny from being very poorly written, very poorly put together, and he was the face of that. Now, I don't think that's the reason he has not been elected today, but he did at times struggle in the States Assembly. But as we said about constables, it's kind of how they do in their parish that matters.
Right, so Steve Pallett returned as constable of St Brelard after a bit of hiatus there. Mike Jackson losing out there quite considerably. A large number of spoiled papers as well, which is very interesting to see in such a poll. We're still waiting, of course, for the final senatorial declaration. That's coming from St Helier. And this is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, the BBC News website, and on our Facebook page at BBC Jersey. I'm Matthew Price. It's lovely to have your company. The time now? Oh, goodness me. It's 22 minutes past 2. Let's go to St Clement. Rosanna Leconte has got the poll topper there. Deputy Karen Wilson with you. Hello, Rosanna.
Hello, Matthew. Yes, I'm here in the polling station that was not so long ago filled with 40 volunteers, counting very fast and hard, I must say. I'm so impressed with how quickly they managed to get all of the results in. So for deputies, I'm just going to quickly rattle off the number of votes that each candidate received. So Lindsay Ash received 1,091 votes. Alex Curtis, 1,384. Noah Jervis, 528. Mick Robbins, 527. Joanne van der Merwe-Maan, 837. Barbara Ward, 1,208. Karen Wilson, 1,205. That's all the candidates. So the winning candidates are Deputy Alex Curtis, Deputy Barbara Ward, and Deputy Karen Wilson. They have all been re-elected. They were already the serving deputies of St Clement. And I have Deputy Karen Wilson with me now. How are you feeling about your success this morning?
Well, there's a very, very grateful. And one of the things that I think I really say thank you to the parish administration team, the volunteers who've done an absolute wonderful job here.
And what has been the highlight of the campaign for you?
Well, for me, I think and I've learned so much this time.
Sorry, we appear to have lost our link there to St Clement. We'll see if we can get back and hear again from Karen Wilson there. An interesting result, I think, in St Clement. Let's just bring in Robert Surcouf, who is from the Association of Jersey Charities and joins us here this morning. Robert, of the results that you've seen unfold, how does it make you feel as somebody in a position who's representing charities in the island?
To be honest, relatively relaxed. We've had some really great engagement, actually from virtually all the candidates. We have been very proactive, probably more proactive than the AJC's been for several elections. We had our charities hustings, as I said, we had 50 charities there. We then reached out to every candidate once they declared, saying this is our pledge, and we followed up on that. We had a few say no in terms of the pledge, but they were quite specific. We support what you're saying, but Elaine Miller, for example, was one who said, look, I absolutely support, understand, but I can't agree to a pledge when part of that was about doing a 3-year funding programme. It's like, what happens if the Assembly doesn't agree to go from 1 year to 3 or 4 year budgeting position?
Very fiscally conservative is Elaine Miller, isn't she?
Absolutely, and I thought that sounds like somebody who wants to be a Treasury Minister again or would be happy to carry on. But we had a really positive reaction on that position. We had a lot of feedback from the majority of the candidates stressing the importance of the charitable sector, and that they did appreciate that there needed to be an improvement on that and following our power of partnership position. So I view this as a positive position, and we are going to be holding feet to the flames. We want to continue that. We want a good working relationship between the charitable sector and government, because there are a lot of problems to sort, but this is better for our community as a whole. That's something that everyone who's getting elected to the states, whether they're a constable, a deputy or senator, should want, and it's what we want for that sector. So I'm positive in that position. We just got to wait and see what the dynamics are, and who becomes Chief Minister and the points. We are quite interested in the idea of perhaps having a minister specifically appointed to integrate and relate with the charity sector. We think that could be a real positive position, because we do sometimes have that position where some charities are having to deal with 2 or 3 different departments, and that creates inefficiencies. And I think one of the things that Value Jersey sort of said has been, we need better systems and more efficiencies and the points. As the charitable sector, we're saying the same in terms of relationships. I know lots of the business sector saying that position, and that's one of the things that we need to see. We need to be efficient and effective as a jurisdiction. We need to get back into being that nimble island that I think we all remember and want to see again.
And who would you like to see as Chief Minister?
To be honest, we'll work with whoever. I have a personal preference towards Lyndon because I've worked with him before. He's been a very good communicator and he's willing to listen. He doesn't immediately jump to a side. But, if Helen comes in terms of points, again, there's some strong candidates out there, but I think what's important is whoever is a Chief Minister has to be able to hold everyone together as a collective and make things happen. We really need to avoid going down the route as we've had with another vote of no confidence. Whether you win or lose...
We always get a vote of no confidence.
I know, but it is just such a waste of time. There is a lot to do. I think everyone recognises that. We've seen that with the hustings. We have some big challenges coming ahead. So why would we be spending time on that? I hope we don't have any more. We're changing the electoral processes and points. Let's get on with the big issues here, because all the people that we're electing this time have an incredible opportunity to make a real difference. And I want to see them do that by focusing on the right things and delivering for everyone in our island, no matter who your side. And we've seen some really quite nasty elements to part of the publicity and points, and an element of a slightly Trump world. I don't want to see that carrying forward. People have to leave that at the Assembly door and remember they represent the whole island and the best interest of the whole island. And if they do that, they will achieve a lot, and then we'll hopefully get re-elected. Because we're seeing that tonight, some very good results for senators who've got on with things. We're talking about Ian Gorst. We mustn't forget, Ian has been a senator, has been a minister for all 4 years. He was in both governments, and he went, I'm going to carry on working.
Then went to external relations,
I'm not throwing in that position and points. So there's a lot to be achieved.
Right, a lot to be achieved. And are you confident that the funding processes will be in place?
In terms of the funding, we have to wait and see. But I think the key element, as I mentioned earlier on, I think we need the government as well as for the charitable sector to focus on a longer budget process. This one-year budget is just not suitable for the way our government works.
Thank you very much indeed, Robert Circa from the Association of Jersey Charities. This is Election Night Live, Election Morning Live now, on the BBC iPlayer, the BBC News website and on BBC Radio Jersey. Don't forget, if you're heading off to bed and you can't wait up for the St Helier senatorial results, which will be declared very soon, I'm told, you can. Right, I'm told now, actually, no sooner did I say that, you see, must have jinxed it. We're going to go to St Helier, to the Town Hall, for the final count of the night for the senators. And let's get the results now from Tim Pryor and the team there.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lieutenant Bailiff Jorat Robert Christensen. I'm the Principal Autorisé for the parish of St Helier for the election of senators for the island. First, I'm going to thank and congratulate the officials in the parish for the way in which the election in this parish has been conducted. Across all the polling stations, it's been a very busy day, and they have ensured that everyone has managed to vote and that the count has been undertaken in as rapid a manner as possible. I'll shortly be announcing the results for the votes in this parish. After the announcement, the results are going to be amalgamated centrally so that a final island-wide announcement can be made for the full results. The Judicial Greffier will make a formal announcement of the final figures for the island at 4 p.m. today. The numbers of votes cast in this parish for each candidate in the order that their names appear in the ballot paper are as follows. Martin Aliga, 1,471 votes. Tom Binney, 2,510 votes. Mark Boliat, 2,386 votes. Alan Brecken, 1,162 votes. Carl Bush, 449 votes. Guy DeFay, 838 votes. Lyndon Farnham, 2,883 votes. Ian Gorst, 2,895 votes. Serena Kirsten Guthrie, 2,761 votes. Mary Lahegere, 2,431 votes. Alan Lepavu, 1,402 votes. Steve Luce, 1,715 votes. Alan McLean, 2,440 votes. Sam Mezek, 3,137 votes. Helen Miles, 3,305 votes. Elaine Miller, 2,913 votes. And Bernard Place, 1,550 votes. The total number of valid votes cast for all the candidates was 36,248. There were 71 invalid votes cast. Thank you very much.
Right, those are the results from St Helier. That's the final rundown of the senators. We'll give you the top 9 as soon as we're ready to. And then we'll bring you up to date with who's been elected as the 9 island-wide representatives. What do you make of that, Amar?
Well, look, we're waiting to get the final count of the 9, but it doesn't seem that that was quite enough for Sam Mezek to have broken into the top 9. A very good result for him in St Helier. He's not topped it. I think Alan Miles has there. And, you know, if this is Sam Mezek not being elected, this is a really big blow for Reform Jersey.
They've been decapitated.
Yeah, I think they were mentally prepared. They might lose Rob Ward because Gardner's run a very strong campaign for Constable of St Helier, but I think they felt deep down that Sam Mezek would be okay. I know that a lot of business figures, industry figures, everyone felt Sam Mezek would make it into that top 9. And the reason this is, other than simply losing their leader, the other reason this is really bad for Reform is they've had 3 senior ministerial positions: housing, social security and education. They have had a lot of confidence about them. They've walked with a real spring in their step for 2 years. They felt they played a blinder after that vote of no confidence in Christina Moore, and Sam Mezek would have felt he got through some flagship policies in this political term, most notably the rental tenancy law. So for him to not be able to make the top 9 in this senatorial race, that will come as a big shock. But I think Reform Jersey were worried when senators were brought back in. Lindsay Feltham said to me she felt it was a cynical move, a move to make sure they do less well at the next election because they held so much sway in the last assembly. Speaking to a lot of young people around the island, a lot said Sam Mezek was a figure they admired, someone who has achieved a lot, but clearly Reform are now going to have to really look into themselves. Did they not campaign enough? I think that's maybe one thing. If you compare sort of some of the other candidates, Reform maybe arguably took certain things for granted. We're still waiting for a lot of their results to come through, but this in itself is a huge setback if we find that Sam Mezek hasn't made the top 9.
Yes, it's really interesting because St Helier Central, the count for deputies there has been paused, and also St Helier North, because quite frankly it was getting too late and people were concerned that they wouldn't count accurately. And still we're awaiting the result for Constable in St Helier, which was a 5-way contest. We should say we've been, in shorthand terms, been talking about a 3-way split between the 3 sitting States members, Gardner, David Moore and Rob Ward for Reform. But there's also Alvin Aaron and Marc Le Chevalier there in the mix.
Exactly. Now, I think, I've been hearing from some Reform Jersey members, not candidates, but members of the party. There is this slow creeping despair that I think now after that result, will be confirmed. And I think the anger from their side is towards Value Jersey. There has been this feeling that a divisive campaign was run by Value Jersey. That's what Reform Jersey have said. They felt there have been some tactics that have been underhand. We know that the Electoral Authority has put out statements, not any specific movement or party, but they have talked about misinformation being a poison in this campaign. But, Reform Jersey, I think, will want to put a lot of the blame there for potentially losing their leader, but I think also you've got to look at how you've done a campaign as well. OK, let's give the final result then. Let's call the senatorial race, shall we? This will all be confirmed, of course, by the judicial greffe on Monday afternoon, this afternoon at 4 o'clock. But this is our call. This is the BBC declaration of the 9 senatorial candidates who are going to lead you into the next government. Tyler, give us the rundown of the top 9.
The top 9 senatorial candidates for 2026 are Helen Miles, Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Serena Kirsten-Guthrie, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Mark Boliat and Mary Le Hegarah.
Right, and can you just do the rest of the poll so we know how everybody else fared?
Indeed. Sam Mezek, Steve Luce, Bernard Place, Alan Lepavu, Martin Aliga, Alan Brecken, Guy Defay and Carl Bush.
Right. All 12 parishes declared. We now know who is going to be sitting in the senatorial seats. I assume they're going to reinstate them in the States Assembly where they used to be, just to the left of the bailiff. So here we have, in alphabetical order, Tom Binney, Mark Boliat, Lyndon Farnham, Ian Gorst, Serena Kirsten-Guthrie, political newcomer there. Mark Boliat is technically a political newcomer, although he knows his way around, I suspect. Mary Le Hegarah, Alan McLean, back after 8 years out of politics. Helen Miles there. She is topping the poll, and Elaine Miller. And I would suspect we're going to see a bid from Helen Miles to become Chief Minister, would you suggest?
Well, she hasn't been as vocal about that's being the thing she wants. Maybe she might look for a senior ministerial role. We know Elaine Miller has wanted that Chief Minister role, but obviously Helen Miles has got a bit more of a mandate, you know, looking at that senatorial race, she looks to be topping it. So Helen Miles now, I think, seeing how she's done, might change her tune and decide she wanted. But it also wouldn't surprise me if she decides to back someone else with a sort of a ministerial position of her choosing. Which
some people are suggesting to me Helen Miles might go in as a dream team with Elaine Miller, or some might say the potential nightmare of Helen Miles and Elaine Miller. I have to be even-handed here. Without, you know, Helen Miles as Chief Minister and Elaine Miller as Deputy Chief Minister.
Yeah, I was hearing it might be the other way, but as you say, with the amount of votes Helen Miles has got, it'll be interesting to see whether those two, if or whether they come to some sort of a decision of how they'll approach that. I think what this does show, this is sort of remnants of Christina Moore's government, two key figures in Christina Moore's government.
They'll be back.
And, you know, is this sort of the better way in another form? I mean, Elaine Miller, when she joined Lyndon Farnham's government, she joined it wholeheartedly. You didn't feel she was half in it, and you sensed tension with her, and Christina Moore really grew. But Helen Miles, you feel, has still very much remained a Christina Moore loyalist. Christina Moore obviously stepping away, the former Chief Minister. But it'll be interesting to see, you know, if who Helen Miles and Elaine Miller want to work with.
Yeah, and Ian Gorst there doing very nicely, but saying he doesn't want to return as Chief Minister. Lyndon Farnham's done much better than many anticipated. I mean, he would have a very good call to say, keep me, you know what you're going to get. I've kept it stable for 2 years. Now give me a full term to show what I can do.
I think that's part of the reason, you know, with the exception of Steve Luce, a lot of the council of ministers, and of course Sam Mezek, but it's a bit different with Sam Mezek, but a lot of the sitting council of ministers, I think they almost didn't feel they had to campaign too hard because they had 2 years, they'd achieved sort of what they felt was enough, and it was kind of a picture of let us finish the job. And that's what we're seeing. It just might be that the top job, there's a bit of tussling. What I would say when you look at these senatorial candidates, yes, Mark Boliat is a new candidate, but I think, you know, and we're still yet to see the full makeup of the Assembly. This is just for senators, but I think in 2022 there was a real buzz, there was a real sense that we were seeing a breath of fresh air of candidates, non-traditional politicians. That, to me, that set...
We've got one in there, haven't we? Serena Kirsten-Guthrie.
Serena Kirsten-Guthrie. Some would argue that ideologically, is she that different to...
Value Jersey. What does that stand for?
Well, exactly.
Cut price supermarket.
Cut price supermarket, and people, I guess, are wondering what else they're standing for. Cheaper taxis is another one, but we've not heard...
Cheaper taxis would be nice, as opposed to cheaper taxis. But there you go.
But they've chosen to go with taxis. So, yeah, I think, look, the big Helen Miles doing so well, not a complete surprise. A lot of people expected it. Did very well as a backbencher, did well as a Home Affairs Minister. Be slightly interesting to see how Lyndon Farnham plays it. I don't think he's going to want to let that Chief Minister role go.
No.
Tom Binney probably not got the mandate he was hoping for.
And I wonder if there might be a pincer movement to exclude Tom Binney from the government, because a lot of people still hold a lingering resentment for the way he wielded the knife against Christina Moore.
Well, if Helen Miles and Elaine Miller are having a big say in this next government, I can't imagine either of them wants Tom Binney as Health Minister. I could be wrong, I don't know that for a fact, but I know Elaine Miller was very stressed by how Tom Binney would handle his health budget, and Helen Miles was very close to Christina Moore, and I don't think a lot of that set of politicians have ever forgiven Tom Binney for the way he brought down that government.
Right, we'll come back and talk more about that in a moment or two. Let me bring in our political analyst here, Susanna Rolls, and Patrick Lynch from Caritas Jersey. You've been itching to have your say on this. I can see you're both smiling there. Yeah. Now we know who are the 9 senators. These are the people we can expect to see, at least some of them, in the Council of Ministers, can't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what do you do with a problem like Tom Binney? You know, if you have him in your government, he can be quite destructive, and, you know, disruptive is kind of the word of the day with Tom Binney. If you have him on the outside casting stones, you know, it's probably even worse. And I think that was probably the kind of dilemma that the Christina Moore government had. Right from the get-go, you know, there was kind of a level of uncertainty about what to do with him. They've decided to have him in government, and then problems started from a very early on stage, accusations of bullying, etc., etc. And obviously, you know, he was in a position of power, having brought down the government, you know, forgetting nomination papers or forgetting how many votes.
You only need to find 6, don't you?
Whether that was done deliberately and already in kind of agreement with the person that would take over as chief minister or not, it remains to be seen.
Are you saying he was in collusion with Lyndon?
It's a secret that probably only those 2 people will know, and they will take with them to the grave, I'm sure. But yes, I think it is a difficult position that any person trying to form a government will have to decide what to do with Tom Binet.
Can I copyright that? How do you solve a problem like Binet?
Absolutely.
I think I could probably write a patter song by the end of the programme.
But before we move on, I do want to bring this back to Reform, because I think Reform have run decisive campaigns since their inception. Right, the alliance-led government was a phrase that they coined.
It worked.
It absolutely worked. So they lived by the sword. They're going to have to die by the sword. And yes, somebody else beat them at their game. And I just hope that they actually take that with a level of grace.
And we should recognise what Sam has achieved. As you say, he started out at 23 and he has had a stellar political career up until now. And he may well be back. You never know. He may decide that he's done all he wants to do. He's probably really hurting at the moment.
I'm sure he is. And yes, Reform have done what many of us have tried to do and not actually succeeded, which is to have a political party that has a number of candidates, and you know they have been very successful there. They have attracted a lot of kind of support from because they did speak to something that wasn't quite being answered by the Assembly. This makeup of senators does seem to me that what the people are saying is that they want a fiscally prudent, a fiscally conservative government. They want people to kind of go back to the realization that Jersey is a really small jurisdiction, that we can't continue to spend like a big state, because we want to retain this kind of low taxation jurisdiction.
And live within our means.
Absolutely.
And what does that mean for those who are the most marginalised? Patrick, in your role as Chief Executive Officer of Caritas Jersey, you deal with those people.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I took from the last hustings was Ian Gorse saying that he wanted to have a task force for growth. But other people had mentioned earlier in the campaign that we need to have a task force on poverty. And I would say the 2 things need to happen.
Do you think the government needs to start using the word poverty as well?
Yes, you can dance around and use other words, cost of living, but that they have to realise that that is what it is. And absolutely, I agree with the people who say we need growth to stimulate the economy.
OK, we'll come back to that in a moment. Earlier today, we spoke with Sam Mesek. Obviously, it was before he knew the outcome of the poll, but obviously he's been a very high-profile figure, leader of Reform Jersey, was one of the founders of that party, and he has really campaigned very strongly for his party over the years and seen its representation increase. There were 10 Reform members in the last government. He was hoping to increase that. That hasn't happened. It looks like there'll be fewer this time around, although we don't know what the 2 results are likely to be from St Helier North or St Helier Central until late tomorrow morning. But earlier today we spoke to Sam, and this is how he was feeling before the results were declared.
Well, we ran a really positive campaign. We were focusing on our manifesto and our record as well. As a party, we've come a long way in the 12 years that we've existed, and we're really hoping that this election will be another step forward for us so we can achieve more on behalf of the public of Jersey.
And how has this election compared to the last one? You've got more people standing this year. Are you hoping that then translates into more seats in the chamber?
Well, we hope so, and we've learned a lot of lessons over previous elections. We've become more effective at campaigning, and we also have really high standards for our candidates. We don't just accept anyone. We have a rigorous selection process, which no other group in our politics has. And our candidates, I think, have done a really good job at hitting the streets, knocking on doors and getting out there.
So do you feel you have cut through to the electorate, and how easy is that when you know you've got different districts, you've got different areas, you've got your senator, you've got your island-wide. For you, how do you really cut through the noise?
I think the branding is really helpful. People in Jersey have come to understand what Reform Jersey means. It's something very different to Reform UK, but in Jersey it means a political party that stands for social and economic justice, that in the States will stand against governments when they're doing the wrong thing, but when given the opportunity will achieve really positive things, and our record I think has shown that over recent years, and I think people are beginning to recognise that.
And looking back at this campaign, is there things you think, oh, we should have done more of that, or actually we should put efforts into this?
Every election we do that, and we'll have a debrief.
There we are. That's Sam Mesek speaking to us a little earlier, obviously before he knew that his outcome today was not going to be the one that he had hoped for, which is clearly very disappointed indeed. Let's bring in Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. We were talking there, Patrick, about Reform's legacy and how they're going to pick themselves up from this.
Yeah, well, it's going to be very, very interesting because we'll have to see how many seats they do get. Because as a political party, the next thing I assume the leader will need to be somebody who's in the assembly. So they'll presumably have to have a election for leader.
Lindsay Feltham is the deputy leader at the moment, isn't she?
I think that's right. Yes. Yeah. But
well,
obviously
she's not being re-elected.
She's got to get back as well, and the three other sitting deputies in St Helier Central. I think you've got Monty Tadier in St Brelad, and
we haven't had that declared yet.
And Raluca Kovac up in St Saviour. So to see how many of them there, and then what route they go down. But the thing that occurred to me was they've often been the party of protest. And that seems to what Value Jersey have taken over now. And a lot of people may have seen them with the 3 ministerial posts and some assistant minister positions, that they were the kind of the establishment. And that may have accounted for some of their loss of votes.
OK. Let's try and put some of this... Sorry, Susanna,
yeah,
did you want to say?
I just wanted to make a point that actually it was only when Jersey abandoned fiscal prudency and fiscal responsibility that we actually started having the level of poverty that we see at the moment. We absolutely need to move to a position of growth, right? Jersey has always done well when the finance industry has done well, when we were able to save money, when we kept living within our means. And it's only when we walk away from that that all the kind of domino pieces fall.
Right, lovely. Let's bring in a guest now who's been watching the events of this evening and this early morning pan out. It's coming up to 10 minutes to 3 on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, and of course on the BBC News website, where we're continuing to bring you up to date with all the results on our live page there. We're still awaiting results, the deputy results for Grouville and St Martin, 2 seats there, the St Saviour result and the constable result as well there in St Saviour, and we're also awaiting the result of the St Brelard deputies. Clearly, Laura will be back tomorrow morning bright and early from 6 through until 10, putting everything into context, bringing all the results and just giving you a chance to digest what's been unfolding before us this evening. But let's put this into some sort of historical context now with Theodore Stone, who is an election historian and studies this part of our history. Theodore, good morning to you. Welcome.
Hi, Matthew. Many thanks for having me on.
Well, it's a pleasure. Now, tell me a little bit about this, because your family have got a long political history in Jersey, haven't they?
Yes, so I should declare an interest immediately in that. My mum is Councillor St Martin once again, so very happy for her. But of course, going back, you had Ben Shenton, who was in for a term as senator in the 2000s, and then you had Dick Shenton in for over 30 years from the 60s to the 90s.
So your granddad and your uncle were both the senators as well, then, effectively?
Yes, they knew how to beat the drum, if to coin a phrase.
So was it inevitable that you'd have an interest in our electoral system?
I think so. I mean, I've generally just had quite an early interest in politics before, and I spent a few years working. Well, my first proper job was working in the States Gref.
I think I'm going to have to interrupt you. Sorry, I think we're in a position where we can actually go and get the results for the Constable of St Helier, which is a 5-way contest. We're going to go to the town hall where our reporter Tim Pryor is based. This is going to be an interesting development. We've got 5 candidates. Alvin Aaron, Mark Le Chevalier, Rob Ward, David Warr and Ina Gardner there. 3 sitting States members, so 2 of them will lose their seats and their position in the new Assembly if they are not successful. But, you know, it's quite possible that Alvin Aaron and Mark Le Chevalier might cut through and be political newcomers and succeed Simon Crowcroft, who's had 25 years. Right, let's go to St Helier now, and this is the constable result that we've been waiting for. St Helier Constable Tim Pryor.
Ready? Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Bailiff Jurat Robert Christensen. I'm the Principal Autorisé for the parish of St Helier in an election for the Connétable for the parish. First, I wish to give my thanks to all the parish officials who've helped to conduct what has been a very busy election today in an exemplary manner. We've had an unprecedented turnout across the parish, and all the officials have had to handle a great number of inquiries, and they've dealt with them all in an excellent way. I now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that their names appear on the ballot paper. Alvin Aaron, 75 votes. Ina Gardner, 2,740 votes. Marc Le Chevalier, 781 votes. Rob Ward, 1,960 votes. David Waugh, 1,153 votes. The total number of valid votes cast was 6,709. I therefore declare that Ina Gardner has been elected to serve as the Connétable for the parish of St Helier, and I warn her to attend at the Royal Court at 9:30 a.m. on Friday, 12th June, for the purposes of taking the oath of office. Thank you.
Right, we've got the Deputy of Grouville coming up, the declaration there in just a moment. That's 2 seats and 3 people contesting that. We'll have that very shortly. In the meantime, Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter, is here on Election Night Live. Interesting there. Ina Gardner topping the poll, 2,740 votes. She's the new Constable of St Helier. First woman to be Constable of St Helier. Yeah,
a huge achievement for her, and she ran a very widespread campaign. She was everywhere from sort of the early days of April, and some said to me that she's gone too early, but she kept up the consistency, she kept up the momentum. A very good backbencher on the Public Accounts Committee, someone who's been a bit of a thorn in Tom Binay's side, also held the Chief Minister.
We need to go to Grouville. It's all happening thick and fast. I told you it would happen like this. It all comes at once, like buses. Let's go to Grouville and Caitlin Klein for the Deputy declaration there.
I'm Alison Opferman, the Principal Autorisé for the constituency of Grouville and St Martin in the election for deputies. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the officials in both parishes for the way in which today's election has been conducted. Please note that this is the only announcement for the whole constituency. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. Rose Binet, 1,846. Caroline Fiona Labby, 2,379. Scott Michael Wickenden, 1,303. The total number of valid votes cast in this constituency was 5,528, and there were 82 invalid votes cast in this constituency. I therefore declare that Caroline Labby and Rose Binet have been elected to serve as the deputies for the constituency of Grouville and St Martin, and I warn them to attend the Royal Court at 09:30 hours on Friday the 12th of June 2026 for the purposes of taking their oaths of office.
And there we are. That's the result of the deputies for Grouville and St Martin. Just 2 seats there, and it's as you were, the 2 sitting deputies, Rose Binet and Caroline Labby. Caroline Labby topping the poll. Minister for Overseas Development, 2,379. Assistant Health Minister Rose Binet, 1,846. Scott Wickenden was seeking a return to the States. He was previously Education Minister in the government before last, 1,303. Rose Binet, some people said that she may not have got back in, and she's done pretty well there, hasn't she, Mar?
I think both Rose Binet and Caroline Labby, we talked about politicians who don't speak in the States, and those two would definitely fall into that category. They say very, very little. But I think Rose Binet, particularly in charity circles, people feel that she does a lot. She reaches out to the community a lot. Caroline Labby obviously held the role of looking at overseeing Jersey Aid in her role as international development and did well in that role, but both very quiet members in the States, both people where, if you are someone who goes and watches the States sittings, you wouldn't hear from them much and wouldn't feel that they're that involved.
No,
but clearly at a local level, they are very popular in their district in that part of the island. Scott Wickenden did seem to do quite well there as well, a former education minister coming back to try again, but looks like the status quo remaining in that district.
We're seeing a bit of a trend here, aren't we? People, with the exception of Alan McLean, who's done a very good job and is now back as a senator after 8 years away, people seeking to return to the States, people like Lindsay Ash, John Lafondre, Scott Wickenden, haven't been successful. Judy Martin, for example, all previous States members, not been successful in getting elected this time around. Amar, stay with us. This is Election Night Live on BBC Radio Jersey and, of course, on the BBC iPlayer. I'm joined in the studio here, our election call studio, over which we spent 5 weeks talking to nearly all of the candidates, 91 out of 92 now. One day I'll bump into Marcus Troy and I'll claim that I've interviewed him as well. But let's bring in Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Let's go and look at the result from the Constable of St Helier. Another big beast gone from Reform Jersey, Rob Ward losing there.
Absolutely. I mean, there was a kind of a fear there that actually by having Ina Gardner and David Ward, that were both kind of heavy hitters standing against each other, that Rob Ward might be able to cut through the middle there. But actually, Ina, as Amar has said, has run
I'm going to interrupt you. We're going to go to St Saviour now, where we're going to get the Constable result. Three-way contest here. Susie Webb and Dave Curtis looking to unseat Kevin Lewis. Let's get the ratings from St Saviour.
Elizabeth Dewlake, the Principal Autorese for the parish of St Saviour in the election for Conetable. I would like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which today's election has been conducted. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order their names appear on the ballot paper. David Curtis, 1,295. Kevin Lewis, 879. Susie Webb, 1,031. The total number of valid votes cast was 3,205. There were 90 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that David Curtis has been elected to serve as the Conetable for the parish of St Saviour, and I warn him to attend on the Royal Court at 9:30 on Friday, the 12th of June, 2026, for the purpose of taking his vote of office. Thank you.
There we are. That's the result of the Constable of St Saviour, and Kevin Lewis has been unseated. Their long-serving States member. He served as a deputy, and last time around he converted that to Constable, succeeding the late Sadie LeSueur Renard there, and she died just before the last election, and so no by-election was called. So an interesting upset there. Dave Curtis, former chef de police and also an honorary officer, going through the honorary system like so many constables do, and succeeding where Susie Webb fell by the wayside, quite some way by the wayside. She stood 4 years ago as a deputy candidate, thought that she could really do something different in the parish, edits the parish magazine, The Cloche, and so on. 1,031 votes there. Let's just quickly look at St Saviour. Patrick Lynch, what do you make of that?
Well, that was a very hard contest to call. Kevin was obviously the incumbent, and then two good new candidates as well, and it was very hard to find somebody who would say definitively who they thought it would be. And obviously Dave Curtis is the one who's come through with almost a 300 votes majority.
Yeah, and sad news for Kevin Lewis, of course.
Of course.
I mean, Susie came quite close last time. She was just 54
as a deputy,
votes
she was trying to be a deputy. Yes.
So obviously, there was kind of some hope that she might pull through. But again, Dave Curtis, having come through that parish system, it's kind of the kind of preferred candidate from an internal perspective, somebody who has worked in the parish, who has kind of built their roots in there. Although, I'm told that Susie Webb actually has done a lot of work in the parish, charitable work and so on.
I'm sure she'd be very disappointed.
I'm sure she would be. Going back to St Helier, I think Marc Le Chevalier has, last time in 2022, he had 2,166 votes. So obviously, he was the great loser in this. I think Inna ended up kind of stealing most of his votes, and obviously Rob Ward had 937 votes to be elected in St Heliers Central, and he only just got 1,000 more than that. So I think the message is pretty clear for reform.
What about Alvin Aaron? 75 votes. There are 75 people who like pizza.
Yeah, I mean, we always seem to have these candidates. I think it's the same situation with the senators, where there's people that are polling very, very low.
Yeah, it's a very interesting result, especially again going back to who's going to be Chief Minister, because I would say that Inna Gardner would be somebody else behind the Helen Miles ticket. Yeah. They've actually been campaigning together quite a bit. And Amar was talking there earlier about the dynamic between Helen Miles and Elaine Miller. I would probably think, from what I've heard, that Helen Miles would perhaps garner some more support amongst her colleagues than Elaine Miller would, and especially now with the higher mandate, I think she would probably be the one that group kind of coalesce around.
So what are we waiting for? I reckon St Brelard deputies and St Saviour deputies, is that right? Yeah. Because we've got 2 deputy contests paused until tomorrow. You'll get those results late morning, early afternoon tomorrow. We've got St Heliers Central. There are 4 deputy seats there to be declared. And we've also got St Helier North, where there are 3 deputy seats to be declared. They're being held over to tomorrow, which is a bit of a frustration. When I say tomorrow, I mean today, don't I? I mean later on today. Of course, the time now, 4 minutes past 3. BBC Radio Jersey, the BBC iPlayer. Matthew Price with you with Election Night Live, or Election Morning Live. Let's bring back Theodore Stone. He was doing all of his declaration of interests earlier. Theo, welcome back to the programme. So your mum's the newly re-elected constable of St Martin. Your uncle was a senator, and your granddad was also a long-serving senator. That's basically it, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm doing the PhD as a way to get out of the Assembly.
You're breaking it all, are you? But you have worked for the States Gref, you said.
I have, yes. So I was on the clerks for several panels over the years. In the 2018 to 22 Assembly, including with the Public Accounts Committee and the newly elected Constable of St Helier.
Well, that's really interesting. I was going to ask you about her first and foremost. First woman to be Constable of St Helier?
Yes, so that, which is an incredibly historic achievement. And I say it's, as you look at the margins, it is something that's, I think this is an election it feels both like a return to the narrative that we tell ourselves about elections in Jersey, but also very much a breach of of what we've seen over the last couple of elections around like the rise of Reform Jersey, but also the wider questions about how the island treats lots of its political issues, I'd imagine, in certain ways.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So let's talk a bit about the difficulties now being faced by Reform Jersey. They had their strongest showing last time around, 10 members. They're not going to get anywhere near that number, and they've been defenestrated, haven't they? Effectively, they've lost 2 big beasts in Sam Mezek and in Rob Ward.
Yes, and I think it's going to be interesting because I think so the third big beast, I guess, is Lindsay Feltham, the incumbent Social Security Minister, who's waiting for St Heliers Central tomorrow. But this is the first election that they faced where they have been in government at the election. They were in government for a couple of years between 2018 and 2020, when they then left to vote against John Lepondre in that vote of no confidence, spurred on by the Charlie. Yes, spurred on by the Charlie Parker scandal. But I mean, it's there where you kind of see the origins of so not just this organisation, but also Value Jersey, because they leave the government and then Roland Hewland joins the government and loses the election in 2022 as a member of the alliance, but then comes back on the board of Value Jersey. So there's this ongoing narrative that's slowly playing out before our eyes. As I think
I'm going to interrupt you again, Theo. I'm so sorry. Stay with us. You didn't want to go to sleep this morning, did you? Anyway, you're quite happy where you are.
I'm a
Are you in the airing cupboard or something? Where are you hiding at the moment?
Oh no, just in my bookshelves.
Oh. I normally get bookshelf envy, but not on this occasion. Let's go to St Saviour. where I think we're about to get a declaration for the deputies' results there. So we're just waiting on St Brelard deputies and St Saviour deputies. So let's see if we can catch up with Frankie Golding in St Saviour and get an update from her. Here we go.
I'm Jurat Elizabeth Duley, the Principal Authority for the constituency of St Saviour in the election for deputies. I'd like to thank and congratulate all the officials in the parish for the way in which they have conducted today's election. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that they appear on ballot paper. Please note that I will only make one announcement for the constituency. Louise Mary Catherine Dublé, 2013. Malcolm Ross Berry, 2,225. Raluca Kovacs, 1,466. Chris Leck, 1,691. Robert Parker, 1,586. The total number of valid votes cast in this constituency is 3,254. There were 41 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that Louise Mary Catherine Dublé, Malcolm Ross Berry, Chris Leck and Robert Parker have been elected to serve as the deputies for the constituency of St Saviour's, and I warn them to attend the War Court at 9:30 on Friday the 12th of June 2026 for the purpose of taking their oath of office.
And there we are, that's the result we were waiting for. Deputy of St Saviour. Another loss for Reform Jersey. Sitting deputy Raluca Kovacs losing her seat there. Louise Dublé and Malcolm Ferry being returned, and two new political newcomers coming to the States. Robert Parker for Value Jersey and Chris Leck, who's an independent. Amar Ibrahim, what do you make of that?
Well, yeah, Robert Parker, another figure strongly associated with Value Jersey, another blow for Reform Jersey. I think, you know, normally losing Raluca Kovacs on any night would be a big blow, but in the context of what they've lost with Sam Mezek and Rob Ward, it continues to be a more and more painful night. No surprise but Louise Dublé, very well respected across the State Assembly, popular in her parish. Malcolm Ferry, I think with his background at Citizens Advice, people have been surprised at some of the things he stood for in the Assembly, but clearly he has still got through there. But, you know, I think Reform Jersey continues to be the big story of the night. You know, I think we've always said with party politics in Jersey, Reform Jersey are the exception. You compared them to some of the other parties we've seen, like the Liberal Conservatives, the Progress Party, haven't even been able to get off the ground.
And the Alliance Party dead before it even started.
You know, those parties have failed spectacularly. While Reform Jersey's been this for a centre-left party, some would say a left-wing party, it's been quite efficient, it's been quite smart, it's been a well-oiled machine. But tonight things have gone spectacularly wrong for them. And, you know, this St Saviour result, you felt that losing Sam Mezek and Rob Ward, they've lost their figureheads, but they could rebuild if they get a strong set of deputies. Now that could still happen, and if Lindsay Feltham gets in and they still get sort of 7 or 8 seats, you feel they can rebuild around a figure like Lindsay Feltham, who I think gave them a lot of gravitas. You know, while Sam Mezek and Rob Ward always rubbed some people the wrong way, I think Lindsay Feltham has quite of a universal...
Outgoing Social Security Minister, of course,
yeah, and I think she gave them a sense of seriousness and competence that they could do government very well. She obviously had her challenges as Social Security Minister, so now I think Reform really need to have a good result in St Helier Central and hope they do okay in St Brelard as well, although that's...
Well, looking at these figures, I'm not convinced they're going to do very well in St Brelard.
It doesn't look likely at all, and it looks like, you know, what Value Jersey have done, I don't think Value Jersey are going to translate into loads of seats necessarily, but what they've done is they've almost sort of made the conversation of this election so much about Reform Jersey that the sitting politicians, the centre-right ones, have had a pretty scot-free route in. It's almost like Value Jersey came and did a bit of...
Do you think they knew what they were doing?
You never know. I think time will tell.
Yeah, exactly. Right, let's find out. Helen Miles has topped the poll, and she's with Rhys Thomas. So let's find out what Helen Miles has got to say. Rhys, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. Still here at Communicare, still waiting for the St Brelard deputy results. Here, of course, Helen Miles, a native of this parish and one of those successful deputies in the past 4 years. And now she's gone a step further and topped the polls for senator. And as you say, she has come to join the party now here. Some good emotional scenes there, embracing your colleague, Jonathan Rennitt, as well. How do you feel?
I'm really surprised, actually. I certainly didn't expect this result at all, but just really, really grateful to everybody that's voted me and, really humbled for everybody that supported me. I've been really, really lucky.
Obviously, you topped the polls here in St Brelard too. That must mean a lot.
Yes, it does. And obviously, St Brelard's my home and has been for a long time. So I'm really grateful to the parishioners of St Brelard for giving me that little boost as well.
I know you've only just got in, but I'm sure people's attention now turns to who's going to be the Chief Minister. Is that something you'll be putting your name in the hat for?
I'm not going to commit myself to anything yet. I think it's really important just to look how the pieces land and who else has been elected and how that actually we can build a really strong team from the people that are there. So I'll be starting to talk to colleagues tomorrow and see what they're thinking and see what I'm thinking and then make a decision at some point.
Regardless of if you go for that position or not, if you get it, whatever, you still top the polls, you're still one of the senators. So, what is your vision for Jersey? How does Jersey get better under you and your colleagues' sort of leadership in the next few years?
I think what we all need to do is work as a team to deliver positive change for Jersey, and that means literally working together to improve our economy and just to make Jersey a better place for the people that live here.
Thanks very much. Anything else to say?
No, just once again, thank you very much to everybody who's voted for me. I'm really, really grateful and really looking forward to cracking on with the next 4 years and making positive change.
Okay, thanks very much, Helen Miles, our poll topper here in Jersey. And you can hear the reaction here in St Brelard, of course. This is her home constituency. She's held deputy seat here for a number of years, and now she's topped the polls here in St Brelard and in the island overall. And perhaps she wouldn't commit to it just yet, but perhaps one of those candidates to become Jersey's next Chief Minister. Matthew.
Rhys, can I just ask you before you go, how far are we away from perhaps getting a result on the deputy's declaration there?
Oh, well, what time are we at now? 3:15. They were hoping for about 3:30, about 45 minutes to go. All of the volunteers and counters have gone home to earn their well-earned rest, so we're hoping it's not going to be too long yet. They've done a tough job here in St Brelard. It's a bit of a delayed start, but I know one of the last ones, but hopefully just around the corner.
Well, that's the last one we're waiting for, of course, so yeah.
Oh, it is the last one. OK, well, we'll try not to keep you waiting. I'll ask them to hurry up.
Could you, please? Say Matthew says, could you just, pop along there now? I'll be very grateful. Thank you very much for catching up with Helen Miles. There we are. Amar Ibrahim here on Election Night Live, Election Morning Live. We'll hear until we get that final result, and then we'll go home and reassess what it's going to look like in the morning. Amar, Helen Miles there, not saying very much other than say thank you.
Yeah, she's always very tight-lipped around these things. I think, if we're to try and make sense of her success, I think, she has sort of occupied quite a good space and where she can show that she has championed causes of communities in the island who maybe don't have a very strong voice a lot of the time. She's done that particularly for the neurodiverse community. She's spoken strongly on all the challenges that people with autism face. She has spoken quite personally at times in the States about her own personal experiences. I think she's got quite a strong professional background with a strong, a lot of experience in the criminal justice system, and she understands that. And she has, when it's come to local St Brelard issues, if we were to take, the Le Keneve Parade and Precinct, the challenges around there, the empty shops, the feeling that should be the second urban centre, but it's been a place that's been completely forgotten, she has really led the charge on that. So I think, she has kind of done very well at championing a mix of local and island-wide issues, and that has set her up very well to do so well in the senatorial race.
I'm still chuckling from when you slip of the tongue earlier when you said she had a little criminal experience.
Yes.
you never know, that might well set her in good stead to become Chief Minister. We don't know. Let's bring in our other guests here, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Patrick, you called this weeks ago. You said look out for Helen Miles, didn't you?
Yep.
What did you know that none of us knew?
It was just what you were hearing around different people, another one I heard was Serena Guthrie. I was pretty sure all along that she would get through, and we kind of disagreed on that one. And you didn't get as much of a feel this 4 years ago. You got a definite feel of where things were going. As we've said, there's no polling, so you don't know definitively. But you get a feeling of where things are, and everyone was saying in the hustings, Helen Mars talking well, has a good message, and seemed to be doing.
Her campaign was very clear. She wore the same colours, didn't she? She dressed the same. She's wearing her campaign outfit tonight.
And she had won. She had the I don't know how you describe it, the little kind of cardboard cutout which she put around.
Oh, like the selfie frame, the selfie frame, yeah.
For Helen. And that was just something different as well, that she started up at Oakfield at the candidates fair and then kept doing it through the whole thing. And she was somebody who was in government, but then was on the back benches for the later part of the Assembly, and was somebody who did a lot of work in the constituency and was able to kind of show that. And perhaps if she'd been a minister for 4 years, when you're an incumbent, that's sometimes harder to kind of go on your record then.
I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but I've just heard that we've been speaking to Kirsten Morell, who's been re-elected as deputy in St Lawrence, St John and Trinity. Of course, he consciously decided not to stand for an island-wide mandate, and many have suggested that maybe had he gone for the senatorial seat that maybe he craved, I'm making this up, I have no idea whether he craved a senatorial seat or not, but he might have done, that he would be better off being elected in his home parish, and he did just that, and he's been giving his reaction to that election.
Absolutely fantastic. It was a huge relief. It's, you know, I have been carrying a weight from the past government and, you know, various decisions that have been made, so it was absolutely wonderful to be re-elected and feel the strength of confidence that the constituency has in me, and I'm really grateful.
It's been a long campaign, tough campaign, as you said, but against quite tough opposition. Wasn't a shoo-in, was quite close in the end. Very even stuff. What does that say about the candidates and the quality you've got here in the parishes?
So we've had really good candidates. I've been against Peter, Phil and Hilary, and I've known from the beginning that they are really good candidates, and all of them are worthy candidates who, would be fine State Assembly members. So I knew that I had my work cut out. But it was a really good campaign. Everyone campaigned very well in the right atmosphere. There was no nastiness in our constituency, and so I'm really pleased. It was a very good campaign, hard fought by all the candidates, and I'm really grateful to them for that.
What's next for you? We obviously know you had a ministerial position in the last government.
Yeah.
Would you look to do something similar?
This time I really want to focus on the community. I want to get back into the parish community. I do want to focus on French relations. That's something I would like to carry on looking at, and also agriculture and fisheries, because I think, in Jersey it's really important that we develop our food security further. I've done a lot of work in agriculture, so those are the sorts of areas I'd like to be in.
Right, that's Deputy Kirsten Morell, Deputy-elect Kirsten Morell. He's been re-elected in St John, Trinity and St Lawrence. Talking there outside the Trinity Youth Centre to our Chris Craddock, giving his reaction. Some people thought that maybe the debacle or the controversy surrounding the DFDS contract might have caused him problems, but he seemed to have won that argument and he has been re-elected. Whether or not he wants a ministerial position under the new Chief Minister or the returning Chief Minister, whichever one that pans out to be, remains to be seen. Let's go to St Saviour, where we've just had the declaration of the deputies there. Raluca Kovacs loses her seat for Reform Jersey, and there are two political newcomers there, Robert Parker and Chris Leck. And the man who topped the polls, Malcolm Ferry, has been talking to Frankie Golding.
Hello, Matthew. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Malcolm Ferry has topped the polls. If you remember back in the last election, he was second to Tom Binney, who obviously did not go for it this time. So come on then, Malcolm, how are you feeling? You've topped the polls.
Oh, fantastic. I just really want to say thanks to everyone who put their faith and trust in me last time and this time. What a result. It was a long, hard campaign. There was lots of twists and turns along the way, but I enjoyed the whole experience far more than I did in 2022. So I hope now to use what I've learned over the last 4 years as a springboard to further success.
Thank you, Malcolm. So you've been outside all day today. You're actually the only deputy candidate in St Saviour who has turned out for this nighttime into the morning results. Do you think that visibility is the reason why you've been successful and topped the polls?
Do you know what? You've got to get yourself out there. You've got to speak to people. But most importantly, you've got to listen to what people are telling you. You've got to respond to the numerous emails that come with well-considered responses that answer the question. I've prided myself in answering every one of those emails, in meeting people on the door, meeting people during pop-ups, It's about visibility, it's about availability, it's about not offering platitudes, but offering real solutions and real answers to questions.
And I'm assuming your first immediate priority is a big sleep, but what's second? What can we expect from you now you're re-elected?
Posters down tomorrow.
Yep.
After that, of course, the machinations of who's going to be the Chief Minister and what is the foundation of the next Council of Ministers, what's that going to look like? I very much hope to be part of that. I've been on both Christina Moore's government and Lyndon Farnham's government. In the last 4 years, I've served pretty much every assistant ministry that you can have. And I really want to use that knowledge to move forward and move forward as a team together, because I think we can do that now. We've got some really good people that have been elected tonight. We've got a strong mandate from the people, but we've also got some clear direction about where the island wants to go. And that comes from the people, and that's been listened to by candidates, and that's why those candidates have been elected.
Which top jobs then are you interested in? You've mentioned before that you'd love to see a position created, Minister for Charities. Is that dream job number one, or is there a few others that you consider?
Any of the social portfolios are where my skills lie. You know, I worked in the charitable sector, I worked at Social Security, I've got a deep understanding of those social issues. So that's where I'd like to apply my skills. How that looks, of course, is still up for debate and is still up for lots of discussions and phone calls. But that's where I'd like to see myself.
Let's just reflect briefly on this election. So just here, Raluca Kovacs has lost out. Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, I was. And obviously other Reform members have lost their seats. And you know, I know what it's like to not be successful in an election. I know how difficult it is to pick yourself up and carry on after that. So that is not an alien experience to me. For me, because I had felt that in the past, when I stood in 2022, I pulled every lever and valve that I could to make sure I got elected. And everyone said to me from an early stage, you're going to do well in this election. I never left anything to chance. I was out there, I was meeting people, I was knocking on those doors, I was making myself available at pop-ups. I had a fantastic hustings. Every one of those questions just fed right into me. And I was able to answer those questions coherently and confidently. And I think that's what's got me over the line.
So why do you think Raluca has lost out this time?
You know, I think sometimes it's just other people are more appealing. Who knows? You need to ask her that question. I don't know what her campaign was like. I don't know what the rest of the Reform campaign was like. All I know was I didn't get involved in any of the mudslinging. I played my own game and I ploughed my own furrow. And I'm delighted with the results.
And just looking at the bigger election picture, you're a man that has been part of a political movement, a political party, and now you're standing in front of me as a top of the polls independent. So looking at the bigger picture, Value Jersey, Serena Guthrie's in, Samantha Gleaver's topped the polls in St Heliers South, that's Value Jersey. But Reform have lost big seats, including this one here, and obviously Sam Mezek. Do you think that this is reflective of an apparent death of party politics and potentially a new dawn for so-called political movements? What do you make of this?
I think every election brings a shift. And actually, the elections in more recent years have brought about bigger shifts, whether that's the current government that kind of loses their seats or current parties that lose their seats. I think, you know, we tried really hard, myself and Sir Philip Bullosh, to garner more candidates to go forward. It didn't work. People don't buy into the idea of party politics, which I still think is a shame, because I think either way we need to coalesce around a strong team. And the way you coalesce around a strong team is to work with people. Now, maybe that's been going on behind the scenes. I'm sure it has. But for me, I just see a new clear direction for a new Council of Ministers, a new States Assembly, and it's going to be very different. Each election brings us different assembly who find new ways of working together.
So just lastly then, do you think that Value Jersey should stay as a movement or become a party?
I think that might be difficult to do at this stage of the game. You know, my advice to them would have been, if you're going to do that, do it before the election. Again, they're going to have to plough their own furrow and see which way they want to go. For myself tonight, I'm absolutely delighted, and I'm just looking forward to the next 4 years.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. That is Malcolm Ferry there. He has just topped those polls in St Saviour. What do you think of that, Matthew? I mean, Malcolm Ferry's definitely one to speak to, isn't it? That's been involved in movements and then parties and then independence. Interesting guy, right?
Absolutely, very interesting guy. A political chameleon, I would suggest. Let me bring in Susanna Rolls, who's worked with him in the past, because you were a founder of the Liberal Conservatives, weren't you?
I was indeed.
And he was in the Liberal Conservatives, and so was Sir Philip Balash.
Yes.
And they voted in different directions.
They did.
I never understood that.
No, I think at one point that kind of party discipline disintegrated, didn't it?
Yeah,
it never existed.
Yeah, if it ever existed, absolutely. Without me there too.
to whip them. You can tell it's 3:30 in the morning, can't you?
It's all coming out now.
Yeah.
What I would like to say is that actually this kind of decimation of reform, and obviously we don't know what's happening in St Helier Central, we won't know until tomorrow, and at best they'll probably now end up with 7, maybe 8 seats, but that is something we will only know at lunchtime tomorrow. But for me is indicative of this kind of just general shift to small c conservatism that is Jersey. I don't actually think this is an indictment on party politics. I think it's an indictment on the politics of the left, on the divisiveness of some of those policies. Sam has been accused of being Corbynista, of actually utilising issues that aren't at all to do with Jersey, and of trying to kind of build this big state kind of approach where there's lots of freebies for everyone, but we can't afford to give freebies to everyone. We just literally cannot. Jersey is at a crossroads from a financial perspective that if we don't implement the recommendations of the Time to Win report, our finance industry may not be able to kind of continue to be the kind of saving grace of Jersey.
Is that why we've seen people like Ian Gorst and Anna McLean and even Lyndon Farnham elected?
Absolutely, because I think that people are starting to realise that actually, the finance industry is kind of the person that we all hate, the industry that we all kind of love to hate, isn't it?
It's a necessary evil.
Yeah, we blame the finance industry for pretty much everything, but it's what's kept us in the actual jam today that we've enjoyed, and I think we've abandoned that for a period of time, and I think Reform Jersey have tried to push for things that Jersey just wasn't ready to do.
Okay, Patrick Lynch, if you're in government, you're held to account. This happened to the Alliance-led government
yes, indeed.
4 years ago, and now the Reform coalition is being pulled apart, isn't it?
It is to a certain extent, but then again you have people like Malcolm Ferry who were assistant ministers and quite eager assistant ministers
in both governments,
in both governments, who have got through. But then again, there was 5 into 4 in that constituency, so that was theoretically a bit easier. But yes, I think if you're in government and you implemented policies that perhaps aren't popular to everyone, then you're the establishment, even if you try to be the anti-establishment, and it's easier for you to be taken down then.
And Raluca Kovacs, a big loss really for Reform Jersey, and for the Assembly, because of the experience she brought, but also the diversity she represented too.
Absolutely, we said there were less female candidates this time, and although we've seen quite a few female candidates be returned, Raluca was also from the Romanian community, and it was a great example of the diversity of the community here in Jersey, but obviously she's now fallen.
Yeah, and Malcolm Ferry's, I suppose, journey. Take me on his journey from the man who ran Citizens Advice to becoming a Liberal Conservative, to becoming a minister in 2 very different governments, and now aspiring to be a minister in the new government, whoever leads it.
Absolutely, yeah, and I can imagine he will try to be in whichever stripe of government there is.
Stripe? You're talking about Helen Miles again now, with her blue and white stripes.
The one thing I would say is I did have a slight shiver when he started talking about social security, because he was the one who supported the document before the fall of the first government in the last Assembly that called the living wage not desirable. So I'm not sure that a lot of the charity community and the people we support would like to see him in the social security role.
Right. Let's. I think we've got some reaction now from Helen Miles when she heard that she topped the poll. Let's see how she responded to the news that she topped the poll as senator.
Just a bit gobsmacked.
Well, there we are. That's Stephen.
Oh, no,
That's Bernstein, isn't it? And Martha Bernstein there, and her husband Julian, who was a former States member himself. Is that Jonathan Renouf in the corner of the? That's Martha Bernstein, president of the Jersey Jewish Congregation, husband, standing behind her there, and alongside that Jonathan Renouf. We're awaiting one result, which is why we're still here and why that cup of tea is still eluding me. Roll on when I get that next cuppa at the end of the show. But interesting, we're waiting on the St Brelard. I would imagine, I'm going to call this now, that Gabriel Raimondo might actually become the youngest States member to date.
I think we said that at the beginning of the programme, and all the figures and stuff we've seen since then would indicate that, yeah.
So, I mean, given that it's 4 candidates for 3 seats, Jonathan Renouf topping the poll, do we reckon?
Possibly, yeah.
I've heard from there that Gabriel Raimondo might even top the poll.
Really? That's very interesting. And then Monty Tadier coming in for Reform?
You would probably expect that.
Over
yeah.
John Young. So John Young might lose out to Gabriel Raimondo and Jonathan Renouf holding on to his seat there. Very interesting. That was, of all the election call programmes that we did, that was probably the prickliest. Why do you think that was? Is there not much love lost between Reform and Gabriel Raimondo, or?
Well, it certainly appeared watching that was the case. I think we've talked here about a lot of the mudslinging being on social media, and I think Gabriel Raimondo was somebody who was quite prolific on social media. Monty Tadier would have been as well, so there probably wasn't a lot of love lost there.
Okay. I tell you what, Tyler, I hope we can just run down the senatorial results, can we, and have the order of the senators, because while we do that and just take stock, I think it would be handy, and then obviously we'll come back to Mar when we get this St Brelard result. I'm told it's just a couple of minutes away. So we're coming to the end of the results that we can expect this morning. Well, this morning, as in the early hours of this morning. The rest will come. We've got some more seats to come for St Helier North, 3 seats there, and also we've got 4 seats. So we've got 7 seats still to fill. So we'll have 42 States members in place by the time we say good morning to you and leave you ready to join Laura again at 6 o'clock. But 92 candidates came and went, and now we're going to see 9 senators elected. And Tyler Riv, tell us who the 9 senators are going to be.
The 9 senators are Helen Miles at the top of the board, Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Mark Boliat, and Mary LaHegara.
Right, let's just have a look at those names there and talk through them for a moment. Of course, Mark Boliat, he stood last time in St Clement and wasn't elected, but he's got a distinguished career in public service and in elected responsibility in the UK from Jersey, and he's back here now. Serena Kirsten Guthrie is the other political newcomer amongst those two. She is a former England netball captain from Jersey. Serena Guthrie, you probably remember her name recognition up there amongst the highest in the island, I would suggest. Then you've got Alan McLean, returning to the States as a senator, former Treasury Minister, former Minister for Economic Development, coming back after 8 years away. And then you've got some well-known names and trusted people. Helen Miles, who was a minister under Christina Moore. She was the Home Affairs Minister there. Ian Gorst, who served as both the Treasury Minister and the External Relations Minister. Tom Binney, the current Health Minister there. Elaine Miller, the current Treasury Minister. Mary LaHegara, the current Home Affairs Minister. And Lyndon Farnham, our current Chief Minister. I'm sure Lyndon Farnham would look to try to hold on to that role and see if he can build a coalition that will support him when the necessary vote is taken in the States. That's happening on the 19th, I think, from memory, the 19th of June. And then Helen Miles will have to wait and see what happens to her. Right, we're going to go to St Brelard in just a moment, then we'll get some reaction from Amar, our political reporter, and also, of course, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch, and then we'll take our leave of you until breakfast in the morning with Laura. Right, we can now go to St Brelard, our final result of the morning, and let's get the result for the St Brelard deputies from Rhys Thomas. Rhys.
Good evening. I'm Karen Lecornu, the Principal Authority for the constituency of St Brelard in this election for deputies. I would like to thank and congratulate all of the officials in the parish for the way in which the election has been conducted today. I will now announce the number of votes cast for each candidate in the order that their names appear on the ballot paper. Gabriel Raimondo, 1,603 votes. Jonathan Renouf, 2,414 votes. Monty Tadier, 2,122 votes. 122 votes. John Hilary Young, 1,152 votes. The total number of valid votes cast in this constituency was 7,291 votes, and there were 64 invalid votes cast. I therefore declare that Gabriel Raimondo, Jonathan Renouf, and Monty Tadier have been elected to serve as deputies in the constituency of St Brelade's. I warn them to attend the Royal Court at 9:30 on Friday the 12th of June for the purpose of taking their oath of office. Thank you, everyone.
And that's our final result of the morning, much as we called it a few moments ago. Amar Ibrahim, there we are, the youngest elected member of the States of Jersey. He only turned 18 on the 28th of May. Gabriel Raimondo coming in there in third.
Yes, you know, a big achievement for him to put yourself out there at 18 to run in an election. I think he's handled himself very well in debates. He has spoken far beyond his years, and that's to be commended. Obviously, there has been a lot of noise on social media, things we as the BBC haven't independently verified, but there is a lot of noise of things he said, controversial stances he has had, but we do have to bear in mind he is young. As a teenager, you know, your views change very rapidly. Even 2 years ago is a long time as a teenager, but he certainly did have views that have come under scrutiny in the court of social media, if you like, but that doesn't take away from what he has achieved. I know some young people told me they didn't want to vote for him because of things he'd said in the past, but clearly he has had a huge impact on this election, as Value Jersey as a whole have. He was one of their key candidates, one of the first speakers at their launch event. Then Jonathan Renouf, who I think has excelled a lot in a backbencher role, maybe not so much as an environment minister.
He said to me he'd never want the environment brief again because he tried to do too much too quickly, I think. But
I think he's probably learned from that, and I think if he did get a ministerial role again, he's probably learned a lot from those couple of years in Christina Moore's government. But you would say, if you were to pick a backbencher who's been the most vocal and arguably effective at holding the last government to account, he would be right up there with your likes of Hilary Jearn and Ina Gardiner. Monty Tadier getting in, probably a big relief for Reform Jersey, because, you know, while he wasn't one of their ministers in Lyndon Farnham's government, he's one of their founding members. He is such a key figure. Had they lost him as well, that would have been a real triple blow that I don't think Reform can come back from. I'm hearing from some sources in Reform that there is a feeling that they made some tactical mistakes. So I think, you know, it's very easy to rush to the conclusion that this is the death of party politics in Jersey, but I don't think it is, because Reform have been so successful for so long. I think maybe what they've done wrong is maybe took things for granted and maybe weren't on the front foot of a campaign and then got caught up responding to attacks against them.
Now, I've seen your schedule. You're going to be on with Laura in the morning, aren't you? Just after 7 o'clock. So let's give me a few final thoughts and then go and grab some sleep. What's your thoughts on the night as it's gone?
I think, you know, Kirsten Morel, firstly, keeping his seat. This was what quite a few people had told me, that he has done very well in hustings, and I think he made what we would call a good tactical decision to not go for senator. I think Reform Jersey, they fell in what they will call the trap that was set for them when Senators was brought back by that one vote.
By Elaine Miller.
By Elaine Miller. I think they fell in that trap by running for Senator and running for Constable. I think had Rob Ward and Sam Mazek just run as deputies in St Helier, they would have probably done quite. You saw Sam Mazek's votes in St Helier for
over 3,000. Yeah,
over 3,000. So had he gone for a deputy in one of those seats, so they wouldn't have had a senatorial seat, but they would have had such a strong base of deputies. So I think this is for a smart, efficient machine. They've had a huge tactical blunder, and also they've probably not campaigned effectively enough. But that is the big story of the night. Reform Jersey losing two of their most senior figures. We are waiting to hear about St Helier Central. don't think they've only got one candidate running in St Helier North, which is a very competitive seat.
Yeah,
they probably don't fancy their chances there with how the night has gone, but if they can consolidate St Helier Central, they can rebuild. But ultimately, Sam Mazek and Rob Ward, two huge figures lost from the States. Controversial figures, but figures who have had a huge impact on Jersey's politics.
Former Environment Minister John Young failing to return. The retreads haven't retrodden, have they, basically? Anybody who tried to get back hasn't really succeeded.
Well, I think John Young was symptomatic of, you know, when that happened, Sam Mazek told me it's a big thing for us, kind of you know, he wasn't in the States at the time, but a established States member joining them. It was seen as a big scalp, but that's not paid off. None of their new candidates have got in so far. Only Lee Carpenter remains, and I think the big winners of the night, Value Jersey, may feel it's them, but really it's a lot of those sitting members of the current government who probably didn't enjoy working with Reform Jersey. They're the ones who have done very well, with the exception of Steve Luce.
And let me just sow one final seed. Because all the heat and light has been about Value Jersey and Reform Jersey, those ministers have got through this campaign relatively unscathed, haven't they?
Yeah, I think there were plenty of difficult questions that could have been asked to Tom Binney about health. I don't think we saw that. I think there were a lot of difficult questions to Lyndon Farnham about the state of the finances that weren't asked. Elaine Miller as well. She has, of course, controlled the purse strings. So I think, you know, Value Jersey's legacy on this election is that they sort of took the spotlight away and put it on Reform Jersey, and that's kind of been the big story of the election.
Amar, you'll be back tomorrow morning with Laura at breakfast time on BBC Radio Jersey. You'll be back on a different red sofa, no doubt, with Charlie McCardle tomorrow evening on BBC One, or this evening, of course, on BBC One for Channel Islands News. Thank you very much indeed for your company this morning. Amar Ibrahim, our political reporter. The other thing he didn't mention was, of course, that we've now got an 18-year-old member of the States. I'm going to gather some final thoughts in just a moment or two with Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. But before we do that, let's go and catch up with Andy Géant, who's been re-elected unopposed as the Constable of St John.
Yeah, absolutely thrilled. To receive less than 100 votes for none of the above is better than I expected. So I'm really pleased and grateful to everyone who's come out to vote in St John today.
And you've been in office for over 5 years now. Why do you think voters have chosen to return you to office?
Well, I've done my best since I started. We've got a great team here in St John. We've worked hard to get a team which pulls together. I'm here every Wednesday to meet with the community. I try and communicate as much as I can on social media, and I just do my best. And it's such a great parish to be involved in with a great team. So it's a true honour to lead the team.
And what is one promise you want Islanders to hold you accountable for over the next 4 years?
Well, this is the 7th time I've been elected in a public election, and I only ever make one promise, and that's to do the best I can for the parishioners, and that's the promise I'm going to make again, to do my very best.
And what changes would you like to see for St John over the next term?
Well, we'd love to create the park next to the parish hall here with much needed parking. We need to create some right-sized homes. We need to create some recreational space at Zion, and also refurbish the children's playground at the church. So those are my targets in the immediate future.
Some voters still remain sceptical about politicians delivering on campaign promises. What would you say to them tonight?
Well, they're probably right to be sceptical. It's easy to make a promise, but it's hard to deliver. And all I'm going to do is my very best to deliver the areas that I've just spoken about.
And tonight, Islanders have placed their trust in you. What message do you want them to wake up to tomorrow morning?
Well, I just want to thank the parishioners of St John's for their continued trust in me. And as I said, I'm going to do my very best for them going into the future.
Andy Géant, who's been re-elected as Constable of St John. Now, I should say that if you've been with us since 8 o'clock, thank you very much indeed. Your endurance does you credit. I tell you what, why don't you join Laura bright and early from 6 through until 10 tomorrow morning for breakfast on BBC Radio Jersey. You can listen live on 88.8 FM, on DAB+, and of course on BBC Sounds. And we'll get reaction and comment and of course all the latest news as we, I suppose, unpick the results results that we've seen unfold before us this evening and into this morning, and look as to how the new States Assembly might shape up come the next few weeks. Now, it's going to be complicated because we're going to be 7 seats short of a full House. 9 senators have been declared, 12 constables declared, but we are still waiting for 7 deputies. 3 in St Helier North and 4 in St Helier Central. Quite simply, the teams there ran out of time to count the deputies. They've gone home and they're going to reconvene at 10:30 tomorrow morning at the Town Hall. We'll bring you those results once they're declared. But we've brought you the rest of the results from all 12 parishes, all 12 senatorial declarations broadcast live. And Tyler Reeve can now give us the final results.
For senators, we have Helen Miles, Ian Gorst, Lyndon Farnham, Elaine Miller, Serena Kirsten Guthrie, Tom Binney, Alan McLean, Mark Boliat, and Mary LaHegara. For deputies in St Saviour, we have Louise Dublé, Malcolm Ferry, Chris Leck, and Robert Parker. In St Mary, St Peter and St One, Lucy Stevenson, Arlene Martman, Chris Redbrain. For St John, St Lawrence and Trinity, Hilary Jean, Krista Morell, and Phil Romrell. St Helier South, Beatrice Porre, Tom Coles, and Samantha Gleave. St Clement, Alex Curtis, Barbara Ward, and Karen Wilson. St Brelard, Jonathan Renouf, Gabriel Raimondo, and Monty Tadier. Grouville and St Martin, Carolyn Labbe, and Rose Binney. And for Constable, we have in Trinity, Andy Howell, St Saviour's, Dave Curtis, St Peter, Richard Vibert, St One, Richard Honeycomb, St Mary, David Johnson, St Martin, Karen Shenton-Stone, St Lawrence, Tina Palmer, St John, Andy Jean, St Helier, Ina Gardner, St Clement, Marcus Troy, St Brelard, Steve Pallett, and in Grouville, Mark Labbe.
Thank you very much indeed to Tyler Reeve there with the results that we've had declared this evening and this morning here on BBC Election Night Live. I have been guided this evening by my 2 colleagues alongside me, Susanna Rolls and Patrick Lynch. Some final thoughts from you, Susanna. Gabriel Raimondo pulling down 60 grand a year as an 18-year-old. Good on him, eh?
Good on him, absolutely. And, you know, to have the kind of the guts to do it at his age, and you know he has faced a lot of kind of criticism, and no doubt he will be a kind of controversial politician. I don't suspect for 1 minute that he will
go quietly into the night.
No, that he'll sit there and be a non-speaking member of the chamber. So watch out for him. I wanted to go back to reform as well. You know, Amar was saying that you know they felt that they have made a few tactical errors. What remains to be seen, and obviously until we know the results of St Helier Central, we can't really say much more. But I do wonder whether behind this there's a rejection of specific politicians and of specific politics, because Sam Mesek and Rob Ward in particular were perhaps the most abrasive members of Reform in the way that they dealt with colleagues, in the way that they dealt on social media, and even, you know, kind of a lot of Facebook posts, even just today, you know, people said I was a supporter of Sam Mesek, but watching the way he behaves online, I have stopped supporting him. I think that there's been perhaps a little bit of hubris from those 2 members, and in the way that they've behaved in general, and you know, like I always like to say, you get the government you deserve, and I think perhaps this time you know, the people of Jersey have actually made a decision to kind of show what kind of politics they want.
Patrick.
The interesting thing, I've just been jotting down as we've been speaking here how I could see things forming in the new assembly.
You love machinations, don't you?
I do, but it's connected to what Susanna's saying there. If you take Value Jersey and Reform Jersey, they are still going to have big parts to play in all of this, because they are essentially going to be the kingmakers. Because if I can see 2 lines of roughly the same numbers for 2 different perhaps routes for Chief Minister, but where do Reform Jersey go now? They've got 3, I think. They may have 7. That's the maximum they can get.
Down from 10?
Down from 10. It could be less. Where do they go in any vote for Chief Minister, or might they abstain, for instance? And then, by the same token, Value Jersey, and the interesting thing, just doing the maths there, Value Jersey have 5 of the stated supporters.
Do you think we might see others come out of the woodwork now?
Possibly, but there are a definite 5, including who we'd probably call their 2 leaders, Sam Gleave and Phil Romerell, who we haven't mentioned much about, and actually polled above Kirsten Morell in Trinity St John.
And was very impressive when he came on the election call sofa and spoke very openly about what he has aspired to achieve.
And he was one of the ones with Roland Hewlin who kicked off the process over 2.5 years ago. So where do they go? That's the other thing. So that even between... Now, they probably don't want to be lumped together, but Value Jersey and Reform Jersey, there's a good 10, maybe 12 votes there. Where do they go? They'll ultimately, even though Reform Jersey haven't done as well as they liked, Value Jersey may have done better than they liked, they could be the kingmakers.
All right, and who's going to be Chief Minister?
As you know, I am a betting man. I would still think that Lyndon Farnham is probably just about favourite.
Susanna?
I think you can never underestimate Lyndon.
He's a survivor, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, thank you both very much indeed. And there are so many thanks for me to give. First and foremost to you for your company. If you're still here now, well done. You've passed the endurance test. There are so many people who've been working behind the scenes to make this programme possible on BBC Radio Jersey, on the BBC iPlayer, on the BBC News website, and of course on our Facebook stream. Before we even got here tonight, we spent 23 hours in this room on this red sofa speaking to 90 of the 92 candidates for election. We're still awaiting 7 seats to be declared. They'll be declared tomorrow in Alison Moss's programme on BBC Radio Jersey, and you'll also get updates on our website. It's been a brilliant team working online tonight to keep you up to date on social media and on our webpage with our live stream of information. And so many people, all 14 reporters out at the counts, the technical team behind the scenes here, without whom none of this would have been possible, and of course our team of editors and producers who've been putting it all together. It really has been a mammoth team effort, and it's been an immense pleasure, pride and a matter of privilege really for me to be here to share this evening and morning with you. We are going to say good morning and leave you in the company of the team overnight, and then Laura will be along at 6 with breakfast, putting it all together tomorrow morning. See if you can join her and wake up with the news that Jersey has a new States Assembly almost fully constituted, and who knows where our next Chief Minister will be. I suspect it could either be Lyndon Farnham or Dr. Helen Miles. From us all here, have a very good morning.